Good morning, if you're listening here in the Potteries Shopping Centre or across the world to our live stream. This is the Commentators bringing you live Scalextric racing from 10 to 4 from here at the Stoke Grand Prix in the wonderful Hanley Arena, where yesterday we saw some remarkable things. It's day 3 of racing here today. The weather's set fair and we are expecting some great excitement. I'm joined, of course, as always, by my erstwhile colleague, Graham. Good morning, Graham.
Thank you, Craig. Good morning, world. Good morning, universe. And good morning, Hanley, one of the 5 towns or 6 towns, depending on who you speak to, of this magnificent city of Stoke-on-Trent. Just to picture the scene for listeners around the world. We are in the heart of the Potteries Shopping Centre, and this magnificent Hanley Arena has been purpose-built for the Stoke Grand Prix. This is just the second year that the Grand Prix has been run. Last year actually had to be cancelled due to the incident, but this year everything is set fair as the weather. At the moment, there is a beautiful skylight above us, encasing the arena, and blue sky is pouring through. And pouring through also are lots of eager shoppers on their way from the streets of Hanley into the Emporia, which fill this magnificent shopping centre.
Yesterday, if you were with us yesterday, you'll know that records tumbled. We're, of course, operating, as most of you will know, under the 1947 protocol. 2 minutes of racing, the winner being the one who completes the most number of laps in that time limit. Yesterday, we had leaders chopping and changing throughout the day. The day finished with Poppy, Elfin, Serafina all on 24 laps in 2 minutes. So if you're listening at home, you think you can beat that, then do get yourself down here to the Potteries Shopping Centre, where we will be waiting for you to compete in this final day of what has been a magnificent 2024 Stoke Grand Prix.
It's all to play for on day 3 of the Stoke Grand Prix. At the moment, shoppers pouring into the centre, friendly faces, eager and keen, and we will be very happy to welcome budding motor racing aficionados here to the Hanley Arena. And we're very happy also to get people racing for the very first time. We've had some professionals obviously come to visit us over the last couple of days. We had Sterling Moss on day 1. He was here. And Poppy, of course, yesterday, breaking those circuit records. But if you have never raced Scalextric before, then it's time that you tried it out. And we welcome couples to come and have a go. Challenge each other.
Now, I know listeners who joined us yesterday will have had an anxious night wondering about the fate of Jim and Marjorie in our first aid hut on Robbie Williams' corner there. Robbie Williams' corner, you will know, caused a lot of accidents yesterday. It's quite a tight bend. A lot of people being caught out by Robbie Williams. It's no accident, of course, that the first aid hut is placed there, but there were a number of incidents throughout the day. Jim certainly was knocked over at least twice,
That's
possibly
right.
3
In fact,
times.
it was four incidents
times.
Jim was part of. He is, of course, the head of the team of the St John's Ambulance medical staff who are operating out of the first aid hut. And Jim was, at the time, on the track side, watching eagerly the race. But sadly, one of the cars span out of control and took him out. That happened repeatedly, despite having immediate medical attention. It happened 4 times But the awful news, of course, was while he was still in a hospital bed, Marjorie, his wife, also got struck by a passing vehicle at the Robbie Williams turn.
And we were unsure as we finished racing yesterday what fate was for Marjorie, and I know many listeners were worried about that. But we've got some good news. Marjorie, after some life-saving surgery last night, is back in action today. She won't be quite as nimble today as she was yesterday, but she is back in the first aid hut. Thank goodness for the NHS, because they did a fantastic job on Marjorie last night. A little bit of glue and a little bit of paint, and she's back
and
with us today.
And she's stable, in fact, with a little bit of blue tack as well. Actually, she's nice and stable and standing at the trackside now, waving her day's programme in the air.
There was a worry yesterday that Marjorie might never stand again unaided, but here she is. She's a real trooper, here and Jim. So good news for us. Good news for us all today. So, little description of the track for those of you who haven't been with us before. Starting line is on the Stirling Moss Straight in front of one of the spectator stands. That is a fast bit of track, leads into Robbie Williams Corner, of course. Regulars will know how treacherous Robbie Williams is. Past the first aid hut into Wedgwood, past
and
the...
in fact, if I can just interject there, Craig, we've had engineers have been out overnight and have actually made a little modification, and on the way to Wedgwood, we've introduced the Shelton Shimmy, which is a difficult manoeuvre. Shelton Shimmy, and then we go straight into the Spitfire Straight, which goes past the main grandstand, and you can pick it up from there.
That's right, past the main grandstand, into Spode, and into that tricky U-bend, Armitage Shanks, and then we are back into the Stanley Matthews Straight. So a few modifications to the track last night, but shouldn't affect driver times today. The distances are the same. Crowd are gathering here. Main stand starting to fill up. Press arriving into their press stand, which is just on Spitfire Straight there. The trees just blowing gently in the breeze at Wedgwood there. That's a lovely spot. Lovely spot
impressive.
of the track. That.
Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the track, very green and lush. But obviously, you can get caught out there because the Shelton Shimmy can really slow you down.
Lovely spot for a bit of bird watching, isn't it, in there as well, which a lot of people complain about motor racing, of course, that it's damaging to the environment. But what they've done here with Wedgwood is they created a little protected little nature reserve, really. There's I saw a great spotted woodpecker in there yesterday, and just as I was leaving the track late at night, a nightjar flew over Wedgwood. So really beautiful little part of the track. It's one of the privileges we have, of course, is that we can be here late in the day, early in the morning, when spectators have gone home, just to soak in a very different atmosphere. So even if you're not a motor racing fan, if you're a nature lover, there are special passes available to for that side of the track to enjoy Wedgwood.
That's right, yes. And obviously from time to time we do have some environmental protesters around the track kind of complaining, but we have to reassure them that actually there are no petrochemical emissions from this track. It's completely sustainable and environmentally friendly, which is of course why you can sustain the kind of bird and natural life that we do. Talking of which, the programme here is sponsored by Appetite Stoke, and we are joined today by Carl and Matt, who are Craig and Matt, not Carl. Carl is also here, but he's not here at the moment. It's Craig and Matt.
Not me, though. It's a different Craig.
It's a different Craig.
I am here, but I'm a different Craig. So we're just waiting for our first drivers to appear. I think I can hear some private jets and helicopters hovering overhead. Some drivers will be joining us from races around the world today. It was very cosmopolitan yesterday, of course. The day before, we had people from as far afield as Market Drayton and from Newcastle under Lyme, Nantwich. So very much a cosmopolitan event.
And we got our first racers of the day from Appetite. We've got a specialist race with our match sponsors in the driving seat. So we have Craig in the blue car and Sally in the yellow car as they take the vehicles on a little spin around the track just to kind of test their warm up their tyres and get used to the circuit.
We're of course joined again by our official, Mr. Thompson from Geneva, who normally very, very organised, as Graham said yesterday, ex-military, but he appears to have misplaced his stopwatch this morning. But oh no, he's found it. He had it, of course, kept in his special place. Mr. Thompson yesterday, of course, had to call a few false starts. He is a stickler for the rules, one of the most respected adjudicators on the Formula One circuit. So he's lining up Sally and Craig at the start line, millimetre perfect as always. We wait for Mr. Thompson's now legendary arm to be raised aloft.
And as he raises the checkered flag, there is palpable excitement mounting in the arena.
Mr. Flags aloft. 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off in the blue car round the
nice start for Craig
Robbie
there.
Williams corner, straight down the Spitfire straight into the Armitage Shanks, down the Stanley Matthews, and they're neck and neck as they come into the Spode corner. And the yellow car just pipping it on the inside lane, but no, the blue car round the Spode first and down the Stanley Matthews straights. These two drivers, very experienced, of course, and no strangers to racing each other. But here we are, and it seems that the yellow car has pipped it at the moment, but no, overtaken by the blue car. Oh, the yellow car, driven by Sally, has taken a little turn there at the Spode junction. That's going to really slow her down. Of course, Craig in the blue is now taking full advantage as he comes down the Stanley Matthews straights and round the Spode shimmy, the Shelton shimmy, I should say. Do apologise for that. And it looks like he has got the advantage at the moment, but Sally is, and Sally once again speeds a little bit too harshly into that Spode corner and takes a tumble, and that's going to hurt. But she's fallen foul of that junction once again. She's come a real cropper. She needs to slow down, pull back off the throttle. And but meanwhile, Craig has stopped short, perhaps for a little comfort break on the Shelton shimmy. I think he's still marginally in the lead, but yeah, Sally in the yellow vehicle is really having problems at that Spode corner. The two vehicles now back in alignment, and
a little coming together there, Spitfire straight. It is excellent racing here from these two very experienced drivers, and it's beautiful to watch, Graham.
A little bit of drift there from the blue car driven by Craig as he came round Robbie Williams' corner, and he's taken it a little bit too fast there again and comes straight off the track into the rucksack.
Stop racing.
Well, that was an exciting first race and a good test for the tracks and the vehicles, in fact. The tyres seem to be holding up at the moment. I think they've got the correct tyres on the vehicles for the current conditions, and I'm about to read out the results. It's a tight one, Craig.
It seems so from the off there, very much nip and tuck, neck and neck round about. Just again, those crashes often, as they often do, causing the result to change. What have we got there, Graham?
Absolutely. Well, I think that little on that little chicane incident there has really proven the difference there, because in the yellow vehicle, Sally 19 laps, which is a
Very impressive.
magnificent
Big round
result.
of applause from the crowd there, up on the balcony as well.
But of course, Craig, who was claiming that he'd never played this before yesterday, and we have to question that, obviously. 21 laps.
21. That's fourth place on the leaderboard for Craig there. He'll be happy with that. We might see more of Craig later. He does bestride this arena like a colossus when he comes in.
He certainly bestrides the circuit like a colossus anyway. And great first race. You'll be pleased to know, listeners at home, that we have been visited upon by our celebrity driver, Jade, who has come in at the beginning of day 3. No doubt she'll be looking to pace herself. Now, Jade is not one for hogging the limelight, as we know. On the first day, she had 2 races throughout the course of the day. A very consistent 18 laps per race. And then yesterday she returned and 23 was her top score, so she was right up there on the leaderboard.
That's why Jay's going to be looking to get 24 today to top that leaderboard alongside Poppy, Elfin and Seraphine. What can she do today?
Of course, the track has been slightly modified and attended to in the time since she was last here, so she might find that the cars behave a little bit differently on the track. That's for her to discover as she takes her blue car round the outside track of the circuit, just testing each of the manoeuvres. Of course, Jade, having just arrived, will be unfamiliar with the fact that there is a couple of new features on the circuit. The Shelton Shimmy, which takes us past the Wedgwood, obviously, and the Spitfire Straights, which take us past the press box, the photography area, and the grandstand here at the Hanley Arena.
Mr. Thompson just reminding them of the rules. 2 minutes. Most laps in that 2 minutes wins race. They shake hands.
Matt and Jade shaking hands, very sportsmanlike behaviour. No intimidating behaviour here at this stage of the race.
Up goes the flag. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off.
And the
Good
blue
start
car
for Jade. They're
driven
going
by
round
Jade.
Robbie Williams into Spitfire Straight and Spode and Armitage Shanks down Stanley Matthews into Robin Williams. Spitfire Straight, Spode, Armitage Shanks and Stanley Matthews. The yellow car, Matt Hall, just comes off on Robbie Williams there.
I think Jade can take full advantage of that as she races down Stanley Matthews, but she indeed takes a tumble, I spoke too soon as she hit the Robbie Williams corner a little bit too fast, a little bit too keenly there, perhaps buoyed by the confidence of knowing that she's ahead at the moment, but perhaps not for long, because Matt is racing through in the yellow vehicle, through Spode corner and round Armitage Shanks U-bend, slows down a little bit at Robbie Williams just for caution's sake, but he zooms straight down the Stanley Matthews straight, and Jade's looking to overtake him as she goes through the chicane and down the Stanley Matthews.
Oh, beautiful there for Jade around Robbie Williams and into the Shelton Shimmy. This is beautiful stuff, Graham. It's not much between these two. Possibly Jade just has it at the moment, I think, as she goes into Armitage Shanks and down Stanley Matthews through the Shelton Shimmy. Spitfire Straight past Spode and into Armitage Shanks. Down Stanley Matthews again, and this is looking good. It's Stanley Matthews for Matt as well in the yellow, and he's into Armitage Shanks. This race coming to its dying seconds now. Who is going to take the crown today? Is Jade going to get 24?
At the moment, but I think Jade's slightly got the pip. She's getting about to lap.
She's got to squeeze every inch out of this that she can if she wants to get up on that leaderboard. There she goes down Spitfire Island. Crosses the line there on Stanley Matthews straight. Drifts off there into Robbie Williams. This is so exciting here now
past
at the
Hanley
Arena. The crowd are gathering.
Down the Armitage Shanks and the Stanley Matthews straights. Round the Armitage Shanks U-bend again, and she is rolling. There's only 10 seconds left
now. Thompson has called it. Apologies, Mr. Thompson has called it. We got she's up.
Right at the
time is up. I don't think that would have made much difference. Don't think she would have crossed the line again there.
Well, that was a terrific match there, and the crowd were in raptures. The arena is not quite full at the moment, but we've got people spilling into the Hanley Arena for this day 3 of the Stoke Grand Prix. And
so the results are in. I am just going to have to wait for video confirmation from headquarters in Geneva, as we do have some quite important news here.
I'm on tenterhooks.
That's confirmed, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson's happy. So, fantastic race there, and that is shown in the number of laps scored by both these drivers here. Newcomer Matt, first time racing here with a massively respectable 20 laps, and the crowd very appreciative of that. Gathering on the balcony above there for this bird's eye view. They're going to want to know what Jade got as well. Of course, Jade, our celebrity rider, been here every day, creeping up the leaderboard each day. 18, 23, topping the leaderboard at the moment. Poppy, Elfin, Serafina with 24 laps. Can Jade do it? They're waiting on the balcony. They want to know as well. They've come here to see this. Has history been made? I can tell you, yes, it has. Jade, 24 laps. Joint leader now on 24 at the top of the leaderboard, and applause echoes around this magnificent arena here at the Potteries Grand Centre. That's what we wanted. That's what people have paid their money for.
Jade knew that she's just been timing her return to the circuit to absolute perfection. She managed 23 circuits yesterday, and she's come in on day 3 and beaten her own record, 24 laps, which is an absolute tiebreaker with the leaderboard headers. 24 laps. And I noticed that Jade has brought another example of her magnificent Mercedes collection. She's driven a different Mercedes in today. It's another GT, I think, but it's a white one. Beautiful, beautifully modelled there. Excellent. So this just shows you the kind of prize money that Jade has been winning from her race programming, that she's obviously got a whole fleet of these beautiful Mercedes back at home. So that's Jade driving for Mercedes Petronas, and she's beaten her own record, and she's right up there at the head of the leaderboard. Magnificent driving. It's hard to imagine that anybody could beat that challenging 24 laps, Craig.
It's 5 seconds a lap. That's difficult to beat. Jade maybe had a couple of crashes there. We could be looking at 25 laps today. Who knows? The weather conditions are perfect here. There's no headwind, no tailwind, barely any movement of the trees in Wedgwood. Who have we got lined up here, Graham?
Right, we're up for the next race, and we've got Seb and Katie. Seb is driving the blue car, and his mum, Katie, is driving the yellow car. At the moment, Katie, well, they've both come off the track on their test tracks. Katie has just spun off at Spode Corner, but they're just discovering that there are yeah, slow down, mummy, says Seb, and he's wise words from the young man there. We're not sure where they're from, whether they're from the locality or not, or whether they're international drivers who've come in from abroad for this. Can we have a confirmation? Where are you from? Yeah, it's absolutely confirmed that Seb and Katie are in fact drivers from Stoke. So they're a local duo, mother and son team, who've come all the way up the hill to Hanley to race as part of the Stoke Grand Prix.
There's a big fan just walking past us now, past the entertainer. And they'll be looking at Katie and Seb with interest.
Yes, that's right.
So here we go.
A big fan.
Jade is ready. She's basking in the glory, but she's not too proud, not too big to still wave the flag. The arm goes up, the Thompson arm. 3, 2, 1, Go!
And they're
We're
off.
off. It's a slow start there for Seb, but he's going to catch up, I'm sure. There he goes now, past Spitfire Straight. But, he takes Katie there. Oh, but he spins off on Robbie Williams, allowing Katie to take the lead into Shelton Shimmy, down Spitfire Straight, into Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews. They both... Oh, no, it's only Katie that's come off. It's a tight corner for the yellow car there. You've got the shorter distance to travel, but you've got those tighter corners. You have to take it a little bit easy. Then power up past Wedgwood and into Spode and Armitage Shanks.
That young man is really taking advantage
Oh,
of that
lovely there
accident.
around Robbie Williams for Katie, but she comes off at Spode. They both come off at Spode, and it's Seb who gets power up quicker than Katie. This is going to be very interesting indeed. Very close at the moment, and it's probably just about Seb at the moment, but I don't know. I think it might be neck. Oh, and coming off at Armitage Shanks, blocking the way for Seb there. They're not going to be very happy about that later at home. And a look of concentration on Seb's face there. Katie tumbling off again at Robbie Williams. It's round Spitfire, Spode and Armitage Shanks for Seb. And he's trying to catch up, trying to take a lap or two off. But he just overcooks it on Robbie Williams there in the excitement. So does Katie. The pressure is on for both of them as we're into the dying moments of this race here.
And
Only
the two of them straight
seconds
down,
left.
Stanley Matthews straight and into the Robbie Williams corner. It really is nail-biting stuff as they come round neck and neck, through the chicane and round the Armitage Shanks U-bend.
Oh, they both come off
vehicles
again at Robbie
once
Williams.
again come off at Robbie Williams' turn, and they're through the shimmy and round Spode. And the yes, that's Mum Katie is come off again at the Robbie Williams.
So many people caught out by Robbie Williams.
They get distracted by Robbie Williams there, lose their concentration, and that's the end of it for them. But I suspect this is going to be a very, very tight race because both vehicles have come across more than a few times.
And that's the end of the race. Round of applause from Jade there. She's appreciative of that.
Yeah,
if you get a round of applause from Jade,
she knows good
you've done well.
racing when she sees it. That's true enough. And the adjudicator passes on the results to the commentary box.
This is very impressive stuff here. Two new riders to the circuit here. Katie with a very respectable 19 laps, and a round of applause echoes around the centre here. Seb, the newcomer, the young pretender, 22 laps.
That is a truly magnificent result.
Third on the leaderboard there. Third on the leaderboard for Seb with a fantastic 22 laps. He can be very, very proud of that indeed.
Well done, Seb. That's a great result for a first-time race, 22 laps. And, given the fact that he came off a few times at the Robbie Williams corner and still maintained such a high score, I think that is very promising for the racing today, Craig.
That's right. I think we've seen the future there in the drivers' area. I'm sure we'll see more of Seb either later today or next year for the 2025 Stoke Grand Prix. It's off to get a treat, I suspect, spend his winnings in the Entertainer, or reluctantly being taken into River Island, I suspect, would rather go into the Entertainer. We'll see
I
what
think
Katie
Seb is
does.
kind of drawn to the Turdis Portaloo escape room at the moment. By the blue clock, it says. And they seem particularly drawn to that attraction here at the Potteries Shopping Centre. Of course, it's important when you've got the Grand Prix to have lots of ancillary events to make it as family-friendly as possible.
That's right. Not everyone, of course, I'm hard to believe, but not everyone, of course, into slot car racing. So there are lots of other activities here as well. Spotter shopping. We've got games, life-size games upstairs, and of course the Portaloo escape room. New drivers now arriving. They've just flown in by private jet from all over the world. We've had Australia, Bangladesh, Market Drayton,
and not forgetting Congleton.
Can't forget Congleton.
But these two, I think this young driver is sponsored by Minecraft, which is a rival leisure pursuit to our own, obviously.
Just on their little practice run there. Get the feel of the car, feel of the track. Of course, under the 1947 protocol, Everyone gets the same car. There's no cars that have been specially kitted out for the driver. Everyone gets the same car, so it's very much a level playing field. 2 minutes. Who can complete the most laps in 2 minutes?
So we have, sorry to interrupt there, Craig, we've got the names of our new drivers. We've got Leanne in the yellow car, and we've got Camden in the blue car. Camden is personally sponsored by Minecraft, of course. And I think both of these drivers are new to this circuit, but they seem very, very competent drivers indeed. Their licenses have been checked by Mr. Thompson, the adjudicator, and all their paperwork seems to be in order.
Indeed, the crowd beginning to gather for this race up there on the balcony. That spectacular bird's eye view that you get from up there. It's the best way to see it really from above in some ways, but if you can't get trackside like us. But,
of course, the most expensive seats are at the trackside, and that's where the action can be most compelling and also dangerous, of course, because the cars
Jim and
are going at a furious speed.
So the arm is up. 3, 2, 1, go! And a nice clean start there. Mr. Thompson will be happy with that. It's the blue car with a slight advantage at the moment, going into Armitage Shanks and down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams.
Leanne comes off at the Robbie Williams corner. She's not going to like that. Take that, indeed. It's going to hurt. It's pride hurt more than anything, though, as they come down the Stanley Matthews straights and back round into the Shelton Shimmy, round Spode Corner and Armitage Shanks U-bend. Yet Leanne comes off again in the yellow car. They touch each other. A little nudge there on the chicane as they go past the grandstand and round Spode Corner down. Oh, and yet the blue car is battering into the back of the yellow car there. I think they might have sustained some axle damage, but these vehicles are pretty robust. They're back on track now as they go past the grandstand. The blue car certainly pipping it. That's Camden at the wheel there as he goes round Spode Corner and down the Stanley Matthews straight. Round through the Shelton Shimmy into Wedgwood and off again, round and round. He's really getting into his stride now. Whereas the yellow car, a little bit nervy from Leanne there. She keeps having a little accident there at the Robbie Williams corner, and that's one that she's going to have to really look at. She's going to take her foot off the pedal as she goes into the Robbie Williams corner, and then power down as it comes
nicely done through Robbie Williams there. She's got the measure of Robbie Williams there on that particular lap. This is the dying moments of this race now. It's the blue car. Oh, they've come coming together there on the Spitfire straight, where that track kink in the track, and there's an advantage there, possibly for yellow. Can they take advantage and catch up on the deficit? I think we're heading for some good lap numbers here on this particular race.
That Camden has taken a little bit of damage on that chicane nudge there because he's slowed down, but he has to build his confidence back up and speed down the Spitfire.
Time up, stop racing.
Wonderful racing.
Good work. Round of applause there. And, I can see a little furrow of the brow of Mr. Thompson there, which is usually bad news, but it could be good news. It could be good news. So very close, closer than we expected there. I think that little bit of damage inflicted on the blue car there when the little kink in the track. But I can tell you, confirmed, Camden, first timer here, young man in the novice category. 18 laps, a very, very respectable first race for them.
That's a terrific
Leanne,
score.
who's it going to be? Who's going to be doing the washing up tonight? Leanne, I'm afraid, only 17 laps. Camden takes victory there. Well done, Camden. He punches the air. His mum ruffles his hair there. No hard feelings. He's relieved of washing up duties. And
there is no disguising the young man's delight as they head off into the shopping centre. He's thinking about what he's going to spend all those winnings on now. And great racing here. We've had half an hour of racing at the start of day 3 of the Stoke Grand Prix, and some terrific racing already. Of course, we saw Jade beat her own personal record and reach 24 laps, which is right at the top of the leaderboard itself. So that's magnificent, and now she's back on checkered flag duty. We're very pleased to say. And we're looking for a couple more who might like to race their Scalextric. Little bit scared, obviously a bit worried about the injuries, previous injuries that driver is carrying at the moment, so not confident. Of course, it's easy to be put off by this track because it looks so challenging.
That's right. It's been interesting to see how lap numbers have gone up over the 3 days, as people have been watching from the sidelines, watching at home, learning about the track's idiosyncrasies, and that's why we have seen those track numbers go up each day. Busy place here, of course. Not only is it a sporting arena, but it's also a shopping arena as well. Primark seeming to do pretty well today. Lots of Primark bags going in and out of the shops. People going up and down the escalator in River Island. People in the window of River Island, transfixed by the racing here. They're steely glazed, not able to take their eyes off the action here, which is great to see. And we've got someone walking past now with 2 boxes of shoes. They've treated themselves to 2 new pairs of shoes today. Primark again doing pretty well there.
Perhaps looking at their summer wardrobe, of course, Craig, because the weather's turned and it's all going to be plain sailing from here on as we're into June, aren't we? This is now June. It's
officially pinch punch
summertime.
First of the month, as some more superstitious paper. Always an H&M bag. First H&M bag we've seen today. TK Maxx as well. TK Maxx sticking with plastic. Primark and H&M moved over to paper, of course, which is all very well until it rains, and that's when Primark and H&M less good, those bags. But it's set fair today, so I don't think shoppers have to worry too much about whether their bag is paper or plastic. Another pair of shoes bought there, this time from Shoe, going into River Island. It's payday, of course, payday yesterday, so people feeling a little bit flush. So chance to treat themselves with some new clothes and shoes.
As we will be doing ourselves, of course, later on. Though we're never seen without our regulation sheepskin coats and hats, obviously, tweed hats, but we wear more than that, don't we?
So it's a little bit quiet here now. People will, of course, having taken the opportunity to have a bit of a lie-in on a Saturday morning. Racers will be flying in from around the world. Of course, it was the Melbourne Grand Prix in the Victoria Shopping Centre yesterday, so people will be flying in from Australia, I'm sure. Of course, Wedgwood partly planted to offset those carbon emissions from international flights coming in and out of Stoke Airport for the Grand Prix here. So Wedgwood, for every racer that flies in, another tree is planted in Wedgwood, creating a rather wonderful little bit of wilderness here amongst the tarmac.
And there is a wonderful array of wilderness, certainly visible from our hotel suite, with magnificent views around the Potteries.
Another Primark bag goes past there, and a cuddly dolphin. I think it's a dolphin, can't quite see from here, heading towards the car park, but got to get that dolphin back into water fairly quickly.
I think it's an elephant.
It was a Triceratops.
A Triceratops.
Sorry,
yeah.
They do look very similar.
It's easy
from a
mistake
particular
to
angle.
make.
So good to know Triceratops still alive and well in Stoke.
Some of the shoppers here sporting their Hawaiian gear, confidently approaching the month of June with the new wardrobe.
That's right, another 2 Primark bags coming towards us now. Yeah, Again, summer wardrobe possibly, sunglasses on head.
Just a little reminder that the Stoke Grand Prix is sponsored by Appetite, and it's part of the Remix program that you can come and play Scalextric. Come and be part of this magnificent Grand Prix here in the heart of Hanley, the Hanley Arena in the heart of the shopping centre. Come and have a sit down, watch the racing, or indeed take part.
Indeed, crowd gathering trackside here. Press are gathering now. Their cameras at the ready, binoculars out. Jim and Marjorie are both a little worse for wear, but both on back on 2 feet.
It's nothing to do with last night's celebrations after day 2 of the Grand Prix, though, of course. They're probably still working off the effects of the morphine after their terrible accidents here. Both husband and wife team, of course, leaders and long-time stalwarts of the St Don Ambulance hut here at the circuit, were both knocked down by spinning vehicles as they came off the Robbie Williams turn. But all well now, back on their feet and glued, well, or blue tacked to the marble flooring. Everybody is ready for racing.
That's right, getting busier here as people come to enjoy the shops and the racing and the other activities on offer today, this weekend, first weekend of June. Payday. There's going to be some big spending here today, I think, in the Potteries shopping centre. Off into River Island there. Gentleman coming in the Hawaiian shirt, coming back down the escalator. Don't think he's found anything he fancied in River Island today, but there are plenty of other shops here as well, of course. Another Primark
it's interesting
bag
that after 2 days of exciting racing, there may be some shoppers who a little bit intimidated by the high standard of racing here. It's quite easy to be put off by the complexity of the course.
That's right. We started on Thursday when our highest schools were 18, 19, 20, but yesterday those records were smashed and we've seen it tumble again today. We've got 4 people top of the leaderboard with 24 laps in 2 minutes, 5 seconds a lap. Poppy, Elfin, Serafina, and of course joined today by Jade here at the Hanley Stadium in the Potteries shopping centre here.
Yeah, just to reiterate, the circuit has had 1 or 2 minor modifications since yesterday's racing. It is essentially the same design, but there have been some little tweaks and some engineering going on overnight to ensure that the racing goes as smoothly as possible. We had quite a few accidents, not as many accidents as day 1, admittedly, but a few accidents yesterday, which caused some catastrophic injuries and damage to the cars.
That's right, modifications mainly for safety, really. Although I noticed they still haven't put a barrier next to the first aid hut there. I think that's so that Marjorie and Jim can quickly get onto the track should there be any accidents there. If there were barriers there, it'd be hard for them to clamber over. So I think that's at their own insistence that there is no safety barrier in front of the first aid. There should be no barriers to first aid. Huge suitcase just being wheeled down the path between us now. That suggests that holidays are coming and possibly could get the young man into that suitcase to save having to pay for a flight. He could just go and sit in the suitcase himself.
Yeah, it's a cheap ticket, isn't it? If you can put your youngster into the hold. Although perhaps not these days. I mean, some airlines actually, it's very expensive to put your luggage.
That's right, it can be as expensive as a ticket itself, of course, if you're checking in a large bag like that.
Yes, you just have to weigh up the difference, I suspect. But anyway, our young man is still eyeing up whether he wants to race. I think he might need a little demonstration first. Perhaps Mr. Thompson or Jade could just could step in and just demonstrate how brilliant this circuit is.
He certainly handles that suitcase very well as he goes up the ramp there, past the windows of H. Samuel, disappears out of view there.
Yeah, other incidents over the last couple of days worth remembering. We had on day one in the morning, we had a giant kind of bestride the circuit, kind of stepped straight over and picked up the grandstand, tipped all of the spectators out onto the grass, which was quite disturbing at the time. Fortunately, the giant's parent stepped in, but a little bit too late. And it was quite a worrying moment, that. Certainly an incident to remember. We think we might have a young driver and his dad just stepping up to the grandstand.
The support team take their place on the bench. They'll be on the edge of their seats watching this race. And got Dad in the yellow car, son in the blue. Dad there just getting the measure of the track. Oh, off I suppose straight into the engineering area
Mike
there.
Rose takes a tumble as he just spins right across the track there.
Poor Michael Rose there.
Dreadful, dreadful
It's
incident.
a long way from the first aid hut as well. That's part of the track.
Poor driving round Spode Corner there, and that caused some terrible damage. We've got the yellow vehicle struggling a little bit on the Shelton Shimmy, possibly due to low speed. You need to really approach that part of the track with some speed. The blue car just testing as it crawls its way round the Robbie Williams corner.
So we've got co-driver now just taking over.
Of course, it's not as easy as it looks, is it, Craig? You know, particularly if you're a novice driver. So
driver's just
Mr.
inching up to the start line there. Mr. Thompson just getting them checked in.
Sam is in the blue car and Marcus in the yellow car. That's Sam and Marcus are racing against one another. They got a little bit of help from Mum here. Sam and Marcus. They're just being given the instructions by our adjudicator, Mr. Thompson.
He doesn't take any messing around, so just reminding them that he wants a nice, fair race here. Jade on flag duty is ready. The arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. It's a nice tidy start for both cars there. They are around. Just got to power up through there. That's it. Keep it going. Oh, and comes off that Spode. Into Robbie Williams now.
Yellow car takes
down
a tumble
Spitfire.
there, round the Armitage Shanks and down the Stanley Matthews straight, round the Robbie Williams curve. You've got to power through this Shelton Shimmy and down through Spode. At the moment, the blue car seems to be a few lengths ahead, but the yellow car's not giving up too soon as it powers around
comes
the Robbie
off
Williams
Robbie
turn.
Williams there.
The blue car has lapped the yellow car, but is not giving up too soon as they keep going. The blue car might get a little bit too overconfident and take a tumble soon, but both cars making their way round the circuit.
Oh, it's neck and neck round Spode there and Armitage Shanks, but blue streaking ahead here. Oh, a bit of drift there on Robbie Williams. It manages to keep in control. This is looking good for Sam in the blue car now. And if she can just keep control as she approaches Robbie Williams. And I think we're in for some good lap scores here. Struggling a little bit with the yellow there just to get the rhythm. And it's all about the power coming out of Robbie Williams, down Spitfire into Spode and round Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews. Lovely round Robbie Williams there.
The crowd are going wild here at the Hanley Arena. There's
Oh,
there's a
and they're
terrible,
both off
terrible
at Robbie
incident.
Williams.
They're
Both
both
got
come
a
off
chance
at
there
Robbie
for Yellow
Williams.
to sneak ahead there. Taking advantage into Spode and Armitage Shanks. Yes, into Stanley Matthews. This is beautiful now racing. Down Spitfire Straight, Spode and Armitage Shanks. But, they're both off again there. The pressure off, but Sam in blue manages again to keep composed as she approaches Robbie Williams. We're into the dying moments of this race now, I
the Armitage
suspect.
Shanks as they come down the Stanley Matthews. There's barely 10
seconds
seconds
left.
remaining of this race.
Mr.
It's
Thompson
getting
has
terribly
called it.
exciting.
Oh,
and the blue cars come off.
Robbie wins. Can the yellow claw something back? Just a few seconds left. Can they get another lap? Oh, and Mr. Thompson calls time. Jade, appreciative applause there.
Well, that was a very exciting
Mr.
conclusion to
Thompson.
that race. We thought blue had it in the bag. There was a length ahead, but it remains to be seen.
Well. Sam wasn't even expecting to race today. Called off the bench, but this is going to be interesting for everybody. Marcus there with a very respectable 18 laps for the newcomer, but Sam, a magnificent 24 laps, puts her top of the leaderboard, joint top of the leaderboard with 24 laps. A massive appreciation from the crowd there. They know they've seen history in the making. So I suspect with that prize money, it's not going to be a Primark bag. It's going to be something a little bit fancier with that prize money. Well done there to Sam and Marcus.
I think as they make their way off towards the Diamond Centre down at the other end, I think that's a good result. Sam looking very pleased with herself there. Well, that was a very exciting conclusion to that race there. And
25,
if it hadn't been for just one or two little spills there at the Robbie Williams corner, it's always a risk. And there would have been a much higher score. So I suspect with the current conditions...
it is perfect conditions for racing here today. Those little safety modifications on the track, they're going to help track times. I think just gives drivers a little bit more confidence, doesn't it? Knowing that some new safety measures have been put in place. Just gives them the confidence to throttle up a little bit more than they might have yesterday. When you see a lot of accidents, when you're watching from the sidelines, you see accidents, just dents your confidence a little bit. But today, you know that you can go for it a little bit more. And good, of course, Jim and Marjorie both back to tend to any injuries that might happen today.
Yeah, of course, Mike Rose took a real tumble during that race. He's at the technical area. He's just normally waiting around with a spanner, looking to make some fine mechanical adjustments. That's his specialism. But a car, of course, these days the cars are a lot more technically adept. It's all computer operated, really.
That's right. Mike, of course, struggles with that a little bit, doesn't he? He's more of a oily rag man than he is a computer program. But still, you won't see Mike not trackside, because there's always a job for Mike to do there, even after being cruelly knocked down there.
Yeah, so that's right. But, he's taken some knocks before, and he will in the future, no doubt. A little bit like Jim, actually, who is still, smarting, still holding his lower back. I think there might be some vertebrae damage there for Jim. And obviously, Marjorie, her posture will be permanently affected by that incident yesterday. But... on we go, and we're looking for two new racing drivers from the Potteries Centre to come and compete here at the Hanley Arena in the Stoke Grand Prix. We have the blue car and the yellow car. There is no distinct advantage to either car. It's all about the driving skill. Nothing to do with the mechanical advantage of the vehicles themselves, because they're both exactly the same.
That's what's great about the 1947 protocol, of course. It is a great leveller. It's all about driver skill, not about what your engineers have done in the pit lane.
Of course, driver skill is one small part of it in some ways, isn't it? Because the magnificent atmosphere created by all the spectators really can boost your confidence. I mean, that's controversial. We've got some more kind of personally driven drivers, like Jade, for example, is like very exacting, and because knows she's kind of mainly competing against herself and about her personal goals. There.
Member of the Liverpool youth team just walks past there, and hoping that they might graduate to the first team in the 24-25 season. Just taking a look in the window of the entertainer. Another Primark bag coming towards us. Primark definitely winning today, I think, on the shopping races. In our slot car races, we got 5 people top of the leaderboard. Potteries Shopping Centre, I would say it's Primark topping the leaderboard at the moment.
Absolutely agree with that analysis, Craig. Although it's interesting that, of course, Primark, you can't really reuse the bags. So the other vendors' bags, if they're plastic, you would feel that you could reuse them. You can't really reuse the Primark bag.
That's right. Of course, there's always a chance that something bought in another shop might be in a Primark bag, or something bought in Primark might be in a plastic bag from another shop. That's one of life's great mysteries and what makes life worth living. We got a couple of drivers here have just flown in, and their helicopter has landed outside. They step up towards the driver's area to be greeted, of course, by Mr. Thompson, who will just remind them of the rules, check their paperwork, make sure that all the protocols have been followed.
These 2 young drivers, this is their first time at the Hanley Arena, and they'll be looking to spend the first few laps just testing the vehicles, testing their own capacity as well, their nerve and their courage as they navigate through this tricky circuit.
And Spode there, just causing a little bit of problems. Good to have problems with that now, rather than actually during the race.
So we've got 2 cousins here, Jalen and Tyler. Jalen is in the blue. Jalen has the blue car, and Tyler has the yellow car.
Tyler in yellow, Jalen in blue. Cousins now. What will family ties mean at the end of this race? Mr. Thompson just reminding them, 2 minutes, who can complete the most laps. They want a fair race, of course. They want a nice, clean start. Yesterday we saw that 4.7 centimetre penalty being brought into action a couple of times. Jade on flag is ready. Drivers. Oh,
Drivers looking a
Mr.
little
Thompson
bit
there,
nervous,
just making sure. Millimetre perfect, as always. Military precision. Up goes the arm. 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off, and the yellow car comes tumbling off at the Robbie Williams corner.
Oh, off at Spode as well. A little bit
quickly
heavy
on the
there.
Spode. They have to really manage this track very carefully, because they're going to quickly realise that speed is not necessarily the answer. Oh, and Jim takes a tumble there from the blue car, which comes off. That was perhaps a little incident there. The 2 vehicles really struggling
just
to cope
about
with
to
the
say
conditions
Jaden
here.
had got the hang of it there, but he's off at Spode, off at Armitage Shanks as well, off again at Robbie Williams, and this is carnage. It might not be the cleanest race we've seen, but there's certainly plenty of thrills and spills, plenty of action for the crowd. The support team there taking a video of it. Just they'll be analysing that footage afterwards, just to see what they could improve. Oh, and into the engineering. Mike Rose again, then just saved by the building itself there. Off again at Robbie Williams. This is absolute carnage here.
Not again.
That's nicer there through.
Really.
And Jaden's
Every
off
time
again.
the blue
Tyler's
car-
just, I think he's stuck on the oil slick there.
And
That's
once
it.
again coming off in the technical area, trying to take Mike Rose out, but no, into the Robbie Williams turn. Both vehicles really struggling on this surface. I think these 2 young drivers are...
They've taken out that's Colonel Parker there, who owns the estate on which this...
Colonel Parker. Colonel Parker. I mean, he's been a great benefit. Colonel Parker. Mike Rose just marginally escaping terrible injury once more as the blue car spins off at Spode Corner. The Robbie Williams turn, causing all kinds of chaos. Colonel
Time
Parker.
up on that race.
Luckily, he's got private health insurance. That's all I can say, because
incredible scenes here at the Hanley Arena. Thrills, spills, quite a few accidents. Let's see what the result is.
Two cousins shake hands. They know that it's been quite a difficult race, that one.
So the technical team with that video, they'll be analysing that later at home. I can reveal that Jalen in the blue car, 13 laps. Tyler in the yellow car takes home the spoils with 15 circuits there. So 15 to Tyler in the yellow car.
That was unlucky indeed for Jalen there, but that's hardly surprising that they had fairly modest lap scores on that, because it was absolute carnage. The vehicles were all over the place, spinning across the track, taking out the engineers. Colonel Parker, obviously, you know, once he'd finished at Sun Studios, he moved lock, stock and barrel to the Staffordshire Moorlands, where he thought he was in for a quiet life, but no, he couldn't take it. He had to build a major attraction here in Stoke, and that attraction goes by the name of Hanley Arena, which is where we are now. Host to the Stoke-on-Trent Grand Prix.
Here we are for the Rex race of day 3, and it is between Elena in the blue car, Joe in the yellow car. Father and daughter rivals here from Stoke. There'll be familiar faces for race fans here, and that is shown here by the crowd gathering trackside and up on the balcony above. This is all set to be a fantastic race here, I think.
Of course, from up on the balcony, you've got an eagle-eye view of the circuit. You can see all of the circuit and the speed of the vehicles through this 3-kilometre track. Mr. Thompson, the adjudicator, is now getting ready
the
to
arm is
count
up.
Down.
Joe and Elena are ready. 3, 2, 1. Go! And they're off. It's a slow start for Joe there in the yellow. Elena's off, but she's come off at Robbie Williams, as many people do. Down Spitfire Straight, and spinning off at Spode there for Joe. Elena down nicely through Robbie Williams there, down the Spitfire Straight into Spode, Armitage Shanks, and down Stanley Matthews Straight. Oh, but Joe there now, he's got the measure of this car, and this is going to be nip and tuck all the way around here. They're both beautifully through Robbie Williams there. Oh, but it's Elena that just comes off there at Spode. And again, that Robbie Williams, she's caught out by Robbie Williams, as so many people are.
As the two vehicles come round Robbie Williams and back into the Spitfire Straight round Spode. Oh, and the yellow car takes a little bit of a tumble there on Spode, but it's back down to Stanley Matthews Straight and round. I think the yellow has got the measure of it at the moment, but both vehicles really in their stride now.
That's right, this is very close to call, and Joe just streaks past there on Stanley Matthews Straight, but again overcooks it, but manages to right the car on Spode. Beautiful bit of driving from him there. And I bet it's Elena down.
It's neck and neck as they come round.
Oh, they're side by side
turn.
down Spitfire Ride. Oh, and Elena
goodness.
narrowly misses, knocking Mike Rose off his feet again. But we are into the dying moments of this race there. Elena again coming off at near Armitage Shanks. It's side by side, neck and neck into Spode and down Armitage, down Stanley Matthews. Robbie Williams, she comes off again at Robbie Williams. It's probably Joe with the advantage in yellow here. Elena hot on his heels in blue into the dying moments of this race. Now he's limps round Wedgwood there into Spode, down Stanley Matthews, round Robbie Williams. Oh, and again caught out by Robbie Williams there, Elena. Nice and cool there for Joe into Armitage Shanks. And again, both off at Robbie Williams. Just that corner, the sight of Robbie Williams is enough to send anyone flying there. Mr. Thompson checks
and as
his
they
watch.
come round the Armitage Shanks U-bend and down the Stanley
Time
Matthews
is up, and they
straight.
both finish the race there,
The race.
at Wedgwood. We wait for confirmation of the results from Mr. Thompson. He hands over the piece of paper.
And I can confirm the results. We've had them independently verified by Geneva, and I can announce that the winners are Ilana has 19 laps.
19 laps for Elena.
Laps,
she punches the air.
is a
The crowd
truly
whoop and cheer
magnificent,
here.
but
Very
can-
popular figure here in the Potteries, of course, Elena. Very familiar face here. The crowd will be
And-
happy with that.
But Joe, what will Joe have done? Will he have beaten 19? That's the question.
It's a big ask to beat 19.
I can confirm that Joe got round in 22 laps.
22 laps for Joe, puts him in third place on the leaderboard there. He'll be happy with that. But
I think both of them can be justifiably proud with some excellent driving. They may have struggled a little bit at the beginning with those oil slicks on the circuit.
Thumbs up from Elena there. She's pleased with that. The support team are pleased with that. The crowd are pleased with that as well. They go off happily now
What
to
terrific
explore the rest of
racing.
the
That
day.
was so exciting. And I think we've got some other contenders. We've got two little people here who might like to have a go, I suspect. Of course, we've got our own novice round. They might need a little bit of help from the co-driver. But if they come round to the starters grid, then have a sit down, take a good look at the circuit, familiarise yourselves with all the features. Just to remind all you listeners at home around the globe, we're here at the Hanley Arena for day 3 of the Stoke Grand Prix. On this magnificent purpose-built circuit here in the Potteries Shopping Centre. Drivers from the starting grid will come down the Stanley Matthews Straight. They have to navigate the very tight Robbie Williams turn, then go through the Shelton Shimmy, past the Wedgwood and down Spitfire Straight, past the grandstand towards Spode Corner, then the Armitage Shanks U-bend and back into the Stanley Matthews Straight. At the moment, the leaderboard is 24 laps in 2 minutes. So the racing rules are as follows. You have a maximum of 2 minutes to complete as many laps as possible, which is not always about speed, of course, as we know, because you have to really power down in order to get round some of these difficult corners and manoeuvres on the tracks. Particularly perilous are the Spode Corner and the Robbie Williams turn here near our commentary area. But also, if the two vehicles are side by side along the chicane, then that can cause all kinds of problems for the drivers, as you will see.
Indeed, we've got Liza and the blue car, Elliot in the yellow car. Two friends. Will they remain friends after this? This is a needle match. These two with a lot to prove. And they've just been reminded of the rules by Mr. Thompson. The arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. It's a slice, steady start round Robbie Williams.
Start.
This is nice and smooth racing. Just got to put the power on a little bit more in the yellow car.
The blue car
That's
comes
it.
off at Robbie Williams, but they've slowed down right by the photographer's press stand, perhaps to have a photo opportunity. But the yellow car
comes
spins
flying
off at
there
Robbie Williams.
at Robbie Williams.
And the yellow car struggling a little bit here. Revving up, both vehicles revving up, but not getting anywhere fast. I suspect that the yellow vehicle might have a technical problem here. Perhaps there's some carburetor trouble. Yes, and it's off down
That's it,
Spitfire
nicely
Straight.
down there
And
by Elliott in yellow. There's a little bit of a coming together at Spode and Armitage Shanks, speeding
sparks
down
off the track
Stanley
as the blue car
Matthews
spins off.
straight there. And a few technical issues with the cars here. I think we might have a bit of clutch burnout. We're off again.
And the blue car's off again.
That's it. That's a little bit too much there, a little too heavy on the gas there. Spode, and we're coming off at Armitage Shanks. Well, that's better. That's the way to. And Mike Rose again just avoids getting hit. I don't know how he didn't manage to be hit there at the engineering section of the track. And into Wedgwood there. That's going to disturb the Badgers, who have just been building a set there in Wedgwood.
Of course, Colonel Parker and the environmental team here at the park are absolutely dedicated to.
And straight into Wedgwood again.
Nearly
That
took out
Badgers set
a
is
tree there
going to be.
In the Wedgwood. Goodness me, some absolutely terrible crashes.
Robbie
here.
Williams again. Time is up. Well, that was a race of thrills and spills. All action there again. Colonel Parker, very precarious position there again. Just somehow managing to avoid.
We have the results through of this race, this inaugural race for these two youngsters, two young friends from Stoke. And I can tell you now that Eliza has 6 laps.
Nice. Well done, Eliza. Big cheers from the crowd gathered here for Eliza's 6 laps.
And Elliot, 6 laps.
It's a dead heat for the friends there. That's good. That's what we want to see. Friendship still intact here. They very sportingly give each other a round of applause. And Eliza held aloft there by the support team as the crowd gather here on the benches surrounding our circuit here.
Wonderful
2 new
stuff.
riders step up. Great stuff. Great stuff here today.
There's great racing ahead. We're on day 3 of the Stoke Grand Prix here at the Hanley Arena. And Mr. Thompson currently passing on instructions to the new drivers. Of course, the protocol's very, very strict.
Again, just need to take it easy through Spode there. Power up here at Wedgwood, down Spitfire Straight into Spode. The Shelton shimmy there goes past Wedgwood.
And we have a father and son competitors from Stoke. It's Noah in the blue car and Gary in the yellow car. Noah and Gary, father and son. Let's hope that they are not too competitive and are sportsmanlike, because one of these
Handshake
two, I suspect,
before. That's nice to see. That's nice to see.
He's going to be a victor.
It's all friendly now. How will it be when that countdown starts? Both drivers on the edge of their seats, leaning forward, just being warned by Mr. Thompson to keep it fair. We don't want to see any dangerous...
Jade ready with the checkered flag.
Arm
Mr.
goes
Thompson, his arm goes up.
3, 2, 1. Go! And they're off. It's a nice clean stop, but it's a little bit heavy on the throttle there for Noah. But he's back on the track again, coming off at Spode. Slow and steady, often does it here. And it's Gary with the advantage in yellow, past Wedgwood. He eases himself into Spitfire Straight. Spode, Armitage Shanks. Again there, Noah. A little bit heavy on the throttle there. Just got to only give that a little touch. That's better there from Noah as he goes into Spode there. Nicely does it. You can give it a bit of welly down Stanley Matthews Straight. They're side by side there through Spode and Armitage Shanks. Oh, and that's too much into Robbie Williams again. Robbie Williams just causing some problems for all our drivers here. Just got to power up again through Wedgwood. Again,
it's
the
a classic
engineering
case of
area.
The hare versus the tortoise here, I think, Craig, as the fast car keeps spinning off, and Gary taking it a little bit more leisurely in the yellow car, but yeah, caution is actually a really good policy on this circuit because it's got all kinds of perils. Nonetheless,
Too
actually,
much
Gary
drift
comes off
there at Robbie Williams. I think Gary there getting a little bit cocky, perhaps in Robbie Williams, confronted by Robbie Williams. And now it's into Spitfire, Spode and Armitage Shanks for Gary. It's Noah now going through Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews, into the Shelton Shimmy, back into Spode. And hot on the heels is Gary in yellow, I think, hoping he's going to steal a lap or two. Oh, that's beautiful through
Robbie Williams.
Robbie Williams for Noah there. And a little bit too much there. Pressure's back on Gary now. He knows that Noah's got the measure of this track now. So it's who can hold their nerve. Who can hold their nerve in the dying moments of this lap. Into Robbie Williams for Gary. Into Robbie Williams for Noah. Armitage Shanks for both of them now. Speeding round this circuit. Oh, a little bit too much there from Noah again. Oh, time is up. Nice racing there. Both those drivers getting the measure of that. They give each other a round of applause. They shake hands. They know that was a nice, fair race. We wait for the results to be confirmed by our video adjudicators.
And we've had the results back, confirmed by Geneva. Yeah, it's absolute, as might have been predicted. Actually, Noah was super speedy, but going to pay the penalty by coming off a little bit, one too many times. Noah completed 18 laps, which was magnificent.
Very respectable. You can see the disappointment on his face there, but you don't know. He still might have won. We don't know.
Can Gary have beaten that? In fact, he can because he was cautious and a little bit slower, but it paid off in the end. Gary completed 20 laps, so it's 20 to 18 laps. But
Victory,
it's all smiles.
Victory for the older generation there. The experience pays off. The young guns got a lot to learn there, but we'll see them both back here, I'm sure, in 2025. Well, spectacular racing so far. We've seen Jay join the top of the leaderboard. We've seen lots of thrills and spills here, but still plenty of racing action to come throughout the day here at this marvellous purpose-built Hanley Arena, where we are under a glass-roofed atrium, crowd gathering on the balcony above there. That balcony specially built to give a bird's eye view of the track here below.
And we've got some new competitors who are just stepping up to the grandstand here, just having a look at the vehicles and the track, just eyeing up the track. It may be to their taste. Obviously, this track is unfamiliar to most drivers. It's being new to the Grand Prix schedule. Sandwiched as it is now between Monaco and Imola. Stoke-on-Trent. The drivers just having a look at the track, testing the vehicles. They may not be familiar with this particular category of motor vehicle. Because here at the Hanley Arena, these vehicles are in a class of their own. The engineers down at the technical area at the moment, just making some small repairs to the workshop, which was completely destroyed in an earlier race. And as I speak to you from the commentary box here near the first aid tent, and we have Ombar and Mehdi. Ombar and Mehdi. And they, I believe, are international drivers. Ombar and Mehdi. Ombar, where are you from? Where are you from? France. They have come all the way from France, Ombar and Mehdi. They've heard about Stoke-on-Trent and the Grand Prix here, and they have made their way all the way. They've probably come straight from the Monaco Grand Prix themselves. and are now in pole position, ready to begin this race. Jade, as ever, ready with her checkered flag. Mr. Thompson explaining the rules, the safety conditions, just to make sure. And bon chance to the drivers. 3, 2, 1. Allez! And the blue car attacks Robbie Williams' corner first. Both cars. This is going to be a game of stealth and psychological intimidation, I suspect. Cars a little stuttery at the beginning as they come round Spode corner and down the Stanley Matthews straight. The blue car spins off at Robbie Williams' corner, but makes it past the Shelton Shimmy. Yellow car having a few technical issues there as it stalls on the track. There's a bit of an oil slick probably which has stopped them. The blue car just pausing for breath, perhaps an ice cream just outside the grandstand, and the yellow car is back on the road as it comes through the Shelton Shimmy.
Of course, I think international drivers possibly struggling with the English controls here. It's
not to mention having to drive.
Right-hand drive, of course.
Exactly. The vehicles are right-hand drive, and that it's easy to forget where the gear stick is or where the throttle is positioned in these vehicles if you are fresh from France and
so
Monaco.
We've got the co-driver now, like in Le Mans, where we swap over.
Zut alors. The
Now we're
cars
off.
come down Spitfire straight and round the Robbie Williams corner, past the grandstand.
Oh, a little bit
dear,
too
blue
heavy on the
car has
throttle
come
around
off.
Spode there. Back into
And the yellow
Stanley
vehicle
Matthews.
coming off at the Armitage Shanks, down the Stanley Matthews straight and round the Shelton Shimmy.
Beautiful driving from the yellow car there, but overcooked it slightly at Robbie Williams. This is going to be interesting now. Now the co-driver has taken over, a little bit more experienced, a little bit more used to driving on the English circuit.
Now the drivers are really getting into this
Time is up.
as the checkered flag is waved for the end of the race.
It's going to be a close call, I think. Of course, we had that slightly stuttering start. We've got in the yellow car, Medra 7.
7 points.
In the blue car, Ombre 10.
10 points.
So it's a win for blue there, and the crowd go absolutely wild for that. Great to see those international racers putting Stoke on in their calendar, in their diary. Of course, this is a growing a fixture, growing popular.
Au revoir.
À bientôt, I'm sure. L'année prochaine, peut-être.
À bientôt.
Pour les drivers de la France.
Ooh, zut
More
alors.
drivers there, just wondering whether they should take part. Possibly a little bit intimidated by what they've seen come before. We've seen quite a few accidents today, which can put drivers off. Although we know medical facilities here are tip-top, top-notch now that Jim and Marjorie are back. So it's a little chance to get our breath there after what's been a pretty hair-raising few races there. I think everyone's just got a little time to take stock there, just to replenish supplies in the first aid hut and to mop up some oil on the track. Mike's out with his oily rag, just checking some of those oil spills from the accidents that we've had here. The Colonel.
Absolutely, the Colonel still trackside in his favourite position, watching on Spode corner. That's of course where he took a terrible knock earlier on in the race. And it's terrific to know that we've got an international following, of course, Craig, isn't it? Yeah, on day one we had drivers from Bangladesh and Market Drayton, and today our friends from France, probably fresh from the Monaco Grand Prix, making their way here to Stoke. there are opportunities to drive now if anybody's interested. And indeed, we've got 2 fresh drivers who are keen to tackle the challenge that is the Hanley Arena.
That's right.
We've got plenty of first-time drivers here, so there's nothing to be ashamed of. Don't be too proud. Come and have a go.
That's right. So
we've got our very own Sally.
Sally's back in the blue car, part of the Appetite racing team, new sponsors of this Grand Prix, and so it's Sally in blue and Matt in yellow. Matt, of course, Matt from Stoke, familiar face in the Potteries, watched on by his technical support team. They'll be videoing this race so they can analyse it later, check on where they might make improvements. Both riders on their practice lap there. Obviously, it's a slightly shorter circuit for the yellow car. They're on the inside track, but does have the slight disadvantage of those tighter corners.
It's got its own challenges, hasn't it, Craig, on the inside track, because you really have to slow down a little bit for the tough corners, particularly the Robbie Williams corner and the shimmy. There is a nasty oil slick which was cleaned up earlier on around the Shelton shimmy, which is
Jade's ready.
The yellow vehicle.
The drivers are ready. The hand goes up in the air. That very familiar hand of Mr. Thompson's. Oh, he's not happy with that. Matt there. He needs to be careful. We saw a few 4.7 centimetre penalties being incurred yesterday. I think he's going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, there's no getting past Mr. Thompson.
No.
He's an absolute stickler.
When Mr. Thompson says go, he means go. He doesn't mean go on 3. He doesn't mean go on 2. He doesn't mean go on 1. He means go on go. The arm goes up. 3, 2, 1. Go!
And
they're
the
off.
yellow
It's a
vehicle
nice
comes
clean
straight
start for
round
both
Robbie
of them there.
Williams and through the Shelton shimmy, round Spode corner and the Armitage Shanks U-bend. The blue car has the measure of it at the moment, is a few lengths ahead, but the yellow car steams straight
He's
through
overcooked
and
it
pays
at Robbie
the
Williams.
price. Pays the
So
price
many
at
people
Robbie
have come
Williams.
across there.
Yeah,
I
he's
think
going to
Matt
lose
right
valuable
regretting
ground there.
that.
Through the Shelton shimmy down the Spitfire straight and round Spode. And he's taken a tumble at the Armitage Shanks again. It's the yellow car just overcooking it. And he has to really just take his foot off the pedal a little bit at those difficult corners. The blue car, meanwhile, obviously the experienced driver of Sally. She's done this before. She knows the circuit. She's taking full advantage of that extra knowledge she has. But Matt in the yellow vehicle is determined to catch up. And so he is safe but assured driving from Matt in the yellow car as it comes through the Spitfire straight, and he takes a little tumble on the Armitage Shanks U-bend. It's another disastrous little accident there which loses him valuable
Halfway
seconds.
through the race there. Still time for Matt to do something, pull something out of the bag now. The support team, they're looking on in slight disappointment there at the fact that Matt hasn't quite managed to live up to the promise that he brought to this race.
But he speeds down the Stanley Matthews, and he's in pole position as he keeps coming round the Shilton shimmy and down the Spitfire straight. It's Matt in the yellow vehicle.
He's come off. It's a
disaster.
on Robbie Williams again.
It's an absolute disaster for him. He's lost more valuable ground time and time again.
Falling apart now.
He's going to have to learn from those mistakes. This is a tricky one.
Sally cool as a cucumber. The support team just shaking their head there. They know that all those months of preparation, they've come down to this. It's all very well practicing at home, but when you're in the cauldron of racing here in the Potteries, it's a very different thing. Time's up.
And that's the end of the race. We've
round
got
of
the
applause
whole
from Jade
thing on
there,
video.
though.
It's going to be going straight to TikTok later. And it's a big round of applause from the assembled throng here at the Hanley Arena. Magnificent racing. Of course, this is Matt's very first time on this circuit.
That's right, and a very respectable, actually, for first time, very respectable 20 laps.
That's
puts
terrific,
him
20 laps.
third on the leaderboard there, but pipped at the post by the more experienced Sally there with 22 laps. Puts Sally
22 laps.
third
Great
on
stuff,
the
Matt.
leaderboard as well. Well done, Matt.
Of course, Sally tried to look cool there, but inside she's pumping the air. She's absolutely thrilled with that performance. And, well, it's very exciting stuff as a few H&M bag wielding shoppers make their way past the circuit. Their interest has been piqued by all the excitement. And we have another driver from the North Face team. He's making his way down to the grandstand.
Yes, here we go.
Looking very cool, very slick, and ready. He's going to take on the mighty Jade, who we know is a veteran of this circuit. Jade, of course, no stranger to this circuit, although there have been certain modifications made since yesterday. And it's going to be a tough race for our new competitor. But I think at the moment, judging from their test laps, both of them are very quickly getting the measure of this circuit as the yellow vehicle just takes a little pause, comes through the Shelton shimmy. And we've got Jade and Kane from Hanley. Kane is from Hanley, he's a local boy. And he's going to want to do this town proud. Kane is in the yellow vehicle and Jade is driving the blue vehicle as both cars sidle up to the starter's grid. Just gently warm up their engines. Technical team just having a little look at that yellow vehicle to make sure it hasn't been tampered with, to see if Kane hasn't.
So, of course, Jade's racing. So we've got a new celebrity flag waver, Sally. 22 lap Sally, as she's known in these parts. Jade, a picture of concentration under that Patronus Mercedes hat and the shades.
Everybody's ready, and Sally on the checkered flag is ready. Jade is ready. Kane is ready. And Mr.
Arms
Thompson
aloft.
is ready.
3, 2, 1. Go! And they're off. Nice clean start for both races. Oh, no, but it's Jade that's come off.
Jade has come off on the Shelton shimmy. That's a terrible disaster for her. She won't
and
be
there's a
pleased
little
with
coming
that.
together there.
That will seriously compromise her
and
chances.
Kane's off there at Robbie Williams. Push the throttle down. Keep the power up through there. That's it. Ease off at Spode. Nicely there into Robbie Williams. Oh, he's come a cropper at Robbie Williams.
Again.
Now put the power on, Yellow. That's it. Keep going. Put the power on.
Yeah, it's a really perilous corner, this Robbie Williams, as Kane finds out once again to his detriment. He needs to power through the Shelton shimmy and into the Spitfire straight. But be very mindful of that Spode corner, which has come, been the demise of many a young driver on this circuit. Both vehicles now getting into their stride. The blue vehicle driven by Jade seems to be calmly completing the circuits. A little bit more cautious from Kane at the moment because he's had those nasty crashes early on, so he's taking a little bit more cautiously. But now he's getting into his stride, and his confidence is growing moment by moment as he comes round the Spode corner and the Armitage Shanks down through the Shelton shimmy and onto the Spitfire straight. There's the chicane there, the two vehicles very, very closely together as they came through the chicane, but at the moment, and Kane is chasing Jade and making it through round the Robbie Williams corner and through Spode, round Armitage Shanks, down the Stanley Matthews straights, and Jade has lapped Kane. That's another magnificent lap for Jade, and oh, both vehicles have spun off the track, but in different places. Kane came off at the Armitage Shanks. Jade at Robbie Williams. Yeah, you cannot lose
Oh,
concentration.
nicely
at
done
any
there by
moment at
Kane. He's
all.
put Jade under a little bit of pressure there. Car's back on Stanley Matthews. Now this is looking good for Kane. Can he claw it back? Oh, maybe it was too late. He just got the measure of the track there, but he maybe left it a little bit too late. We'll have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see indeed, because only the adjudicator, Mr. Thompson, knows the truth.
So
Jade and Kane shake hands. Very sportsmanlike behaviour from both these great young drivers.
I suspect if Kane had had another minute there, he would have started to claw something back. As it is, it's Kane 16 circuits, Jade 20 circuits. So
20
Kane,
circuits for Jade. Not her best performance, but then there were lots of challenges there, and she came off spinning off at a couple of occasions, and in fact the yellow car nudged her at one point, which was not helpful at all, and lost her some vital ground. But some great driving there, great consistent driving from Jade, and the engineers just looking at the track, because there seem to be one or two little points in the circuit that are causing the drivers problems at the moment. That's the thing. You can always, rather you can never assume too much on this circuit, because the conditions are constantly changing. The weather's changing, obviously, and it's a little bit overcast here at the Hanley Arena at the moment. Not that we are open to the elements. We've got a beautiful skylight built over the arena. Plenty of light coming through, although it's a little bit dimmer than it was. No natural sunlight, direct sunlight, I should say, at the moment. And the Hanley Potteries Shopping Centre filling up nicely now with shoppers and would-be drivers on this circuit. Just to remind you, we're on day 3 of the Stoke Grand Prix here at the purpose-built Hanley Arena, a magnificent Scalextric slot car racing circuit built especially for Hanley. Stoke now a regular fixture on the Grand Prix schedule. We've got a member of the Stoke City youth team just passing. And a couple of young pirates with their sabres just wandering past. I don't know whether that's safe to have sabre-wielding drivers. I think it's one or the other. You can't really drive with a sabre in your hand, sadly. You'd have to put that to one side for sure. Welcome to the Hanley Arena. Everybody's welcome to come and try their hand at slot car racing here in the Stoke Grand Prix. My name's Graham, and my colleague, as ever, is Craig, and we're here to bring you live, continuous commentary of the Stoke Grand Prix.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome if you're just joining us, listening, watching around the world. It's things are hotting up here at the Potteries Shopping Centre, both in the shops and here on the track. It's definitely feeling a summer in the air here today. Lots of people walking around in shorts, enjoying the sunshine, and our arena here bathed in a beautiful June sunshine there, making absolutely wonderful driving conditions here today. We've seen, it's been a day of thrills and spills really here today. We've seen Jade join the top of the leaderboard with 24 laps, but beyond that, leaderboard hasn't been troubled too much. It's mainly been, we had a few novice racers here today. I think that's a feature of Saturday racing sometimes, and so we've had a lot of crashes, a lot of engineering difficulties, but no major casualties at the moment. All the drivers are safe, and most trackside officials also, after a little medical attention and a little bit of blue tack, everyone is okay. you'll
I
be
think
glad to hear.
some of the drivers will have been out on the town last night, which is partly why we've got a slightly slower start this morning on day 3 of the racing. Of course, there were a lot of celebrations last night. We had a terrific climactic end to day 2's racing with some magnificent scores. And I suspect that a lot of the drivers will be saving themselves for the big one this afternoon. But meanwhile, we've got 2 young new drivers here in the grandstand. And one sporting a mustard top and the other a blue-green aquamarine top. But we'll find out the names of these young drivers in just a moment. The 2 drivers just testing their wits at the moment and testing their cars as they take them round this magnificent circuit here at the Hanley Arena. Just to remind you of the circuit. We've got 2 young drivers, Maliki and Cole. And Maliki, I believe, is driving the blue, the blue. Maliki on the blue, which has just taken a tumble at the Robbie Williams curve here. And Cole is driving the yellow car as both vehicles make their way to the starter's grid. Our adjudicator, Mr. Thompson, is just lining them up to make sure there is absolutely no advantage of one vehicle over the other. He's an absolute stickler, and racing will begin in just a few moments. Meanwhile, the stadium is filling with spectators, and there is a palpable sense of excitement. Jade, holding the checkered flag, is ready. 3, 2, 1, and they're off a little bit too quick off the starting block, and both vehicles spin off at Robbie Williams' corner. They're back on track, but speed is not always the answer, obviously, on this circuit, because they speed down Stanley Matthews Straight and round the Robbie Williams corner, through the Shelton Shimmy and round Spode Corner, the Armitage Shanks U-bend, and down again and round. The blue car has the advantage just at the moment, but it may be all changing very soon. Through the chicane, and the yellow car spins off at Spode Corner, which gives the blue car a great advantage, of course, down the Stanley Matthews Straight, and the blue car has actually lapped the yellow car at the moment, but it's all to play for, because you cannot lose your concentration for one moment. As soon as the blue car loses its concentration, then it spins off the track, as it has just done at the Robbie Williams corner. This is a particularly perilous part of the course. Down the Stanley Matthews Straight, the blue car goes through the chicane and round Spode, and the yellow car has got some catching up to do as it comes round Armitage Shanks and down the straights, round the Robbie Williams corner and through Spitfire Straights, and again on its hot pursuit of the blue vehicle, which at the moment is way and ahead. And the yellow vehicle comes off at Armitage Shanks. It's lost a little bit more ground there, and I believe Cole, it really needs to step it up if he's going to catch up this blue vehicle driven by Maliki. The blue vehicle through the chicane and round down Stanley Matthews Straights and onto the Spitfire Straights. The yellow vehicle once again spinning off at Armitage Shanks. That is a particularly weak spot for this vehicle. And as we come into the final stages of this match, the yellow vehicle has lots of technical problems, but it's already tries to take the blue vehicle, but it's just overcooked there at the Armitage Shanks. Meanwhile, the blue vehicle driven by Maliki rather, or is it Cole? It's Maliki driving the blue vehicle, seems to have the measure of it, but I cannot say for certain until we've had the results independently verified by our adjudicator and team in Geneva. And I can confirm that in the yellow vehicle, Cole completed a magnificent 16 laps, which is a splendid result for a first try. But Maliki in the blue car, 21 laps. Therefore, Malachy takes the prize, and I think it's Cole doing the washing up later on this evening. Never mind. Both drivers have much to be proud of there.
Indeed, newcomers to the circuit, but I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them in the future. They'll be all over the world this summer competing, I suspect, and we'll see them back here in Stoke in 2025, I'm sure. This rivalry, it's going to live on for a long time. They shake hands as they leave the arena, and they get pats on the back from the support team as they head off back to the green room for some refreshments.
Much deserved, I think, after that. Great racing. Goodness me, it's exhausting stuff, and we need a little moment's pause, just a little moment to just reflect on some of the glorious activity that we've witnessed already this morning.
That's right, we've seen Jade top the leaderboard again with Poppy, Elfin, Serafina and Sam as well. Sam not even expecting to race today, but she stepped up to the plate and put in a remarkable performance there with 24 laps straight off the bat. And since then, we haven't really seen that leaderboard trouble too much, but plenty of action nonetheless. Some crowd-pleasing crashes. A lot of people, of course, come for racing for quite macabre reasons. They like to see the crashes. They like to see the thrills and spills. And we've certainly had that here today. More
That's
than
right,
our fair
Craig.
share, I would
Yes,
say.
indeed. We've had an incident with the technical area, car spinning off at the Spode corner and crashing into the technical box, knocking Mike Rose, the engineer, off his feet, and also actually spinning and bouncing off onto the chicane there where Colonel Parker took a nasty knock. And those of you who are familiar with the backstory, of course, to this circuit will know that Colonel Parker actually owns the land upon which the arena has been built.
That's right, the part of the arena built onto the old pet cemetery that used to be a big feature of the estate here. Been here since the 16th century. There was some controversy when the circuit was built over that, but I think that has died down now, and people are just grateful to have this amazing sporting facility.
That's right, yes.
In their locality.
As well as some of the climate activists who've been minor protests earlier at the development of this ground. There were also some protests who were complaining about the sacred ground being affected by the construction work here. That pet cemetery obviously dating well back to the 17th century. But of course, all the area around here in Hanley and Stoke has been subject to industrial change over hundreds of years. And Wedgwood itself, of course, on the edge of Etruria. Yeah, the Wedgwood was it's not quite as old as we imagine. These trees were planted barely a century ago.
Yes, indeed, part of the Colonel's plans to rewild some of the area here, and now, as we mentioned earlier, home to a range of wildlife, excellent bird life, badger set here as well, which might have incurred a little bit of damage earlier on when a couple of the cars came off and ploughed into Wedgwood, but we're hopeful that those badgers won't have been harmed. They'll just be able to redig that part of their burrow.
That's right.
Announcements on the tannoy there, just reminding the drivers and spectators of how long is left. Crowd gathering up on the balcony above, that spectacular view that we get from up there. Many people employ drones, but here we've just built a balcony instead.
Build it high, build it high. We've got 2 tiers of gallery up above us for the thousands of spectators to get the perfect view of all the activity.
The cleaning team just making their way past our circuit here. What a phenomenal job they do here, keeping this arena spotless. And they wheel their trolley around there, always keeping a beady eye out for any little bit of litter, but they won't find any, I don't think, because they do such a good job.
That's right, Craig. And of course, just a mere speck of dust can change the driving conditions here at the Hanley Arena. So we're very thankful for the cleaning team for keeping it as spotless as it is.
First boots bag just passing the arena today, and treated themselves to something on this Saturday. Mr. Thompson prowls around the arena there. He can never sit still, can he, Mr. Thompson? He's a bag of energy, but always focused as well.
We have to keep a little eye on Mr. Thompson, obviously, because sometimes, you know, the old war wound starts to have a little impact on him. But you could see the signs well before any actual activity, so that's why it's important to keep an eye on him. Nonetheless, as long as he's active and talking to the drivers, he maintains his composure. Big thanks to all the Appetite team who have been here, volunteers, to a man who have been keeping an eye on the track, keeping it nice and safe for all the spectators, maintaining vigil on the track side, making sure that any car that spins off comes straight back on course. A young team just making their way to the changing area. I think we'll see a little bit of them later on.
Oh, beautiful sight there. The cleaner cleaning the escalator handrail there, using the upward motion of the escalator to drive the motion of his cloth coming up. I suspect he's doing the same going down to every nook and cranny of that escalator has been cleaned there by our formidable cleaning team here. A peacock, new look bag. That's a first new look bag that we've seen today. As a family come up the escalator, newly cleaned. They'll be happy to hear that. Another H&M shopping bag.
Plenty of people spilling into the Potteries shopping centre now. And while we have a little pause in the racing schedule, this is an opportunity for them to go and do a little bit of window shopping, buy a few trinkets, some new fashions for the summer season, because today, of course, is the 1st of June and it's the start of summer. We got 3 weeks before the nights start drawing in, so that's why we want to take full advantage of the magnificent light that's pouring through this skylight here at the Potteries shopping centre. This is halfway through day 3 of the Stoke Grand Prix, and you are very welcome to come and try your hand at slot car racing. Come into the Hanley Arena and test your nerve, test your courage and your driving skills as you compete against one another for a magnificent Grand Prix.
2 new drivers now just entered the drivers' pit area, being briefed by Mr. Thompson, having a little practice, getting used to the circuit. At Spode Corner there, early warning for the yellow car to just take it nice and easy, then power down through Wedgwood. That's it, they've got the measure of it now. Got to take it easy through Robbie Williams there. That's where everyone comes a cropper. Now you need to just power up through there.
James in the yellow, and their father and son comes.
Again, coming off at Robbie Williams there. You've got to take the gas off there, but then power up coming out of there. Down Spitfire straight into Spode and Armitage Shanks. Mr. Thompson gets them lined up.
As the cars come up to the starting grid, we can introduce our drivers. We have Harley in the blue vehicle and his dad, James, in the yellow vehicle. It's a father and son team, but they look a little bit nervous and anxious before the race. But let's just see how they manage these thrills and spills of this.
The support teams stand sitting next to the track there, full of anticipation. Mr. Thompson just checking millimetre perfect. When you're driving at this scale, every millimetre counts. The arm goes up. Three, two, one, go! And they're off. It's a nice clean start for both of them through Robbie Williams. A little bit slow there for the yellow. And it's Harley in blue that takes the lead, but he comes off at Robbie Williams, giving James in the yellow the advantage there. They're down Stanley Matthews straight. Oh, beautifully through Robbie Williams for both cars there. They're side by side. Neck and but he comes off there at Armitage Shank. And the advantage is back to Harley in the blue car there. If he can maintain his composure through Robbie Williams. And again, too much drift there for yellow going round Robbie Williams. And it's the advantage to Harley at the moment. Again, not quite keeping in control. They're neck and neck, side by side through there. And down Spitfire straight into Spode and Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews. Beautifully done there.
Terrific racing, but
lovely,
the yellow car spins off and impedes the passage of the blue vehicle, but they're neck and neck as they go through the Spitfire straight and down into Stanley Matthews straight, and the yellow vehicle once again comes off at Robbie Williams' turn. That's take that, he says Robbie. It's really tricky manoeuvre, but you just have to take your foot off the pedal as you approach that manoeuvre. Down through Spode Corner and the Armitage Shanks, round the Shelton Shimmy and down the Spitfire Straight. Once again, it's the blue vehicle ahead and the yellow vehicle taking a little bit of tumble at Robbie Williams' corner, but they're back on course, and the yellow car needs to make up a little bit of ground against the blue, and the blue
is coming together there, beautifully done. Oh, this could be good for James now, as Harley comes off at Robbie Williams. Oh, but again, he throws away the advantage he might have had there by taking it too hard into Robbie Williams. Round again, they are side by side, but I think it is Harley at the moment with the advantage in this race. We're into the dying moments, just the last few seconds.
Can Harley hold his
just
nerve
again there
as
at Armitage
he continues? I think he thinks he's got this in the bag, but can he hold his nerve?
Is up.
And the race
Racing
is over. A
finishes.
huge round
Big
of applause
cheers there from the crowd who are amassing round here. They know they've seen something special there between these two racers.
Well, indeed we have. This is a very high-scoring round here. The two father and son combo side by side, anxiously awaiting the results. And I can tell you that James completed 18 laps. But Harley,
very respectable 18 laps there for James.
Harley in his first race, 22 laps.
22 laps puts Harley third on the leaderboard there. And we'll be seeing a lot more of that young man in the future. It's good to know the future of racing is in capable hands like Harley there. And they make their way off now to celebrate with a bottle of champagne or maybe apple Fanta straight into the entertainer there.
Well, what a terrific race. High-scoring rounds here. I think the drivers have really got the sense of what this circuit is all about. Jade, our celebrity driver, is just going to take a little break. And we thank her for her magnificent work on the checkered flag. I'm sure that's not the last we've seen of Jade.
A unicorn just goes past our commentary position here. Some say, of course, the unicorn a mythical creature, but here in Stoke, very much alive and well. Sally is back. 22 lap Sally, as they call her in these parts.
And there's almost too much excitement this morning.
Two new drivers coming into the drivers area now. And they take their seats, ready to be briefed by Mr. Thompson. just giving them some tips. Or coming off there at Armitage Shanks, that tricky U-bend. Robbie Williams, of course, always causing people trouble. Spitfire straight, Spode. Oh, nicely done there by the yellow cart, knowing when to throttle up and just take the foot off the gas. Power up again there, past Wedgwood, and back into Stanley Matthews. This looks like it could be in for a good race here. I think there's some good speed, some good control as well.
And I can tell you who our new drivers are. They've come all the way from East Staffordshire to North Staffordshire. They are from Burton, and they're a father and son duo, Nick and Chris. I believe Nick is in the yellow vehicle, and no, Nick is in the yellow vehicle, is it? And Nick is in the yellow vehicle, and Chris is in the, no, Chris. It's Nick and Chris. Chris is in yellow, and Nick is in the blue vehicle.
Nick
Chris
in blue, Chris in yellow. Just got confirmation of that pairing now. Apologies for the confusion there. Mr. Thompson briefs them. 1948 protocol, 2 minutes. Who can complete the most laps in that 2 minutes? Just reminds them he wants a nice fair race. It's been good clean racing here so far today. Let's hope Nick and Chris maintain those high standards. 22 lap Sally, our celebrity flag waver, now unfurls the flag.
Of course, this circuit has lots of perils, secret perils. These drivers need to be really on their mettle and concentrate, know when to pull back on the throttle and know when to power down.
Sally's ready. Thompson's arm goes up. We wait for those magic 3 words. 3, 2, 1. Go, and they're off.
Immediately spinning off the circuit, far too quick into Robbie Williams' corner.
Beautiful practice laps, but he's completely blown it there going into Robbie Matthews, and again at Armitage Shanks. So advantage at the moment with Nick in the blue car. What can Chris do now? Can he maintain his composure? No, he's put himself under pressure there, I think, with those crashes. And that just dents your confidence a little bit. So it's probably Nick with the advantage, but he's come off as well at Robbie Williams. So they go into the Spitfire straight. Spode, Armitage Shanks. They're both off at Armitage Shanks. That U-bend.
It's terrible.
Oh,
terrible
now there's
accident.
a chance. There's a chance now for Chris to just put the pressure back on to Nick in the blue car. And I think that has, yes, that's paying off, because now it's Nick who's making all the mistakes in blue. Just needs to calm, take a deep breath, keep relaxed, keep focused. Those
it really is
who
a battle
stay
of
on the track,
here.
they're the ones who tend to win. So there's not much to call in this as they go down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams, and it's Chris there.
Of course, the yellow vehicle has a much tighter turn on this Robbie Williams corner, so if you approach it at too high a speed, then it's very easy to just spin off. So you just have to get the measure of it.
Beautifully done
right.
there.
Here
And
again.
that's advantage Chris going into Armitage Shanks and Stanley Matthews. But again, he overcooks it. A little bit of overconfidence there, I think. Not much to call between these two now. Nick looking very relaxed there. Both pictures of concentration, those faces. And he even leans back in his seat now, Nick there. Is this going to be too cocky? Is he going to regret that? Oh, and Chris again there overcooks it at Robbie Williams. And it's Nick in the blue, probably with the slight advantage now in the dying seconds of this game.
But it's
this
not over
race.
yet, and as
cross
long
the
as
line
the
again.
both drivers can
Chris
hold
again.
their nerve, and
Time is
the
up.
time is up.
This is going to be close, I think. This is going to be close.
It is going to be close. I mean, if I was a betting man, I would certainly put my money on the blue vehicle there, on Nick rather, but it's a lot closer than we thought, actually, Craig, because Chris has a magnificent 18 laps, but Nick is on 20 laps.
20 laps from Nick. He punches the air.
The young man.
Polite applause
from
there
Burton.
from the older driver. He stretches his back out a little bit. I think it's a little bit cramped conditions for him there, possibly slightly impeding his performance. But it's the young Nick who goes away in triumph there. We're going to have a rematch.
Yeah.
Winner stays on.
Winner stays on. Nick wants to try his luck again, but no, his brother is
Maybe
a little bit
later.
intimidated
Maybe
by
later.
that
We're here till
prospect.
4 o'clock. I suspect we'll be seeing more of Nick later today, if not later today, in the future. 2 new drivers carrying swords approaching.
Of course,
Mr.
we have
Thompson,
a strictly no sword policy.
no weapons.
We have to.
He's a stickler about weapons.
We have to put all our weapons into a safe container before entering the arena.
That's right, a balloon sword amnesty is in operation today here at the Hanley Grand Prix. Mr. Thompson there just giving them some driving tips. So they get their few practice laps in first. This is looking good, nice and smooth. Keep the power up on yellow round there. That's it, nicely done.
Now
And
you have
then
to
ease off there at Spode. Oh, wrong track, sir, wrong track. Oh, now this is chaos. There we go. Yellow on the inside.
It's an easy mistake to make,
Blue
but
on the outside. So it's a slightly shorter circuit for yellow, but it's also a little bit trickier on the corner into Robbie Williams.
And we have our drivers, Jessica and Millie. Jessica is driving the blue car on the outside lane. Millie is the yellow car on the inside lane. They are from Stoke and they are sisters. Sisters from Stoke, Jessica and Millie.
Of course, familiar faces. Jessica and Millie on the local racing circuit. Their support team wait in anticipation trackside. Mr. Thompson reminding them of the rules of the 1948 protocol. 2 minutes, who can do the most lap? Regular listeners, watchers will know that currently the record has been set at 24 laps in 2 minutes. That's 5 seconds a lap at the moment. 22 lap Sally is ready with the flag. The arm goes up. Millie and Jessica wait for the all clear and the off. 3, 2, 1, go.
The
They're off.
are
It's a
off
nice
and
clean start for
immediately the
but
yellow vehicle
it's
spins
Millie
off the
there
Robbie
who just
Williams.
comes tumbling off at
That's, you need to power down through. Once you come through the Robbie Williams corner, you have to power through the Shelton shimmy and into the Spitfire straight. That's a difficult manoeuvre for the yellow vehicle, which spins off at Armitage Shanks and is back on course now, but again gets derailed on the Robbie Williams. These are perilous manoeuvres for the vehicles. At the moment, the blue vehicle really has the measure of it on the outside lane.
That's beautiful there for Millie and Yanni. Now she's getting the hang of it. Oh, commentators curse there as she comes off at Spode. It's a crowd-pleasing drive from Millie here with those thrills and spills. But it's Jessica who has the edge at the moment in the blue car. She's much more composed. Nice and relaxed, just keeping that finger on the trigger.
I would say that Jessica is in for a possibly prize-winning leaderboard.
Oh, and just overcooks it on Robbie Williams there. Millie in yellow. She has kind of lost composure. I think her race is falling apart here. It's Jessica at the moment with the advantage, putting all the pressure on. They're side by side there into Spode, and Jessica just nudges Millie off the track. Millie leaps off the track again, Armitage Shanks, and it's all Jessica at the moment. What
and
a
Jessica
cool,
is
calm drive this
in
is.
control as she
Again Millie
round
comes
the circuit.
spinning off at, and Jessica there sportingly giving Millie some tips on
through the
how
chicane,
to
down the
drive.
Stanley Matthews as Jessica takes full control. Millie once again spins off at the Robbie Williams corner, but the two of them now.
That's better there from Millie there.
Down
Much
the
better.
Spitfire
And she
straight.
takes.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, the video referees might need to have a look at that to see whether that was deliberate there from Jessica.
And
That's
time up on that one.
up.
And if I may say so, Craig, I think that Jessica might have a leaderboard challenging lap count there.
It's going to be
because
pretty
she
close,
did
I think, there. That
absolutely
was a very
magnificently.
cool, calm, collected drive from Jessica. Obviously, years of experience for Jessica there. Millie, she's going to be a little bit disappointed with this. 12 laps for Millie, which yesterday, well, Thursday would have been a good result. but we've seen the records tumble since then. Currently, our leaders are on 24 laps. We've got Poppy, Elfin, Seraphine, Jada and Sam, and that leaderboard is going to be joined today by Jessica with 24 laps. 5-second laps there from Jessica. She gets polite applause there from Millie. Jessica's cool as a cucumber there, taking it all in her stride. Other drivers would have been leaping up, punching the air, but it's just another day in the office for Jessica.
That's right,
there.
Jessica, just easy as you like. A little wry smile on her face, but just to put that into perspective, there are, 4 drivers over the course of these 3 days who've achieved that almost impossible 24 laps, and Jessica now joins them. Goodness me, we've got 2 young new drivers. We've got James and Savannah who've joined us in the vehicles. James is driving the yellow vehicle and Savannah the blue car. As both vehicles just get a feel of the circuit. You need to be very sensitive on these. It's not all about pace and speed because this is really a game of tactics. You need to understand the circuit, know when to pull back on the throttle. If you speed too harshly into a corner, particularly the Robbie Williams corner, then you're going to come a cropper. You're going to spin off and drive into the commentary box.
This is nice driving from both here there. Beautiful from James there. Going through Robbie Williams. Oh, he just took a bit of a tumble there at Spode, and the technical support team there need to be a little bit quicker off the mark to get that car back on the track. Mr. Thompson lines them up, millimetre perfect as always. It's James and Savannah. James in the yellow car, Savannah in the blue car. 24 laps is the benchmark to beat today.
Sally.
What will we see happen in this race today? The third and final day of racing here at the Potteries Centre. Mr. Thompson briefs them. Nice, fair race.
Sally's ready with the checkered flag and the drivers are ready. Mr. Thompson, the adjudicator, raises his hand in that familiar way. 3, 2, 1, and they're off.
Nice clean starts from both there, but it's blue with a slight advantage going into back down Stanley Matthews Straight. Lovely racing there from Savannah. If she can just keep her cool, this could be a good... Oh, just been put under pressure there, James, which means he has to... takes a few chances. That's beautiful through Robbie Williams for him, though. A little bit of drift. Now he's got the measure of it. This is going to be a tight race here. It's going to be... Oh, no, he just loses his composure into Spode. Oh, and there Savannah takes him off the track. And the trackside support team slightly let James... Oh, now he's completely lost composure. And comes careering over the barriers at Robbie Williams. And... it's going to be Savannah who has the advantage at the moment if she can just keep control now. And it's a picture of concentration there. James has just got to take a few chances, but not too many again at Robbie Williams. It's the yellows that's got the shorter circuit, but it's got those tighter bends. Oh, beautifully there through that. Just keep the power on through there. That's
power
it.
On through that.
And then
Shelton
ease off through
shimmy and
Spode.
down the Spitfire straight. The yellow vehicle tumbles in once more on the Robbie Williams turn. And
oh, lovely there. Nice bit of
pursuit.
drift going out in and out of Spode. That's the way to do it. Keep the power up. Through Spode. Oh, again, just a little bit of a tumble there. And through Armitage, Shanks. And, and he's really lost composure there. But it's Savannah, cool as a cucumber, as we are into the last few moments of this race. They're side by side down there, standing.
Oh, beautiful stuff as they
and he takes Savannah off the track now. This could be his opportunity to... take advantage here. Now it's Savannah who's under pressure and she loses composure into Robbie Williams. Can James now pull something out of the bag? Oh no! Spins off and again he just overcooks it in Robbie Williams and it's back and that's on the track. Whoa, well that was quite a race there in the dying moments there. Well, I think it's going to be Savannah. But
Who knows? But Savannah
James
lost
just
it at the end. She
pulled it
really
there.
lost concentration. She thought she'd got it in the bag, but right at the end, James came into his own and kind of tipped her, just managed to nudge the vehicle off the track.
I think in a 24-hour Le Mans type race, it might have been James who came through in the end, but it's Savannah who takes home the spoils with 23 laps, and very sporting applause there from James with 16 laps there.
But that puts Savannah on the leaderboard with 23.
Second on the leaderboard.
The maximum number of laps we've had over these 3 days is 24 laps. So Savannah has done terrifically well. And
they give themselves, our drivers give themselves a hug there. What a beautiful scenes here. Quite emotional here at trackside at the Stoke Grand Prix. Emotions running high. Jade's back, and James refusing to leave the track here, refusing to believe the questioning Mr. Thompson's counting there, I think, which won't go down very well. Mr. Thompson gesturing James away there. It's got a little bit testy here. Emotions riding high. Got two new drivers just completing the paperwork for Mr. Thompson there, just checking they've got the international accreditation that is needed. And the engineers just checking the cars. Oh, that's the corner where you need to slow down a little bit. Robbie Williams' corner there. Don't.
the drivers just need to just test the vehicles on the circuit, because this Hanley Arena has lots of challenges to it. The vehicles from the starting grid will come down the Stanley Matthews straight. Then they need to pull back on the throttle as they come round the Robbie Williams turn, which is proving very perilous for many of the drivers. Then power up through the Shelton Shimmy into the Spitfire Straight, where there's a chicane, and then they have to slow down in order to get round the Spode corner, and then the U-bend of the Armitage Shanks before returning to the Stanley Matthews Straights. That is the circuit here at the Hanley Arena in this magnificent purpose-built Grand Prix circuit. The drivers just being given their final instructions by Mr. Thompson.
Lily in the blue, we've got Carlton in yellow, representing Shropshire. It was Market Drayton yesterday, it's Whitchurch today. The pride of Whitchurch at stake here. The arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, and they're off. A nice clean start from both cars there, but at the moment it's Carlton in the yellows with a slight advantage as they go down the Stanley Matthews straight. He's staying nice and cool at the moment. It's Lily who's put herself under pressure there, coming off the track at Robbie Williams' corner again. She does it there. She just needs to ease off. At the moment it's Carlton in the yellow who has probably just got the advantage there. He's playing it nice and cool, nice and steady. Can he maintain his composure around this tricky circuit here? Now Lily's doing well. She's back down
Lily's
the Stanley
really got the
Matthews
measure of
straight.
it now. She's understood.
Again, just slightly overcooks it into Robbie Williams, and it's Carlton in yellow there, going down Spitfire straight into Spode. Armitage Shanks down Stanley Matthews. Oh, and he comes off now. He might put himself under pressure there. It's a chance for Lily to catch up. Going down Spitfire straight for her, into Spode and Armitage Shanks, and she races round into Robbie Williams, but again, just overcooks it slightly. If you can stay on the track, that's the route to victory here at the Hanley Arena.
Lily a bit more tentative now round the Robbie Williams turn as she comes down the straight. She's again overcooked it into the Robbie Williams turn and comes off the track. But the yellow car steaming round the Armitage Shanks U-bend and down the home straight seems to be really in control. Lily, meanwhile,
now it's Carlton who's come off there as well. A chance for Lily. Can she do something now? Yes. Oh, just a little bit over drift. Oh, now Carlton again. He's just going to keep composure. Doesn't want to lose it now. He's got this race in the bag, I think, in yellow. If he can just... Oh, again, he's overdone it as well. Just keep your composure. Take a deep breath. And we're in the dying moments of this race. Can Lily pull something back here? Now, can she claw back a lap or two on Carlton? Yes, she can. Overtakes him on Stanley Matthews, but again, comes off. Just a few seconds left there. Oh, and they came together on Spitfire straight there. 22 laps, Sally gets them back on the track. And time is up. Stop racing. Big round of applause from Jade there.
Goodness
and
me.
from the crowd
quite
down
tough
here,
for
trackside and up on the balcony above.
Goodness me, indeed. Well, we saw some thrills and spills during that match. That race, Lily coming off repeatedly on Robbie Williams' corner, but I can now confirm the final results. We've had independent verification from our colleagues in Geneva, and Lily completed 19 laps. Carlton. Did Carlton do better? My money would have been on it, but actually...
Nip and tuck, I would say, very close.
Carlton, 19 laps also, so
it's a draw. It's a draw. They can go back to Whitchurch with their heads held high. 19 laps each. I must say, I thought Carlton had just nicked it, but Lily just did enough at the end there to make that a tie. So they'll go back home to Shropshire feeling very proud of themselves with their heads held high. The support team comes off the bench to congratulate them, and they head off for some refreshment in the green room there.
As well they might deserve, because it's a special day out. Obviously Whitchurch coming into Stoke, and the Potteries Shopping Centre, a great draw of course from all the neighbouring shires, and what better draw than the magnificent Stoke Grand Prix, which is now on day 3. We're just into the second half, the final half of day 3 of the Stoke Grand Prix here from Hanley Arena, and we are bringing you live, continuous commentary of all the sporting action.
That's right, and shops nice and busy all around us. Of course, it's an excellent opportunity to see some sport, but also to do a bit of shopping. A gentleman goes into River Island.
And a bit of celebrity spotting, obviously. I think that was one of Nirvana. Foo Fighters just popped into River Island there, possibly.
More Primark bags. Superdrug bag as well. First Superdrug bag we've seen of the day. Leaving River Island. Gentleman there carrying 2 Primark bags while his partner remains hands-free. A turn back heads towards our commentary position.
For those of you just joining us, we are the Commentators, and we are broadcasting to you live from the Potteries Shopping Centre in the heart of Hanley in Stoke-on-Trent. And we are bringing you the Stoke Grand Prix, a new sporting fixture, sandwiched as it is between the Monaco Grand Prix and Imola.
Yes, indeed. 3 days of fantastic racing, a sporting spectacle here today at the Potteries. Balloons coming out of River Island there. The more standard balloon-shaped balloon. We've also seen balloons shaped into swords as well. Lush doing well today. 2 Lush bags go past us, past our commentary position here. Another lot of shoes been sold today as well. Seen quite a few bags from Shoe and boxes of shoes. So people possibly getting some summer footwear. And we've got
I think we've got some new contenders.
New contenders arriving to take part. Mr. Thompson is just racing back from checking on he's paid for the parking. Just to top up the meter, he's back now. And my colleague Graham there Just checking the drivers, making sure everything's okay before he hands over to Mr. Thompson to fill in the paperwork, have their accreditation check. The support team gather in the balloons. And Mr. Thompson hands the controls and explains the rules to them and gives them some advice.
And we've got some first-time drivers, I think, new to the Hanley Arena circuit. Mr. Thompson is just giving them their instructions, completing the necessary paperwork, checking their licenses, etc.
The support team sit nervously on the bench, waiting for the action to commence. Just checking their phone and reminding people to watch. That's the corner you need to be careful on, not too fast. And then power up coming out. That's it. Keep your finger steady on the trigger. That's the way to do it. Nicely there. Just go a little bit slower there and also round there into Spode. So the race starts on the beginning of Stanley Matthews Straight before going into corner.
And we've got a truly international driving team visiting at Stoke now. Our South Sudan team, and it's Natima and Nalia.
Natima and Nilia.
Natima is driving the yellow car. Blue car. Natima is driving the blue car, and Nilia is the yellow car. Wonderful. We've had driving teams from Bangladesh and from Australia, and now we've got the South Sudan team.
That's right, it's very international. This has become on the racing circuit. It took a while for word to spread around the world, but now very much a fixture on the racing calendar.
Of course, it's quite controversial.
The
there isn't a Grand Prix currently in the African continent, and that is subject to review at the moment. Nobody thought we'd get a Grand Prix here in Stoke, but it remains to be seen whether there will be a Grand Prix in Africa.
So, faces of our two drivers, pictures of concentration now. Jade's ready on the flag. The arm goes up, ready for the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off. That's a nice clean start for yellow. Blue, though, overcooks it on Robbie Williams, and yellow overcooks it on both Armitage, Shanks and Spo, but they're both back on track now. Who can maintain their composure on this track? You've just got to take it a little bit easy on those tight corners in the yellow. Oh, beautifully done there, through there. That's the way to do it. Now we are in for some good race. Oh,
Nelia
just
struggling a little
side
bit
by
on that
side
yellow
for
car.
a moment there.
Yeah, Nelia comes off on the Spode junction and again on the Armitage Shanks. But Natima seems to be well into her stride in the blue vehicle as it careers around the outside lane at a nice, comfortable speed. Nelia in the yellow car just coming off once again on the Robbie Williams corner. That's proving a little bit difficult for her.
That's the way, though. Beautifully done there. That's it. Staying on the track is what wins this race. Coming off it is what costs you valuably there. And into the engineering section of the track there. And a little bounce on Robbie Williams. And it's the yellow car now that goes first into Robbie Williams. And nicely done through Spode there. Can she claw anything back in the yellow car now?
This is terrific racing from these two.
Beautiful lead through Spode and Armitage Shanks there. Oh, just slightly
dear,
over the... And now there's an opportunity for yellow
there.
now. If they can just maintain their composure. Can they stay ahead now? Oh, they're both off the track again. Yellow first back on. Blue slightly behind now. Who can press home this advantage? Just overcooked it. They both overcooked it now. This is going to be close. A chance for yellow now. If they can just maintain their composure. Beautifully there through now. Now power up. Ease off into Spode and Armitage Shanks. Few seconds left now. Who is it going to be? Blue now, hot
This is
in pursuit.
desperately
Over the
exciting
line
stuff
there.
at the end
Lovely through
of the
Spode.
race.
And Armitage Shanks' time is up. Oh,
Well,
a beautiful
great round of
last 2
applause
laps
from the
there from
assembled.
these two.
Some terrific racing there.
Textbook racing. Textbook racing there.
And as the two drivers just gather their breath, draw breath after that magnificent race, I can tell you the results. Obviously, Nelia in the yellow car was having a few problems there. The car kept spinning off, but she managed a magnificent 17 laps.
Very respectable indeed, 17 laps. She's got to be happy with that.
But meanwhile, Natima, who just kept her cool in the blue car throughout, managed 23 laps.
23 laps. Incredible score there. Puts them second on the leaderboard as well. And
so bearing in mind that our top score over the course of these 3 days at the Stoke Grand Prix is 24 laps, but Natima managed 23. So that is fantastic drive. Well, magnificent driving from both of you for a first time attempt at this circuit.
That's right. We'll be seeing a lot of these two on the international circuit in the future, I'm sure. And the support team very happy as well. And they'll be going off now for some refreshments in one of the local cafes, just gathering all their belongings, and off they go. And the crowd give them a wave as they leave
Cool
the
as
arena.
cucumbers, those two. Magnificent driving. And I think we've got some others lined up for a possible race.
Indeed, new drivers coming into the pit stop area now.
Plenty gathering on the upper tiers of this magnificent arena.
That's right. It's one of the
Hanley.
best views you get in racing here, that perfect bird's eye view. And the spectators there know they are in for something special here today on this, the third day of racing here at the Potteries Shopping Centre. And our drivers just warming up now, having their practice laps around the circuit. And taking it nice and easy. Oh, lovely there through. Just got to take it a little bit steady through Robbie Williams there.
And we've got Lucas and Sophie from Stoke, who are our new drivers. Lucas is driving the blue vehicle and Sophie the yellow. Lucas the blue and Sophie the yellow. As these two drivers just take their cars around the circuit to test where the danger points are. And now both vehicles just making their way back to the starting grid, ready for Mr. Thompson to make his final adjustments and tests. Jade, as ever, ready with the checkered flag.
Lucas and Sophie just being briefed. 2 minutes. Whoever gets the most laps in that 2 minutes is the victor. Just reminding them he wants a nice, fair race. Lucas and Sophie. Lucas in blue, Sophie in yellow. Those practice laps looked promising. The crowd up there waiting to see something spectacular between Lucas and Sophie now. The arm goes up. Three, two, one, go. And they're off. It's Lucas who gets off the line first. A nice clean ride from him we're expecting here. And so far, both drivers here just taking it nice and steady, taking no chances. They've been watching from the sidelines. They know that if you stay on the track, you've got a good chance of breaking a record. And Sophie now just takes the lead slightly into Stanley Matthews, but they're neck and neck as they go round. Armitage Shanks, Lucas there. Oh, he's just got put under pressure there by Sophie and came off at Robbie Williams, but he's back in the lead, but spins off at Spode, so it's probably Sophie in the yellow with a slight advantage now as 22 lap Sally gets Lucas back on track, and he's now just slightly behind here, but he's nice and steady now through beautifully there through Robbie Williams into Spode, Armitage Shanks, and Sophie, sorry, still with a slight advantage, I would say, but Lucas,
I think Lucas is steaming through.
He's coming back strongly now.
as Lucas comes
Nicely
down
there
the
through
Stanley
Lucas,
Matthews.
and he's catching up now.
And he's catching up with his
into
mum on
Stanley
his
Matthews.
right neck, and
Over
neck,
it
they come
takes,
round the
beautiful
Robbie
there
Williams, and he takes
into
her on the
Spode, and
chicane.
he's racing round there, but it just comes off at Robbie Williams, and it's Sophie now back trying to catch up. The pressure is back on Sophie now, I think. Lucas there just taking it easy through the Shelton shimmy.
And they come down the Stanley Matthews. It's Sophie and Lucas just catching up with her as he comes round, beautifully round, navigates round the Robbie Williams and down the Spitfire Straight, round the Armitage Shanks U-bend. And again, just
dying
behind
seconds of the
his
race
mum.
now.
But she comes
he's
off and
knocked over the Colonel as
takes
well
over
on Spode corner.
The Colonel taking a nasty knock there. I think the first aid tent.
Time
are
was
gonna-
up. Oh, did Lucas manage just to sneak a lap in at the end there? And rapturous applause from the assembled crowd here. That was pretty tight
Goodness me,
racing.
goodness me.
Nice and clean and tidy. And that's good to see the appreciation from the crowd
It's
here.
extraordinarily tight, this match. Both drivers anxiously awaiting the results, and I can tell you that this has been confirmed through independently verified. Sophie, 17 laps. Lucas, 18 laps.
Oh, I think Lucas just nicked it in the end there. He had that spectacular last lap there. I think that was just enough to take the race there. He looks very happy with that. Sophie looks a little bit dejected there, but there's always next year, and there's always another race. You're only ever as good as your last race, as they say in racing circles, and we've got two new drivers queuing up to have a go here. They've been to the bookshop.
Yeah,
Some people say that racing drivers are only interested in racing, but here in Stoke, they're a very literary crowd as well. Mr. Thompson giving them a few little pointers for how to drive. They both need to learn just to slow it down, take the finger off the throttle, going into Robbie Williams there. And just getting the measure of the engines in these cars.
It's very easy to spin off at Robbie Williams' corner as the blue car is just discovered.
And Spode there, a massive crash into the air, off the track, just avoiding Mike Rose and the Colonel there. And just have another practice. Oh, that's a little bit too fierce as well. This is looking good for the blue car there. I think we're in for an interesting race here.
Absolutely.
Mr. Thompson's completed the paperwork.
Meanwhile, here at the first aid tent, Jim and his wife Marjorie have taken a safe distance from the trackside because they can tell there are going to be some spills during this race.
So we've got representing Shelton. Of course, we've got the Shelton shimmy here, just as you go past Wedgwood. And we've got two drivers from Shelton. We've got Gus in the yellow car today. We've got Aya in the blue car. It's a family affair here today. The two generations represented. Mr. Thompson gets them lined up.
And Mr. Thompson makes sure that the cars are millimetre perfect. There's no advantage of one car over the other. He's just checking the tyres, make sure that they're perfectly legal, that nobody's been tampering with the vehicles.
We know what drivers from Shelton can be like, so you don't be too careful.
Shelton, of course, famous for its ironworks, and all those former iron workers now building cars in their garages, souping them up.
Okay, the drivers are ready. Jade is ready on the flag. On go and not before, reminds Mr. Thompson. That arm goes up. 3, 2, 1, go. It's a lovely clean start.
Oh, goodness me, the blue car
Aya's
steers
just
off.
overcooked it a little bit on Robbie Williams. So it's Gus with a slight advantage now. Oh, but Aya takes him on Robbie Williams there. They're side by side, but oh no, it's Gus that takes a tumble at Spode. And it's... and again, Robbie Williams, he's put himself under pressure there. And Aya now has the advantage going down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams. She's got the measure of this track now. It's Gus with everything to do. It all can fall apart very early on in this race. You've got to maintain your concentration right from the beginning and keep it going for that full 2 minutes. It's
Aya
Aya
really
now with the
has the
advantage
measure
going
of
into
this.
Stanley Matthews.
Yeah, she's got the...
Oh no, but
Oh,
she's
no,
come off at
she
Stanley Matthews.
always
Chance for
speaks too
Gus
soon.
now. Shelton Shimmy, Spode, Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews, Robbie Williams. They both overdo it. Gus first back on the track into Spitfire Straight. Spode and Armitage Shanks. I wouldn't like to call this now. Gus needs to take advantage. Press at home now, but he blows it at Spode. And
mind you, Aya comes off the track at Robbie Williams as well. So they
there's a slight coming together. Gus gets pushed off the track on the Spitfire Straight by his daughter Aya there. So it's very, very close call here as we go into the last few moments of this race.
Grit
Gus.
and determination on the faces of these two drivers as they enter the final few seconds of the race. And Aya coming down the Stanley Matthews Straight. Oh, and Gus has come off at the Robbie Williams corner.
Normally so good around Robbie Williams, but there the pressure just gets too much for him. That's beautiful though, and taking advantage of being on the inside, but can he get past? He's side by side there through Armitage. Oh, and he comes off the track onto the top of Aya's car there. This is unprecedented. Aya maintains her concentration as that during that terrible crash. Seconds left now. Who can get across the line? Gus, can he make it? Coming round Spode into Armitage Shanks. Passes the line again.
I think
Time's up.
That pressure was getting a little bit too much
That last
for Aya
lap there.
right at
That
the end
is going to
there.
be the one. I think that last lap is going to determine who wins this race here.
Goodness me, Aya was in full control of that. I think Gus was doing his best to try and catch up towards the end, but of course the pressure mounted and got a little bit much for Aya at the end. But the results are
High fives.
in, and I can tell you that this is not going to go down particularly well in this family. I suspect. I hope this. They're both friendly afterwards. But Gus completed a magnificent 18 laps.
18 laps for Gus. He pumps the air. Cheers from the sidelines and a big hug from
laps
Aya.
is great. That might even be the best score from Shelton so far, apart from the fact that Aya has scored 21.
21 laps for Aya. I didn't see that coming. Well done, Aya. And Gus celebrated a little bit too early there. And
Yeah, absolutely. He was punching the air, but little did he realise that he'd lost the match to Aya. That was a fantastic driving from these two from Shelton.
well done, Shelton. They can go back to Shelton with their heads held high, and it's breakfast in bed for Aya in the morning, I think.
Goodness me. Goodness me.
I didn't
And
see that coming. I thought Gus was all over that. I thought he'd got that, but Aya there just stay nice and cool. Wins it for Shelton.
Good old Shelton. Shelton coming through there in a magnificent race. We've had drivers from as far afield as Congleton, Market Drayton, Shelton, Hanley, South Sudan, Bangladesh, Australia. They've come from far and afield to come and enjoy the spoils that can be afforded by this magnificent race circuit, freshly built here in the Potteries Shopping Centre. It's the Hanley Arena, a purpose-built Grand Prix stadium where we've been hosting the Stoke Grand Prix for the last 3 days. This is the final day of racing here at the Stoke Grand Prix, and you are very welcome to come and join. We have got a young driver who is here on his second day of racing. He was here yesterday, I suspect, but he's just been told in no uncertain terms by Mr. Thompson that you have to consume your food outside of the arena, and he'll just have to be a bit patient before he gets behind the wheel, because there's no driving and eating at the same time here. No driving and looking at your phone either, obviously. That goes without saying, although one driver did attempt to do that yesterday. Here we are. The drivers are just taking their cars for a spin around the circuit, testing the circuit and testing their vehicles, warming up the tyres, making sure they've got the correct tyres on for the current conditions, which are fair to middling, I would say. It's overcast here at the Hanley Arena. Not that we're open to the elements though, because we've got a magnificent skylight built over the stadium. And the two drivers seem to be taking it quite cautiously at the moment. They know the perils of going too quickly on this circuit, because with oil spills and difficult manoeuvres you can spin off.
Mr. Thompson gets them lined up.
Gets them lined up.
Cameron in the blue car, Gabe in the yellow car. A hush falls across the arena here. These two friends from Stoke, friends but also rivals, of course, when it comes to racing. No quarter will be given, I am sure. Mr. Thompson making sure that they both understand the rules. No fighting. Nice, clean, fair race. We haven't had to have any penalties so far. Let's maintain that racing today. Jade is ready. The arm goes up. Hush falls across the arena. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. And it's a good, clean start there from Gabe in the yellow. Cameron now with it all to do to catch up. It's a shorter circuit for yellow, but they've got those tighter corners. At the moment, it's Gabe in the yellow going down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams, the Shelton into Spode, and down Stanley Matthews again. Cameron in the blue. That's a nice ride there, but just overcooks it. Too much drift there at Robbie Williams. But Gabe is off the track there. 22 laps, Sally, just struggling to get the car back on the track, but it's back on now, and Gabe can restart his race. It's going to be neck and neck as they go into Stanley Matthews. But if Gabe can just maintain his concentration there, he still has a slight advantage over Cameron in the blue, I would say. Oh, that's beautiful there from Cameron, overtaking Gabe at Robbie Williams. Now, can Cameron just keep his focus now as he goes into Stanley Matthews? Robbie
Beautiful drift,
a bit of drift there in front of the stand. Crowd pleasing there. Bit of showboating, I think, from Gabe in front of the crowd there, as they go past the engineering corner, back into Robbie Williams, past the first aid hut, Spode, Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews, Wedgwood. Oh, and Cameron comes off there at Robbie Williams, but so does Gabe at Spode. They're side by side now as they go into Spitfire. Little coming together there. It's Gabe with the advantage. Cameron right on his tail. Lovely there around Spode. Oh, and a little bit of drift there for Cameron. And Gabe there just eases off going into Robbie Williams. Nicely done there. Full power out of that into Spode. Armitage Shanks. Oh, but he takes a tumble there at Armitage Shanks. It's a chance now for Cameron just to claw something back. And he is right on the tail now of Gabe as they go in and out of Robbie Williams. Just the dying seconds of the nap. It's going to be these last few seconds that count, but it's Cameron that comes spinning off, and that's the end of the race. Mr. Thompson has called it. That is going to be close.
Cameron just trying to race through at the end to gain some advantage, but he came a cropper by spinning off the track. But the results are through, and these two looking quite anxious. Cameron kind of scratching his head. Oh, there's a celebratory hug. They know that it's been tough, but one of them has won and the other one is a loser. But who is it? It's Gabe on 19 and Cameron on 20 laps.
Well, I wouldn't have called that. I thought that was going to be Gabe in the yellow, but Cameron must have just nicked it there. So,
it was so tight.
Very close there. That last lap, I think, those few little tumbles.
A little fist pump there from these two friends. They remain friends despite the intense rivalry as they make their way off to celebrate Cameron's victory in the shopping centre. And we've got a familiar face on the grandstand at the moment as one of our celebrity drivers from yesterday retakes the stand. And he hasn't quite finished his lunch yet, but he's trying to do his best to hide the fact that he's got a mouthful of sandwich.
He doesn't want to. Whoa! He doesn't want to let Mr. Thompson know that he's driving and eating, because
Mr. Thompson will not be impressed by that. But we're not one to spill, are we, or dob him in at the moment. I'm sure he'll be able to finish his mouthful just in time for the race to start. Of course, it is lunchtime here at the Hanley Arena in the shopping centre, so lots of the audience are gathered around. They might have their lunch with them, and what a perfect place to stop and have your lunch. Here we are. It's a magnificent purpose-built circuit, but it's got lots of dangers and perils lurking within it. So these drivers have to be really on their mettle and concentrate. There is not... it's not right to kind of just speed around the circuit, because the Robbie Williams corner here is really dangerous, so it's very easy to spin off and lose valuable time on your circuit. Similarly on Spode corner at the far end by the engineers pit stop, that is also a danger zone. So these drivers are going to have to just pull down on the throttle, hold back as they come into those tight curves. Nonetheless, it's important to really put your foot down where you can, but that's where you have to learn on the job, as it were. And we have the blue car and the yellow car just having a little test around the circuit. The blue car having a few problems there, and there's a little oil patch on this Stanley Matthews straight. But it picks up its pace again, and oh, it crashes. This is only a test ride, but they both crashed on Spode corner, and the blue car narrowly missing Mike Rose there in his technical area. It's a wonder. It's like he's got 9 lives. He's managed to survive several incidents this morning already.
So Mr. Thompson laying down the law there, and he's just having to pick up the cars himself. Got Marwan, of course, familiar face from yesterday, in yellow today, and we got Enzo in blue. They've already spent their prize money in Primark already, so it looks like they might have to win a little bit more. I think Marwan's just finished eating now, so he can fully focus on the race.
Of course, it is important to fuel up just before the race, but Jade's ready with her checkered flag. The drivers are ready, and Mr. Thompson is ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
And the two vehicles are
That's
off.
a good clean start
The
for Marwan there. Oh, but he comes right to Cropper on...
to the Robbie Williams corner. Robbie Williams corner coming a cropper there for the blue vehicle and the yellow vehicle, which sped far too quickly into that corner. Now the two cars are going to have to really pull back on the throttle a little in order to survive this, because both young drivers are a little bit over keen at the moment, and they keep spinning off the track. Both vehicles now on the Stanley Matthews straights. The blue vehicle, slightly stuttery, needs to find its rhythm, goes through the chicane, round the Spode corner and down, but they both tumble once again at the Robbie Williams corner. That proving really problematic for these vehicles. These two drivers, if they want to get some good lap counts in, are going to have to speed down the Stanley Matthews, but then hold back as they come round the corner. Once again, the yellow vehicle, driven by Marwa, is coming a cropper on that junction, and again, time and time again, he's going to have to learn from those previous mistakes. The two cars neck and neck as they come round the Armitage Shanks U-bend, and the blue car also spinning off. Yep, it's time that these two young guns just calm down a little bit. They're going to just have to pull their hand off the throttle. Oh, the commentary box took a terrible injury there as the yellow vehicle span off at speed, tumbled straight into the commentary area. Now, the blue vehicle, again, the yellow vehicle really struggling to find its rhythm here on the circuit. It's far too quickly into that turn and taking the other vehicle off at Spode corner. It's, yeah, time and time again, I think the clock is ticking, and both vehicles, that's it, that's the end of the race. It's going to be a little bit low scoring, this one, I suspect, because of all the incidents. It's not Marwan's finest hour, I suspect. But here we are. It's Enzo, you have completed 10 laps, and Mauna 12 laps, so just about pipped that race. It wasn't a high-scoring round, obviously, because of all the
A
terrible
little bit of trying to
incidents.
please the crowd there with some crashes from Marwan, I think, there, but that doesn't go down well with Mr. Thompson, and he also won't like trackside eating either.
But it's good to see these young drivers giving it a go and learning from their mistakes. And young Enzo looking at the going around the track, having a good look and doing his own post-match analysis, you might say, of that race, which was not without incident.
Indeed.
We're into the kind of lunch hour at the moment, obviously, so it's a time for many of the spectators to refuel, and time also for the vehicles to refuel.
That's right, little time to take stock, have the track cleaned. Mike Rose will be out with his oily rag to clean up any fuel spills, particularly on Robbie Williams' corner there, where we saw quite a few crashes, as always, of course. There's a few safety features added overnight to protect both spectators and staff as well. So, but we still had a few incidents today, particularly down around Spode, where the engineering section of the race track.
Time for the engineers to just have a look at the circuit. There have been one or two sticky patches here. Oil spill in the Shelton Shimmy area. That's the approach to Wedgwood, of course, here. The photographer's press zone actually hasn't seen much action over the course of the morning. Most of the action seems to have been down at the Robbie Williams corner or around by the technical area past Spode Turn. But our home drivers now just taking the vehicles on a short trip round the circuit, make sure that everything is running smoothly, which it appears to be. If you're just joining us from around the world, or indeed from Hanley Shopping Centre, we are the Commentators, and we are bringing you live action footage from the Stoke Grand Prix, which is running and has been running for the last 2 days here in the Potteries Shopping Centre. We're just entering the second half of day 3 and the final afternoon of racing. We are joined as ever by our celebrity driver Jade, who has very carefully selected her moments for racing herself. And we will welcome anyone who would like to have a go at racing these Scalextric slot cars. Anybody fancy coming to take up the challenge? There's a couple of gentlemen making their way into River Island. They're tempted, but a little bit shy, perhaps not feeling quite so confident, because they've seen the complexity of the circuit.
So yes, full day's racing again here today. Lots of action, thrills and spills, records, tumbling, crowds gathering up there on the balcony for the bird's eye view of this arena down here, and looking from above, some trying to decide whether to have a go or not. Have they got the confidence? Have they got the skill to trouble our leaderboard, which is currently topped with 24 laps by Poppy, Alfin, Seraphin, Jade, Sam, and most recently Jessica, who, cool as a cucumber, stepped up and put in a bravura performance there with 24 laps. Are we going to see 25 today? Could today be the day? Could you be the driver who gets that holy grail of 25 laps?
Well, of course.
Can it be done?
Of
Can
course
it be
it
done?
can, Craig, and that is the great lure of this motorsport, is that there's always the challenge of beating records. Of course, you have to complete a circuit in less than 5 seconds if you are to stand any chance of getting 25 laps. But Jessica barely batted an eyelid as she managed to break that record. And our friends from Appetite, Tash here, just gracing us in the Hanley Arena with her presence.
So we've got 2 new drivers, but they're just having to finish off their ice creams before Mr. Thompson will let them anywhere near the racetrack. Of course, a crumb of cone or a dribble of ice cream could seriously damage this track.
Wreak havoc. A dribble of ice cream on this surface, on the tarmac, would create utter havoc with these tyres, which have been specially calibrated for the conditions.
So it's going to be interesting to see whether the young man eating the ice cream is going to have a bit of a sugar rush, which means that he isn't focused. Down goes the last bit.
Yeah, we've seen
He
that
wipes his
before. We've
mouth.
seen the effects of the sugar rush on this competition. So it's often the coolest cucumbers who win these races by being a little bit cautious, confident, and if you are overzealous, a little bit too trigger happy, then it can often cause problems on this circuit. We have a blue car and we have a yellow car, and our 2 contenders are currently taking their vehicles round the circuit. The yellow car spins off at Spode Turn, and the blue car caught in a little oil slick on Stanley Matthews Straight there. Of course, it's important to pick up a little bit of momentum as you go around the circuit, but not too much momentum, because if you go too quickly, then you'll spin off and come a cropper. Take that is the mantra which often follows a over hasty assault on Robbie Williams' corner down at this end, because that seems to be the danger point for most drivers.
The support team on the sidelines, trackside, filming this, ready for video analysis later. Of course, sport's become very much like that now, hasn't it? Every moment is filmed and analysed. It's the small margins that make the big difference. We've noticed that the margins here are who can stay on. Oh, Mr. Thompson spotted a little bit of ice cream cone on the track.
He's not going to like that.
That is just checking hands are clean. Well,
Craig,
I don't know whether that's going to incur a penalty, whether Mr. Thompson's going to give them the benefit of the doubt.
I can tell you a little bit about our driving duo today, because over the course of the last 3 days we've had a truly international driving crew. We've had drivers from Australia and France and Bangladesh and South Sudan, but here we have 2 drivers fresh from the Polish Grand Prix. We have Ivo and Hugo. Ivo, I believe, is in the yellow, driving the yellow, and Hugo is driving the blue.
So here we go. Our international guests at the Stoke Grand Prix. The hand is up. 3, 2, 1, go. That's a good clean start there.
Immediately spinning off the track there at Robbie
Ivo
Williams'
in the
corner.
yellow. He's got to keep the pressure on. And a little bit tentative from both these drivers. They're using the Polish pumping style rather than the more familiar English keeping the finger on the trigger style. That's it now, nicely there from Ivo, but Hugo just tries to sneak up, but it's they both come off at Robbie Williams there, but it's Ivo first back on the track, but it's Hugo who gets the fastest away. Oh, and Evo comes unstuck at Spode, but so does Hugo and Armitage Shanks. So they just got to maintain their composure. Of course, not used to driving on this side of the road from Poland. So they've just got to get used to that slight reorientation as well. And that's better through Spode there for Evo. And Hugo speeds down Stanley Matthews, just drifts a slight bit of understeer on Stanley Matthews. That's nice there for Evo going into Spode, and Armitage Shanks down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams. It's Evo win control at the moment, I think, but we've been caught out with that before. If Blue can maintain momentum, just keep the pressure on. This could be anybody's race at the moment. Oh, and Hugo there just completely spins out, coming out of Armitage Shanks. Evo there just came nice and cool, just keeping the finger on the trigger and the pressure up. The pressure on Hugo now. He crashes into the engineering section.
Technical area there.
Mike Rose there just managing to stay on his feet. Oh, but then it's Evo that comes off and crashes in front of the pit area there. He's back on track now. A bit of drift there from Hugo going into Robbie Williams. Evo now slowly round Wedgwood
and it's
into
neck and neck
Spode.
as they come through the Armitage Shanks, and there we are. That's the end of the race. These two drivers really getting the hang of it in the final stages. We have the results, and these need to be independently verified, of course, but these two young drivers from Poland have very adequately equipped themselves on this circuit.
Indeed, new to this circuit, of course. Driving conditions very different than they are in Poland, I can tell you. Hugo in the blue car with a very respectable 14 laps. But taking home the spoils today in yellow, one more lap, 15. It's Evo, and massive round of applause from the crowd here in the arena. Very tight.
Evo does a celebratory posture to the crowd and a
oh, that
victory.
Evo spin that we've come to love around the world now. The Evo victory spin, and it's good to see that again now here in the Potteries.
So it's thank you to the Polish crew who are back into their helicopter to go to the next Grand Prix. And meanwhile, we've got two new young contenders who are ready to race on this magnificent circuit here in the Hanley Arena. And we've got Poppy is one of our drivers. I think Poppy is in control of the yellow car, which is on the inside track, but comes off ferociously with a overzealous attack on that Robbie Williams corner. So we've got Poppy and Dexter is driving the blue car, and they're both from Stoke.
It's a brother and sister team, the technical support team for Dexter and Poppy there, trackside there, just to help to get the cars back on the track as Dexter completes his practice lap here in blue. And Poppy now, now Poppy's got the measure of it. Beautiful driving there.
Poppy
just
spins
comes
off
unstuck
at the Spode corner
Spode there. And she's back on track now. It's a family affair, Poppy and Dexter now. Great excitement in the arena. A hush falls on the crowd. The technical support team sit on the bench, nervously awaiting all that practice, all that months of sacrifice that they've put in. It all comes down to this, in this cauldron of racing here in the Potteries Stadium here. The crowd on the balcony above watch that bird's eye view of this special race here.
Jade
Poppy.
with her checkered flag is ready. Mr. Thompson has given his instructions to the drivers and is now just final checking the vehicles to make sure that there are no infringements there on the starting grid. He raises his hand in that familiar way, and it's 3, 2, one, and the drivers are off. But
Oh,
immediately
and they both come off the
vehicles
track at
spin
Robbie
off.
Williams there. It's Poppy who's back on first. And she just takes the lead into Spode and Armitage Shanks. Down Stanley Matthews. Round Robbie Williams. Oh, this is neck and neck now.
Oh,
Oh,
and
but
it's a
she are
terrible,
both
terrible
overcooking at
accident.
Spode. The excitement gets the best of both of them. The technical team get them both back on. It's Poppy and Dexter. Poppy who's away first, but again coming off the track at Robbie Williams. They're neck and neck now going into Spitfire Straight. Spode, Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews. Beautiful bit of driving from both there. But it's Poppy with a slight advantage. She crashes into Mike Rose there in the engineering. It's difficult to call who is ahead now. Oh, Poppy again just needs to slow it down going into Robbie Williams there. And but again, it's Dexter coming off at Robbie Williams as well. So it's hard to call this race now.
Yeah, both
of
vehicles
them.
really need to just take their foot off the pedal a little bit
slow
because
it
they're
down
both
a little
coming
bit
at proper
going
onto
into
Robbie
that.
Williams' turn.
Oh, a nice bit of drift into Robbie Williams for Dexter there. And it's Poppy who goes first into Robbie Williams straight, overtaken there. Oh, she streaks past Dexter there, but loses control at Spode.
Dexter
It's
has the better of it at the moment. He seems to be in control on the outside lane, but Poppy is going a little bit too harshly into the corners there, and she's coming in
Nice
proper, which is
through
losing her
Spode
valuable
though for
ground.
Poppy there, but spins off the track at Armitage Shanks. She's back on the track now, and it's Dexter coming down Stanley Matthews. Comes past Poppy. Poppy streaks past Dexter into Spode. Dexter now maintains his cool going into Spitfire Straight. Poppy there beautifully through Spitfire Straight, but loses it a little bit at Spode. Armitage Shanks nicely there, fast down Stanley Matthews, and streaks down Spitfire Straight into Spode and round into Armitage
Dexter
Shanks.
seemed to lose control there on the Robbie Williams corner, but he managed to pull it back, and he's back, and he's round, and he's really up to speed now. He's gained considerable ground on Poppy.
And that's it. Time is up on that race. Spectacular racing there from these two. It was nip and tuck, side by side for much of that. Difficult to call, difficult to call. Poppy did some beautiful laps there. Dexter more consistent maybe. But both drivers there gave us something special to watch. What have we got?
Yeah, they're both drivers. They shake hands because they know this has been a tough match. But I can tell
It's going
you,
to be close, I think.
it's going to be very close. Poppy's on 11 circuits, 11
Nice. She
laps.
salutes the crowd, takes the bow, and
takes
they
her familiar
applaud
bow. Does a
from
little
the
spin.
arena.
And Dexter, has he got more than 11?
I can't call it.
He has indeed. He's got 18
18
laps.
for Dexter. Oh, Poppy can't believe it. She can't believe. She's furious. Absolutely furious.
She's furious, but she still gives him a conciliatory hug because that's what she tells him to get lost, but
There's
he's not
always
gonna
next
get lost.
year. There's always next
Yeah.
year.
Poppy will be back. She'll be just preparing herself for the next Grand Prix. We've not seen the last of these two, that's for sure. Well done, these two drivers. Oh, a little bit of a spat there.
It's getting a little bit testy here, trackside.
But I think both of them deserve a huge congratulations for magnificent racing. So I think they'll both get their rewards. In fact, they have. Yes, Dexter's being awarded a JD Sports bag there, and Poppy a CEX. Oh, we know where they've been shopping, don't we? And we also know what they're both into. We can tell. So thank you very much, and see you next year. And we think that Poppy may have left a bag. Has anybody left it? No, we'll keep hold of that. We'll keep that here. Perhaps we could put that underneath here. There we go. Well, too much excitement, that's the problem when you're racing, and if you've won your race, then you're so full of adrenaline that it's quite hard to concentrate. It's an easy thing to do. to leave all your personal possessions.
Yes, indeed. Well, probably next to that, fantastic bit of racing. Didn't trouble the leaderboard, but certainly gave us plenty to think about. Faces for the future, I think.
Have you had your lunch, Jade? Did you? You'll be back. You'll be back. Well, keep watching out for us. Yeah. Do you do any of this at home?
I used to do it when I was younger in primary school and high school.
Because yesterday we came across like a group, didn't we? Like there's like a Scalextric, like a group that meet, like a Scalextric group. Might be interesting to kind of join if you found out about them. Yeah, have a look. Yeah. It's we're just saying our farewells to Jade, our celebrity driver, who has been with us through thick and thin over the last 3 days. And as this little pause happens in the schedule, Jade is off. She has other things to do. I think she has a life to lead. So we thank her deeply for all her assistance. She's been the most magnificent waver of the checkered flag. And of course, she's been a magnificent competitor.
That's
So
right,
thank you, Jade.
joint leader on the leaderboard and very much top of the flag waving leaderboard here today and over the last 3 days.
If we've got any cards, we've got any. Sure, we've got cards.
So we're just resetting here, and the track is just being examined for any faults, oil spills. Mike's out with his oily rag and clearing up any debris. There's a few thrills and spills, so there are some car parts on bits of the track. So they have to be cleaned up before racing can commence again. I think a little bit of glass and a couple of wing mirrors been retrieved from the far sections of the track where Mike Rose and the Colonel are keeping a close eye. Great thing about this track, of course, is that wherever you are, you get a very good vantage point of the whole circuit. Some of the larger circuits, of course, you can only see momentarily as the cars race past, but wherever you are here, you get an excellent view of the whole race. So that's why I think it's become so popular on the circuit here. If you just joined us, listening at home, watching around the world, you're listening, watching the commentators, bringing you live coverage of the Stoke Grand Prix here at the Hanley Arena inside the Potteries Shopping Centre. It's day 3 of racing here, sponsored by Appetite, part of the Remix Festival. And we have had over 100 races over the last 2 days. And over 200 competitors taking part here. It really has been a festival of racing, a feast for the eyes, whether you are a race lover or just a sport lover in general. You will not have been disappointed over the last 3 days. Still time to join us here. We've still got plenty of more action to come. More races as people come out of the entertainer shop with some huge bags of presents they've got there. So Mr. Thompson, Mr. Rose, just taking the opportunity to take on board some refreshments as we have this little lull in racing here. And we started on Thursday when people were scoring 18, 19, 20 laps. We thought that was pretty good. Then yesterday we had 21, 22 laps, then 23, and then 24 laps when Poppy, Elfin, Serafina and Jade got to 24. Today they were joined by Sam and Jessica, two drivers who weren't even expecting to drive today, but sometimes that's the best way to do it. When you haven't had chance to build up the nerves, you're just thrown into the cauldron and made to race. We've got two new drivers just entering the arena now. Mr. Thompson will just brief them and give them an opportunity to have a little practice lap. That's looking promising now as they attempt their practice laps. But, I just got to remember to take it easy around the corners. Of course, the race starts in front of the arena on the Stanley Matthews straight. You've got to keep the power up coming out here in the yellow. And just watch it on the U-bend of Armitage Shanks there. Nice and steady through Robbie Williams' corner for blue there. Nicely yellow there through there. Just got to keep up momentum through there. Oh, just overcooked it there. A bit oversteer coming through Robbie Williams there. Now keep the power up. That's it. Side by side through there. That's where yellow can take it. They got the inside line, but it's a little bit tight on the corners. So yellow has to take it a bit steady. So Mr. Thompson reminding them of the rules, the 1947 protocol. 2 minutes. The most laps completed in 2 minutes is the winner. Reminding them that we want a nice clean race. Who have we got, Mr. Thompson? Knipersley here, pride of Knipersley at stake, and Seb in blue, Chris in yellow, and the crowd now falls silent as we await this contest. Mr. Thompson has the flag. The flag goes up. We're ready. 3, 2, 1. Go, and they're off. It's a flying start there for Seb in blue, and a bit of a slower start for Chris in yellow. He needs to keep the power up through there. That's right. Now it's that's better through there. Keep it up through there. Lovely now, but it's Seb at the moment in the blue who has the advantage, and Chris comes flying off in the yellow on Robbie Williams' corner. Keep it going through there. That's beautiful now. Lovely racing from these two here. Faces a picture of concentration. At the moment, it's Seb in blue with a slight advantage, I think. But that's beautiful driving there from Chris in yellow around Robbie Williams. Down Spitfire straight. Armitage Shanks down Stanley Matthews. Lovely stuff. Now he's got the measure of this. And it's Seb who comes off at Robbie Williams there. So can Chris pull something out of the bag there? He's just got to maintain it. Oh, but no, he comes off at Armitage Shanks. There, the pressure is on, of course, when you are behind. But they were side by side now as they come into Stanley Matthews. And it's Chris there who has the advantage coming into Spode. But Seb again manages to just keep his composure. And there's just 1 minute to go. We're halfway through the race. But Seb comes off at Robbie Williams there. Can Chris pull something back going into Spitfire and Spode and Armitage Shanks? It's Chris who's got it all to do here. Seb just needs to maintain his composure going round here. He doesn't want any more crashes. Can he get to that 24 lap mark? Chris now nice and steady. Beautiful driving through Robbie Williams and into Spitfire straight. That's lovely down Armitage Shanks and steady. Oh, and Seb there showboating a little bit. Oh, no. That could have been what could have been, thinks Chris there. But I think he knows it could be over for him unless something catastrophic happens to Seb there in blue. And he loses it again at Robbie Williams. So they're side by side now, going into the Spitfire straight. There's a little coming together at Spode. Oh, and and they both come off the track in that last dying seconds of the race there. The pressure was on backwards and forwards. That was, I think, it could be said, but we won't know until the results and the laps have been independently verified by our video referees. Chris, 16 laps, very respectable. Seb, though, takes it 21 laps. 21 laps, high fives all round, no hard feelings. That puts Seb fourth on the leaderboard there, the newcomer. He's got to be pleased with that. We're going to be seeing more of Seb in the future. I think the future of slot car racing is safe when we got young people like that to take over the mantle from people like Chris. So lovely racing there from Seb and Chris. They weren't expecting to race today, I don't think, just planning to do a little bit of shopping, but stepped up nicely there into the start line.
And thank you, Craig, for taking over there as I myself left the commentary box and went for a small comfort break, shall we say. Enjoying the facilities here at the Potteries Shopping Centre, here in the heart of Hanley Town Centre. Hanley, of course, being one of the 5 towns that make up Stoke-on-Trent, which itself is a controversial statement because some would say there's 6 towns. But then Newcastle-under-Lyme isn't a town in Stoke, apparently. But not being from Staffordshire, I wouldn't know. It'd be far too difficult or complicated to commit to any suggestion of either. I'll just stick to my commentating on the racing, which continues all throughout day 3. We've been here 2.5 days already here at the Hanley Arena, and there's plenty more racing to be had. Of course, a lot of drivers find this track intimidating because we've made some minor modifications over the course of the last 3 days, and now it has such a complexity to it that some drivers are immediately put off, feeling that it'll be too much for them. But I can assure you that we here on the Hanley Arena, we welcome all drivers of all ages and all experiences to come and try their hand, try their mettle, to see how well they can perform on the circuit. It's completely free, and we are in no way attached or endorsed by any of the neighbouring shops which happen to sell toys. We've got a magnificent crowd here at the Hanley Arena, up on multiple levels. Thousands looking down upon this magnificent Grand Prix circuit. And anybody is welcome to come and try their hand at the Scalextric slot car racing. You don't have to have done it before. Some of you, of course, will have had Scalextric back in the day, perhaps played on your own or gone round to a friend's house, and you haven't played Scalextric for decades, but that's no excuse. You need to come and try your hand, return to the old days. I'm sure you haven't lost the magic. So, for listeners around the world, here in Stoke, it's a little bit overcast. It's the first day of June, the beginning of summer, one might say. Although Stoke in summer is not everyone's normal holiday destination. But with Remix on the schedule, on the entertainment's calendar, featuring this Stoke Grand Prix, all that's about to change. If I can talk you through the magnificent circuit that we have here at the Hanley Arena. The two vehicles, the blue vehicle and the yellow vehicle, start at the starters block over there. You race down the Stanley Matthews Straights. You come round, it's absolutely free. You come round the Robbie Williams turn here on this corner, past the first aid hut, through the Shelton shimmy at Wedgwood, down past the photographer's enclosure, that's the press box, on Spitfire Straight, around onto Spode Turn, past the technical area, around the U-bend on the Armitage Shanks bend, and then back down the Stanley Matthews Straight and continue. There are certain parts of the circuit which remain quite dangerous and perilous, and lots of drivers come a cropper. It's not all about the speed, of course. It's, as this young driver has just discovered, so we have Oscar on the blue car and Liam in the yellow car. Liam in yellow on the inside track, Oscar on the outside track. They are a father and son team from Stoke.
The support team on the edge of their seats here. See how this father and son team get on. Great excitement at the track side here. Mr. Thompson explaining the rules. 2 minutes. Who can do the most laps in 2 minutes? Is it going to be Oscar in the blue car? Is it going to be Liam in yellow? Making sure that all is going to be fair.
No fighting and no biting. That's the instruction from Mr. Thompson as he picks up the checkered flag.
We'll wait for the flag. Up it goes. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. Oh, that's a flying start there from Oscar in blue. Liam, though, it's got a little bit more control. Oh, nobody's flown over as well at Armitage Shanks. And they're both back on track now. Oh, it's again too far there for Oscar. We're going to lose that car if we're not careful. And now they're side by side there into the Shelton shimmy. Down Stanley Matthews Straight. Off comes Oscar again. And that's it. Keep the power up down there. That's it into Spode. And now then, Oscar's got a bit more control now. Oh, but he overcooks it on the straight. And going into Robbie Williams. That's nice from Liam into Armitage Shanks. Down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams. Out past Wedgwood. Down Spitfire Straight into Armitage Shanks. Round Robbie Williams again. Nice work from Oscar now. He guides the car around. He's stuck on that oil slick. And that sends him into a wheel spin into Robbie Williams there. Oh, and now it's Liam that's come off the track. Armitage Shanks, the pressure is on these two now. The crowd are gathering. And that has put the pressure on both our drivers here as attention comes onto these last few moments of the race. It's Liam in yellow with a slight advantage, but Oscar now has really got the measure of this track. Spins off slightly there at Robbie Williams, but he's back on track. And Liam there just stalls outside the press box, but he's back in control now. Going down Stanley Matthews past Wedgwood into Spitfire Straight. Spode, Armitage Shanks. Oscar now is ahead on the track, but probably behind on laps, I think. Comes off again at Robbie Williams. He can't believe it. And they come side by side now, neck and neck down Stanley Matthews. Who's going into Robbie Williams first? It's Liam, but Oscar comes out first. Liam into Spode, and Armitage Shanks down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood. Oscar, what can he do now? Side by side now as they go. Oh, and they cross the line together there.
What a magnificent conclusion to the end.
Oscar thinks he's got it now. That was
exciting
brilliant
at the end of
racing.
that race. Goodness me, the two cars neck and neck at the finish there. Oscar had quite a difficult race at the beginning of it because he kept spinning off at the Robbie Williams turn, but the two cars were neck and neck right up to the very final line. Who
They
is
were
going to be the
indeed.
winner?
I think had we been going on that last lap, Oscar would have been the winner, but it's who can score the most over the 2 minutes. Oscar, an amazing 14 laps, good work there. But Liam just pips it with 18 there, the more experienced driver winning. But on those last 2 laps, I think Oscar had it, but overall it was Liam. High fives all round there, and they can go home with their heads held high there.
That was one of the most exciting races of the day. Oscar versus Liam. They're the father and son duo. They've got lots to talk about in the post-race analysis there. They'll be going back over that, probably dreaming about that race for weeks to come. Goodness me. It's thrilling end-to-end stuff here, if that is possible on a circuit. We've got some more potential new contestants, competitors I should say, who've come up to the grandstand. There's a dad here is looking on. He desperately wants to have a race, but he's not feeling quite confident at the moment. He's holding back, but he really, really wants to have a go. We know that we can tell. As professionals, we've done this. We can tell the signs. So just to fill you in, this is the Henley Arena, and you will be competing as part of the Stoke Grand Prix. We've got a magnificent circuit here that has been purpose-built for the most exciting race. We are looking for duos, pairs of drivers who can come and give this a go. We've got 2 young men. Where are you from, you two? Where are you from, you two? You from Stoke? Yeah. Which bit? Fullstanton. We've got the 2 men from Fullstanton here. Step up to the grandstand. They are 2 friends, local boys who are willing to take the challenge of completing the Hanley circuit.
Mr. Thompson there just sorting out trackside cabling there. Hands the controllers to our 2 new drivers who make themselves comfortable in the trackside drivers area. They'll get the customary chance to have a little test drive first. Yellow car has a slight advantage of the shorter circuit, but has the slight disadvantage of the tighter corners. Oh, and way too much there going into Robbie Williams' corner. That's where you've got to take the power down.
And our drivers are Aaron in the blue and Callum in the yellow. Aaron in the blue car and Callum in the yellow. That's Aaron on the outside lane, Callum on the inside lane. Both drivers just driving their vehicles around the circuit just to test and find out where their strengths might lie or where the dangers might be lurking.
As we've learnt during the last 2 days, it's all about staying on the track here. If you can maintain composure, not let the pressure get to you, and stay on the track, then you've got a good chance of being the champion. 24 laps is the number to beat here at the Stoke Grand Prix here in the Potteries Shopping Centre.
Aaron and Callum are our drivers. Aaron is in the blue and Callum is in the yellow.
Here we go, Aaron and Callum. The flag goes up, the crowd go hushed. 3, 2, 1, go. That's a good clean start for both there, but then they both come a cropper at Robbie Williams, and so they're going to be side by side going into Spode and Armitage Shanks down there. They both again lose it at Robbie Williams, as so many have done in the past. So at the moment it's Aaron possibly with the advantage in blue, but Callum's hot on their heels now as they go into Stanley Matter, but he loses it at Armitage Shanks. So it is Aaron in the blue, slightly ahead, but he loses it at Robbie Williams. So
That's
it's
the
not
problem.
much in it. Neck
Robbie
and
Williams
neck. Oh, it comes off
causing
again.
constant
Armitage Shanks
problems.
interferes with Aaron's blue car there. And again, just too much there going into Robbie Williams. Got to just keep focus on and keep the power on coming out. Now, can Yellow do anything now to claw this back? Oh, but again, loses it at
spectacular
Armitage
spin
Shanks.
at the Armitage Shanks.
Too heavy going. Just keep it on the track. Keep the finger on the pedal and keep going. Oh, he spins off again, losing control round Armitage Shanks. It's a shorter distance, but it's got those tighter circles. That's the way to do it. Beautifully done. Oh, and they both come adrift at Robbie Williams, but it is Callum who's first back on the track, but it spins off at Spode. And the engineers just get it back on the track there. Nicely through Robbie Williams. Keep the power on going through Spode. Oh, again, spins off. Just got to ease off going into Spode there. Nicely down Stanley Matters. Beautiful through Robbie Williams there. And he's come undone outside the commentary box there. And
both drivers
both again at
attacking
Robbie
the Robbie Williams corner a little bit too over hastily there. They're both coming a cropper. They just need to pull back on the throttle there as they reach the Robbie Williams corner, as it's really causing them both problems. I think both drivers now getting into their stride, but again, too quick. The temptation obviously is always to speed down the Stanley Matthews straight, but they need to just pull back in order to get round, and that's the time up. Well,
we wait to see what the result is.
That was a tricky race, that was, because there are lots of spectacular spinning off the circuit, particularly at the Armitage Shanks, which that U-bend is particularly ferocious.
So it's Aaron who takes victory there with 18 laps to Callum's 12. Callum just couldn't keep quite in control around the corners. Do we get that right? And so it's Aaron who goes home the victor there. And but we'll see more of these racers in the future, I'm sure, as they head off through the adoration of the crowds. And it's thumbs up all round here at the Stoke Grand Prix here in the Potteries
Goodness me, it's not as easy
Centre.
as it looks, is it? It certainly isn't. It's easy for all these thousands of spectators to watch over the grid and think that it's straightforward, but no, certainly not. It's not all about speed either, as you really need to maintain control over these vehicles. So you are watching the Stoke Grand Prix live from the Hanley Arena. We are bringing you continuous live commentary from the circuit here in the heart of Stoke. We are approaching the end of our 3 days racing here in Stoke, and well over 200, probably 250 drivers have tested their mettle on this circuit. But there's still plenty more opportunities for young drivers and indeed old drivers. I mean, we had Sterling Moss on the first day, which was quite impressive, and he set a circuit record which has since been broken successively. Just to remind you of the rules, you have 2 minutes and 2 minutes only to complete as many circuits as you can in either the blue car or the yellow car. The circuit record stands at 24 laps in the allotted 2 minutes, and that magnificent total has been achieved by no less than 5, no, I stand corrected, 6 different drivers, but nobody has been able to beat the 24 laps. Poppy, Elfin, Serafina, Jade, Sam and Jessica are the names of those drivers. Plenty more have managed 23 circuits, a handful on 22 or 21. But 24 is the circuit record, and that is yet to be broken. So anybody who thinks that they can manage that are free to step up and join us here in the Hanley Arena. If you think that you can play Scalextric and beat the circuit record, then you are very welcome to try. It's absolutely free, and it's here as part of the remix program brought to you by our sponsors, Appetite Stoke. We are the Commentators, and we are bringing you live action footage of the Stoke Grand Prix. Feel free to come and compete and drive either the blue car or the yellow car. There's not much between them. Mechanically, they're identical. The only difference being that the yellow car rides on the inner track and the blue car on the outer track. Picture the scene, listeners around the world and listeners up on the balcony. We're here in the heart of Stoke, in the town of Hanley, deep in the heart of the Potteries shopping centre, where this magnificent Grand Prix stadium has been built especially for the Stoke Grand Prix. You can come and compete and race with these slot cars. Give it a go. You don't have to have done it before. It's absolutely free. You can come and try it out. In 2 minutes, you have to see how many laps you can complete. At the moment, the record stands at 24, but you don't have to beat the record. Blue sky is up above us through the skylight here at the Potteries shopping centre. The time is 1:45 on the 1st of June, the beginning of summer and the third and final day of the Stoke Grand Prix here at the Hanley Arena. We have a young driver who is excited, keen and ready to test his mettle with his mum. They come and take their seats in the grandstand. Now, it may look easy, but believe me, you need to have great skill, dexterity and patience to navigate around the circuit here at the Hanley Arena. There is a giant can of pop has made an appearance inside the arena. It is an endorsement which has been supplied by our sponsors and currently sits next to the first aid tent. Our two drivers just taking their vehicles around the circuit just to see how easy or how difficult it really is. And as they've found out, the dangerous bit here is Robbie Williams corner. You have to speed down the Stanley Matthews straights, but then throttle down and put your brakes on before you get to the Robbie Williams corner in order to get round it successfully. You did just do that, and you are now taking your blue vehicle through the Shelton Shimmy, round Spode corner, and down the Spitfire straight, through the chicane, past the starters grid, and the grandstand, round the Armitage Shanks U-turn. Oh, and careering off, flying out of the arena and hitting the commentary box. The two cars come up to the starters grid where Mr. Thompson, our adjudicator, makes sure that no one car has an advantage. They're both right on the line.
High fives all round for this mother and son team. Cat and Hector. Cat in yellow, Hector in blue. How will this contest end now? We wait to see. The crowd gather on the balcony above and on the benches track side. So 2 minutes. Who can complete the most laps in 2 minutes? Always a little bit of trash talk there between mother and son in the driver's area. We wait for Mr. Thompson now to give the official go. The drivers are ready. The flag goes up. 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off. It's a nice clean start from both there. And it's Cat at the moment who has the advantage going into Stanley Matthews, becomes spinning off the track. Hector comes spinning off the track at Robbie Williams too. And Cat just limps away. And that's it now. She's back into Spode.
And they're neck and neck as they come down Stanley Matthews straight and into Robbie Williams corner. But the yellow vehicle driven by Cat seems to have stalled. Has it developed technical problems, or is it just malfunctioning? Is there an oil slick? It's round Spode corner and around Armitage Shanks Bend. But Hector seems to take the advantage. Him in the blue car, speed straight.
Oh, and Cat there put herself under pressure there with Hector's careful driving. And she comes flying off the track there, spinning off at Robbie. Oh, that's beautiful there from Callum. And he comes off at Robbie Williams as well. And back into Stanley Matthews for Cat. Nicely around there, past Wedgwood, down Spitfire straight. You've got to keep the momentum going or you're going to stall. There we go.
And we've got a microphone cable.
Oh, no.
Over the track there that's causing all kinds of problems. I don't know how that happened. That's a first for the Stoke Grand Prix. The blue car driven by Hector on the outside lane seems to have the advantage at the moment as it comes around Armitage Shanks Bend and down the straight, but comes off at the Robbie Williams turn. The yellow car meanwhile much more cautious. We've lost a bench. The spectators actually seem to be damaging the auditorium out there at the moment. That's causing all kinds of problems and distractions, but the two drivers are still on the circuit. Hector on the outside lane in the blue is round the Armitage Shanks and down the Stanley
Last few
Matthews way.
seconds of the race here. Who is going to have this too close to call, I think. It's Hector there who seems to have the advantage, and time's up.
And the time is up. My money, if I was a betting man, I would have put my money on the blue car there with Hector. But who can tell? The results are in, and everybody is on the edge of their seats waiting for the result. Who is it who has won? Was it the blue car driven by Hector, or was it the yellow car driven by Cat? I can confirm we've had these results independently verified by our colleagues in Geneva. And Cat has completed 13 laps, lucky for some. Well, Hector, he's good at counting, but actually completed 20, nearly 22, but 20 complete laps is a victory, which means that Hector is the winner. Hector still thinks he completed more laps than the adjudicator. Actually, perhaps he took a penalty point there, I'm not sure, but either way, he has won. And
20 laps for Hector. That's a very respectable score for the young driver here. We'll definitely be seeing more of them in the future.
that's terrific racing from Kat and Hector. Really, really well done. Great. I think, yeah, there's a treat clearly in store for the winner of that race. And we've got two young new drivers who've stepped up. They look like they're novices to this particular circuit, and they'll be competing in the junior category. But as we well know from our previous results, if you stay cool as a cucumber and nice and easy, then you stand a chance of getting the top marks and top circuits. You don't have to go too fast because you come spinning off the track, as was just demonstrated by the yellow car there. If you come into the Robbie Williams corner too quickly, you're going to spin off. But if you can pull back and just brake before you hit the corner, then you stand a chance of getting through and winning the race. It's a game of tactics. It's not just about power and acceleration. You really need to judge this circuit very, very finely indeed. That's why the Hanley Arena is getting and building this reputation as one of the great sporting arenas in the world. And it's also why drivers want to come straight from Monaco to Stoke to test their mettle. The adjudicator, Mr. Thompson, is just taking down the details, checking their licenses, make sure they're all in order. Do you know where these are from? Do you know where they're from? And I wouldn't have believed it, but these two are sisters actually. Linda and Leah are from Stoke. Linda and Leah. Linda is driving the blue car, I believe, and Leah the yellow car. Just a reminder that the blue car is on the outside lane. It may appear to be a bit longer, but there are really no advantages to being in the outside or inside lane in this race. Linda and Leah. So, final adjustments being made by the engineers to the track. Mr. Thompson is just checking that the drivers are both ready to start the race. Conditions are set fair. The crowd are up there on the high level looking down. They've got an eagle-eye view of this magnificent circuit.
So Mr. Thompson again gives the instructions for the race. Nice, clean race. No funny business. And we're nearly ready to go here. Crowd getting very excited. A lot of emotions around here. We've
There's
got
a
new
young
flag waver.
Member of the audience is taking charge of the checkered flag, and he can operate that right from over there. 3, 2, 1, and they're off.
That's a nice clean start for both of them there. Just keep going round, keep your finger on the thing. And off they go now round Wedgwood into Spitfire Straight into Spode now. This is nice now. That's it. Keep the pressure on. Keep moving. That's it. Now we got the hang of it. And we're going nicely into Robbie Williams for the blue. Yellow streaking round the corner now. This is good driving now. Just have to keep the momentum going. And who has the advantage at the moment? I think it's probably possibly yellow, but blue just overtakes on Spitfire
Blue
straight into
overtakes.
Spode. They're neck and neck now, but it's blue now who streaks ahead into Spitfire straight, and yellow goes cautiously around Spode and into Stanley Matthews.
And Lear comes off with the yellow vehicle, spins off at Robbie Williams' turn. They're both now around the Armitage Shanks U-bend and down the Stanley Matthews straight. Their confidence growing, these two young drivers from Stoke, as they come round the Robbie Williams turn and through the Shelton shimmy down the Spitfire straight. It's the yellow vehicle driven by Lear, I think, which has the advantage at the moment, but it's too close to call, really. They're neck and
Beautiful
neck.
there around Robbie Williams, and they're going to be side by side as they go down. Stanley Matthews, yellow in the advantage round Robbie Williams into Spode. Armitage Shanks down Stanley. And she
and the yellow
overcooks
one.
it there, going into Robbie Williams, and they both stall a little bit there coming out of Robbie Williams, and it's yellow first out of that into Spitfire, down Spode and Armitage Shanks, down Stanley Matthews. This is going to be very close to call now as we come into the last moments of this race. There's some lovely driving going on now as these drivers get the measure.
Oh dear, the yellow
she
car driven by
overcooks it on
Lear
Robbie Williams.
spins
Keep
off
going,
at Robbie
that's it.
Williams' corner. And she's going to lose valuable advantage there as the cars come back down, round past the first aid tent and past the Wedgwood.
It's come
there's
spinning off at
terrible
Spode. The
accident.
engineers leap into action, and that's the end of the race. Mr. Thompson has called it. Who is going to be victorious here today?
Goodness me. Well,
Very
that
close
was
there.
exciting. There was a slightly cautious start from both drivers there, the sisters, Linda and Leah. But the results are in, and I hope they can remain friendly with each other after the results, because it's so tight.
I imagine it was. It felt like it, both growing in confidence around that circuit there.
The
as they
crowd-
got the measure of the track and the cars.
Crowd are on the edge of their seat waiting for the results as they come through. Linda has completed 16 laps, which is magnificent.
Big round of applause from the crowd here. They're very appreciative of that 16 laps. Very impressive for this young rider.
But Leah in the yellow car has completed 17 laps.
17, it's a win for Leah in yellow. Not much in it. Just came down to that one or two crashes. They can be very pleased with themselves there, and the support team
I would not
in the background.
have
Give them
believed it.
big hugs and high fives there.
Well, terrific
Great
stuff,
stuff.
Craig, from the Hanley Arena. That was nail-biting stuff there, with a photo finish between them. Scarcely a hair's breadth between the two vehicles there at the end.
Yes, indeed. We've got two new drivers stepping up. And that's the way to drive the yellow car there. Oh, except that bit, commentator's curse there. Keep it on the track. Oh, slightly too much there. Going into Robbie Williams. And the drivers on their practice. Way over the top, having to collect it by one of the crowd there. Luckily, no injuries. It could have been nasty, that. But luckily, they managed to dodge it and help us out there.
Yeah, that's right. The yellow car screaming down the Stanley Matthews straight there, spun straight off the circuit and nearly took out some of the spectators. But and from Kurdistan, we've got a duo. We've got
Linda in yellow, Yusuf in blue from representing Kurdistan. Linda in yellow, Yusuf in blue.
Linda and Yusuf from Kurdistan.
So they're lined up now on the track, waiting for the 3, 2, 1 go from Mr. Thompson.
Of course, Kurdistan doesn't have its own Grand Prix racing circuit, but people didn't think that Stoke did until this weekend.
So just reminding them, most laps in 2 minutes. No funny business, a nice clean race. And we've got a new celebrity flag waver. So here
our
we go.
two young drivers from Kurdistan are
Hand is
ready.
in the air. 3,
3, two,
1,
one.
go. And they're off. That's a nice clean start from both drivers there. Down Spitfire Straight. Oh, but Linda comes off at Spode. And so it is Yusuf with a slight advantage, but Linda catches up down Spitfire Straight. That's beautiful now. Going into Stanley Matthews and round Wedgwood there. And Yusuf there, a little bit too much pumping, I think, of the trigger there, which is causing a little bit of a stuttering journey for them. And Linda streaks past there at Wedgwood and Spode and into Armitage Shanks, nice and smooth. If you can stay on the track, that's the way to win this race.
Yeah,
she goes
that's right.
down
Yusuf
Stanley
a little bit
Matthews.
cautious now because he's a bit anxious about spinning off the track anymore, but he's slowed down his pace, but nice and easy does it. Linda seems to have control of the circuit at the moment, but anything could change because once his confidence builds and he gets the measure of that Robbie Williams turn, which is the most dangerous part of the track, it could all change.
That's
Both
nice
vehicles,
driving
neck
from
and
both of
neck.
them. And they're going to be going down Stanley Matthews' side. Oh, beautiful there from Yusuf. He sped down Stanley Matthews, eased off at Robbie Williams, and that's put the pressure back on Linda, and that showed as she came off the track there at Armitage Shanks. This is going to be close to call. I think it's Yusuf now in blue, maybe with the slight edge. The pressure is back on Linda as she comes off
It's
at
so
Armitage
tight,
Shanks.
but once
This
again
is
she comes off at
really
Armitage
close
Shanks.
stuff now. We're getting into the last few moments of this race, and again, it's Yusuf who comes off the track at Robbie Williams, giving Linda a chance to fight back as she races past at Robbie Williams and comes tumbling off the track as they both go into Stanley Matthews Straight. Oh, and that was beautiful there from Linda. Overtook on the inside, going
she
into
spun
Robbins,
over
and then
at
she
Armitage
blows
Shanks.
it at Armitage
That really
Shanks.
is-
Yusuf pumps the air. He feels confident, but we're not going to know until the final results are in, and they've both blown it there. The pressure is on. We're in the cauldron of racing here. And Linda seems to have stalled, but she's back on track now, and time is up.
Goodness
and
me.
Whoa.
Well, Linda was in full control,
Complete control
of the race at that point, up until the final stages. But I think the anxiety got the better of her there. She came off a couple of times, spinning off at Armitage Shanks U-bend. And Yusuf took full advantage of that little mishap that she had.
That's right. The results have been counted, checked, and double-checked. Linda in yellow. 19 circuits. That is a very respectable amount of laps, and the crowd show their appreciation here trackside and up in the balcony where they've got that magnificent bird's eye view. So, is it a win for Linda? Is it a win for Yusuf? It's a draw, 19 laps each, and it felt close all the way through that, and that is borne out by the results there. 19 circuits each, and they shake hands as they leave the drivers' area, very happy with their driving there as two new drivers step up to the circuit here.
What absolutely terrific driving. We've just been revisited by one of our victors from yesterday's race. That was Elfin, who was just checking to see whether anybody had beaten his circuit championship winning 24 laps. And in fact, nobody has. People have equaled it, but nobody has yet bettered the 24 lap mark, which is obviously a challenge for any budding driver to take up. Those two last drivers obviously got 19 each, and that was very impressive driving, but nobody's managed to get more than 24 laps in the allotted 2 minutes. For those of you who've just arriving, you have 2 minutes to complete as many laps as you can. It sounds easy, but believe me, it's not, because you need to be really tactical when you tackle the beast that is the Hanley Grand Prix.
So we got two new drivers representing Zimbabwe. It's been an international day today.
Kenneth and Roland.
We've
got from Zimbabwe, Kenneth and Roland. Kenneth and Roland, all the way from Zimbabwe. So we've got a truly international driving crew. Here we've had drivers from Australia, from the South Sudan, from Bangladesh, from Poland, from France, from Market Drayton, from Congleton, even from Shelton.
Let's not forget Shelton, of course. No one can forget Shelton. They've got the Shelton shimmy here, of course, on our track. We've got Kenneth in blue, Roland in yellow. The flag is ready. Mr. Thompson is ready. The crowd are ready down here trackside and up on the balcony above. The arm is in the air. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Go! And they're off. A nice clean start there for yellow. Just needs a little bit of a nudge there. It's stuck on the oil slick, I think. And now spins off at Spode. Very good practice laps, but now the pressure of real racing is in, and that makes it a very different challenge indeed. Comes off at Armitage Shanks, yellow. Blue comes off at Robbie Williams. They're both back on now.
And he's off at Spode as well.
Calls in trouble
That's
there
the
for
car.
Roland in the
it
yellow
spins
car.
off again. There's
They've
the
got those
anxiety's
tight
getting the better of them.
corners and real pressure of racing getting to these two drivers from Zimbabwe now. They're not really used to these kind of conditions. This overcast weather here in Stoke. It's a slightly damper atmosphere than they would be used to, so it is quite a challenge on these corners. They're going to be a little bit slippier, and that's coming.
Both vehicles spinning off at Armitage Shanks U-bend, but the yellow vehicle now seems to have control as it comes through Spode and down the Stanley Matthews Way, round the Shelton Shimmy and down the Mitchell Way. Oh, but it's come off at Armitage Shanks, both vehicles neck and
beautiful
neck.
there for Kenneth going through Robbie Williams, knocking Roland off the track again. Armitage Shanks causing trouble for Roland in the yellow car. So at the moment it's Kenneth possibly with the advantage as we come into the last few moments of this race. Beautiful there, fast through Robbie Williams, completely in control now of this race. He's got the measure of the track, he's got the measure of the controls, and again it's Roland who spins off the track. But that's beautiful there from Roland through. Oh, lovely driving through Robbie Williams and Spode and Armitage Shanks. Oh, just overcooks it slightly there into Robbie Williams. And again into Spode. The pressure is on. They're both coming off there. And again coming off at Armitage Shanks. And a bit of finger pointing there between these two drivers. Pictures of concentration. Their faces. Time is up. Well, who is going to go back to Zimbabwe tonight with honours?
They've got the pride of Zimbabwe to carry with them, but who has the colours?
So we've
It's
got
a
the
tricky
results
one.
in.
I
They've
wouldn't
been
like to call it myself, Craig.
independently verified. Roland, 13 laps there in the yellow car. And a big round of applause there from the crowd here trackside. They appreciate that. They appreciate that was a tricky drive there. And in these conditions, but conquering those conditions with 20 laps, it's Kenneth who goes back to Zimbabwe tonight with his head held high, but they can both feel very proud, and the crowd applaud here in admiration of an excellent drive for these two. They go back to their support team now. They filmed that race, so they'll be able to analyse what went wrong, what went right later, and when they come back next time, I'm sure we're going to see some very exciting stuff from these two international drivers.
Absolutely. I think it can be quite humbling on this racetrack because you think you can just power down and speed through the circuit, but you can't. You have to really be sensitive to the tricky turns and twists that the Hanley circuit actually presents to you as they go through the Shelton Shimmy and down the Spitfire Straight into the Spode Corner, round the U-bend that is known as the Armitage Shanks, and down into the Stanley Matthews Way. This circuit is full of trials and tribulations. Some of our young drivers have mastered it perfectly, but others really have struggled. Sorry, Craig.
Now, there are a few little idiosyncrasies on this track, some tight corners, a few little kinks, a few little oil spills, and obviously as the day goes on, little bits of debris appear on the track, which can wreak havoc with preparation. 1947 protocol, of course, 2 minutes, most laps in 2 minutes, and both drivers driving the same make and model of car. The only difference is one has got a bit of yellow paint on the top. Apart from that, they are identical. Mr. Thompson going through the rules now. He'll want a nice clean race, no funny business.
For the assembled crowd and yourself, of course, Craig, I can now reveal the drivers' names. They are representing Turkey, and they are Aya and Ikram. I believe, is it Aya in the blue car and Ikram? Is that right? Aya in the blue car, Ikram in the yellow car.
So here we go. Our flag waver is ready. The crowd falls silent here in the Potteries shopping centre. They're gathering up on the balcony above us for that wonderful bird's eye view. Only really here in Stoke do you get such a view of international racing like this, and teams from all over the world. Zimbabwe, Turkey, Shropshire,
South
Cheshire.
Sudan, Market Drayton.
Mr. Thompson checks his watch.
Mr. Thompson getting a little bit impatient there, I think.
He raises his
he's
arm
anxiously
aloft.
wanting to get on with the race.
He
and
just wants to get this race underway. Two, one,
one.
go.
And
And
they're
they're
off.
off. That's a lovely start from both drivers there. Out of Robbie Williams, down Spitfire straight.
Oh, and the yellow car.
But
That's,
it's,
Ikram has come
comes
off the
there
circuit.
at Armitage Shanks, and again at Spode. The pressure's on now for Ikram. What can he do? He's just, that's beautiful there, going down Stanley Matthews into Robbie Williams.
Kuehl as a cucumber on the outside lane in the blue vehicle, tackles the Robbie Williams and round the Shelton Shimmy, and she makes her way round the S-bend of the Spode corner. It's magnificent. But Ikram,
Oh no, he
trying
loses
to
at
catch up,
Armitage
but
Shanks.
lost
He's
it.
under pressure, of course, because Aya is doing so well there in the blue car, which does put the pressure on. But this is still all to play for. We've still got at least seconds left in this race now.
Sometimes you just have to hold your nerve and hope that your opponent loses concentration and spins up the track by going too hastily into it.
Oh no, he's over pumped
he's
it
done
there.
it again.
It's too much pumping, not enough just keeping your finger on the trigger. Oh, and it spins off again there. Too much gas makes it come off the track there at Robbie Williams. But there's still all to play for now. The pride of Turkey at stake here in the Potteries today. Who is going to go home victorious again? Tumbling off at Robbie Williams. It's a nice smooth ride from Ia there all the way around
Beautiful
this
drive from
circuit.
Ikram there as he comes round the Armitage
Lovely.
Shanks bend and down the straights. But he takes a tumble at the Spode corner. And Aya, meanwhile, just cool as you like, taking the outside lane. But no,
Oh
in
no,
fact,
she
she's
comes
spun
off there. That's the pressure of the last few moments of the race, getting to Aya there as well. She has been so cool, and again she comes off at Robbie Williams. It's the cauldron of racing. Suddenly you feel the fear, and the sweat starts to come into the hands there, and you lose control just momentarily. And time is up. Mr. Thompson has called it. The counting will have to commence. This is going to be interesting.
Well, Ikram
Aya
raced
says, I've won there. She's
the finishing
convinced
grid
she's
there.
won, but no one can tell
Yeah, she's
until
looking
the results
confident.
have been independently verified.
Ikram, slightly frustrated with himself there. The vehicle not performing to its how he quite wanted it to, but the proof of the pudding is in the eating.
That's
and
right. Aya with a nice cool ride and race all the way through there. Goes home victorious with 22 laps and places herself third on the leaderboard. And it's Ikram there with 16 laps. He's a little bit disappointed, you can tell, but they shake hands, no hard feelings, and there's some lovely applause from the assembled crowd.
And let's
gathered
face it,
here
Craig,
today.
16 laps would have been a magnificent score.
Thursday, that would have been
that would have been an absolutely prize-winning score. So both of them can be justifiably proud of that performance as they take back the spoils and the pride of Turkey with them back into the streets of Stoke. So we've got two more drivers who are in the grandstand.
We've got the
just
pride of
preparing
Shelton back
themselves.
on the bench here now in the driver's area. And a big cheers. Very popular figure here in the Potteries, of course. And we saw her race earlier on today. She's back again to beat her personal best, or maybe even to get to the top of that leaderboard.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the Hanley Arena for day 3 of the Stoke Grand Prix. In this magnificent arena, we have three tiers of galleries full of spectators, thousands of spectators, all with a magnificent eagle-eye view of this great racing circuit. The crowd are cheering up above.
That's right.
It's been a terrific 3 days, hasn't
A
it,
fantastic spectacle, a fantastic festival, a fantastic feast of sport and racing here today. It's the Pride of Shelton Aya in the blue car. It's Charlie in the yellow car. Mr. Thompson there reminding them of the rules. The crowd watch on from above. They have got the best view in the house. They're excited. They know they're about to witness history down here at the track here in the Hanley Arena. A hush falls across the crowd now. We wait for the arm to go up. There it is. 3, 2, 1. Go, and they're off. That's a nice clean start from both drivers there. Through Robbie Williams, down Spitfire straight. Oh, and they both take a cropper there, and they come off at different points in the track. They're both back on track now. This is anybody's race now, and they're both off at Robbie Williams again. They've just got to take it easy going into Robbie Williams. It's easy to be distracted by Robbie Williams. If you go in too hard, you need to just take it nice and steady.
We seem to have some technical problems with the yellow vehicle, but no, it's back. I think there's an alternator problem there with the yellow vehicle, and but it's back. No, and it's spun off at Robbie Williams. This is a tricky one. The adjudicator has sent the safety
unprecedented scenes
around
here.
The track and has invited the drivers to come back to the starting grid for a restart of the Grand Prix. That was chaos at the beginning of that. The engineers are quickly going around the circuit to check there are no oil spills. And the engineers looking at the surface as well, as something was definitely wrong with the circuit. There might have been a spill or a little bit of debris that came off from that previous race.
We did have a little bit of ice cream cone on the track earlier, which did cause us a few problems earlier on. The track staff did as much as they could to get that cleaned up, but of course, when you've got such a busy schedule like we have here today, there's not always the time to be quite as diligent as we would like to do. So, remarkable scenes here as we've had to have a race stopped and restarted. The track is back in working order. The engineers are off the track, and the crowd appreciate that, the hard work that's gone into that. Mike Rose down there in the engineering department, and Marjorie and Jim in the first aid tent. Everybody is ready to go. The arm is aloft again. We're starting 2 minutes again, Mr. Thompson. We're starting from the beginning as if that race never happened. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Go, and they're off. A lovely start. The crowd whoop in anticipation. Round now, just got to keep the pressure on. Beautiful riding there, beautiful driving. Lovely through the woods, past Wedgwood there, down Spitfire Straight. Armitage Shanks.
Oh, there's a balloon
Stanley Matthews
on
straight.
the circuit
An
there.
enormous balloon dropped by a giant just came onto the track.
Oh,
and that's
the yellow
put
vehicle has
the yellow
taken a
car off
terrible
their
tumble.
stride now as they race down Spitfire Straight. Stanley Matthews Straight. Robbie Williams, Spode, Armitage Shanks. Oh, and a career in off the track there at Robbie Williams past Wedgwood. Shelton Shimmy, Spode, Armitage Shanks, Stanley Matthews. Lovely driving for yellow there, going through Robbie Williams and past Wedgwood. And it's not much in it between these two cars now.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, and that's a tumble
but
for
both
yellow
cars come
and
off.
for blue. But now yellow creeping up. That balloon nearly landing on the
oh, the humanity.
track again.
The humanity as the Hindenburg.
Oh, off again, both of the cars at Robbie Williams.
It's an absolute
Higher,
carnage.
the Pride of Shelton. She's come off the track at Spode. That's unusual for her. She's normally so good around Spode. And now
Neck
they're
and neck
neck
as
and
they
neck
come
past
round.
Robbie Williams,
Past
past
Robbie
Wedgwood,
Williams,
down
and
Spitfire, Spode, Armitage Shanks,
and
Stanley
Armitage
Matthews,
Shanks.
Robbie Williams,
Oh!
Wedge. Oh, for Robbie Williams. It's the yellow with the advantage at the moment, going into Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, into Spode, Armitage Shanks. This is too close to call. The pride of Shelton comes off the track at Robbie Williams, but they are to be side by side now as they
Once
go
again,
down
Shelton.
through Robbie Williams. We're into the dying moments of this race. The crowd, they can't believe what they are seeing. They are ecstatic. They wanted racing. They've got it.
Absolutely. And as we come into the final few seconds of this race, the yellow car screeching has managed to find its footing again as it comes round through the Shilton Shimmy and down the Spitfire.
The crowd have got
straight,
their
and the
heads,
race
heads
is
in their
over.
hands. They can't believe what they've seen. They
Goodness
don't know.
me.
We don't know. Only Mr. Thompson knows who the winner is. They wait with anticipation trackside now to see who the winner is.
The sports stewards were a bit slow off the mark, picking the blue car back onto the track there, but we've got our results through, and it is conclusive. Charlie has completed 18 laps, which is
Magnificent 18 laps for Charlie there, and he gets
And-
some very appreciative applause.
And
They
Aya,
get.
the pride of Shelton, 19.
Oh,
so she has
just
pipped
pips
it.
Charlie there at the post.
It was neck and neck for most of that race. It was gripping stuff.
Aya, the more experienced driver, of course, from Shelton. He's got the slight advantage around the Shelton Shimmy, of course, and very familiar with that bit of track. And Charlie can't quite believe it. Looks a little bit shell-shocked there in the driver's area, but they make their way now back to the support crew on the benches trackside here.
That's right. Remembering
at the
that was
Hanley
Charlie's
Arena.
first attempt at this circuit. What a magnificent score for him. That's his first attempt at this. I mean, part of the thrill and the challenge, of course, is beating your own personal record. So Aya has managed that herself, of course. But that race was thrills and spills, end-to-end stuff, if there could be an end, which there isn't, of course, because it's a circuit. And goodness me, we've got two new drivers in the hot seat as they take their vehicles round the circuit, round Spode Turn, the Armitage Shanks, and down Stanley Matthews Way. Just testing the resilience of the vehicles and the torque, obviously, which is a quality that really gets tested as you approach Robbie Williams' corner, because you really need to pull back on the throttle and then take that corner in your stride without spinning off. Both vehicles.
And our team from Shelton go back home, heads held high now, having done an excellent job here at the Hanley Arena in the Potteries. It's Zoe in blue, Sophie in yellow. Who is going to come out victorious between these two friends? Will they still be friends after the next 2 minutes? Mr.
Zoe
Thompson
in blue,
reminds them
Sophie
of the rules.
in yellow. Mr. Thompson, absolute stickler for details. Nothing gets past him. He's making sure that everything is all the dots are crossed and the T's are dotted, so to speak. That's what his job is. He now raises the checkered flag.
Is in the air. The crowd
Aloft.
goes silent. 2, 1, go! And they're off. A nice clean start. Big cheers from the crowd trackside. They appreciate a good start here in Stoke-on-Trent. They're very, very knowledgeable here. And so they like to see some nice, tidy racing, which is what we've got here so far. This is what we want to see. Those who stay on the track, they tend to be the winners. This is wonderful stuff here. Side by side, neck and neck going down Stanley Matthews, out of Robbie Williams, into Spode, Armitage Shanks, back into Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood, Spitfire straight, Spode, Armitage Shanks, yellow with the advantage at the moment. It's got the slightly shorter circuit, but those tighter corners. This is wonderful stuff, and the crowd cheering from the benches. They know they are seeing. Oh no! Oh, unbelievable there! It was going so well. Could that cost Sophie the race? We don't know. We're just going. Oh, and again,
no.
She's put the pressure on herself now with those crashes. She's got it all to do. It's Sophie versus Zoe. Zoe in the blue. Zoe hoping that they now might be able to claw something back It could be just a matter of half a lap in the minute at the moment. A little stalling there outside the press tent there, possibly a little bit of showboating for the cameras.
Yellow car stopping.
Oh, and the
Oh.
crowd can't believe it. It's heads in hand stuff. This despair. Keep going. What's happening?
Yellow vehicle seems to have a few technical troubles, travails, as the, perhaps it didn't check the points early enough. No, there's definitely electrical fault has developed in the yellow vehicle, but it's off again and straight spins off at the Spode turn, past the technical area, down the Stanley Matthews Straights and round the Robbie Williams corner, through the Shelton Shimmy. Meanwhile, the blue vehicle comes off on the Shelton Shimmy and round the chicane and is off. Clear advantage for the blue vehicle here as it comes down the Stanley Matthews Straights, but then it veers off a little bit overzealously on the Robbie Williams turn, past the technical area and back to the starting grid. Well, that was
So slight technical issues for
eventful,
yellow car there,
to
which I
say
think
the
might have
least.
cost them the race. It was very much Sophie's race for a while, then experienced those technical troubles. All seems to be running smooth there, so not quite sure what happened there. But anyway, there's no going back.
Yeah,
You're
driving-
only as good as your last race.
driver nervousness,
Sophie,
I suspect.
16. Zoe, 21 there.
Good.
Victory for Zoe in the blue car. They put themselves fourth on the leaderboard, but still 24 laps is the number to beat here at the Stoke Grand Prix.
Well, we've got
here
two
in Hanley.
new drivers looking a little bit nervous.
They salute
greet
the crowd, and a
salute the
massive
crowd.
round of applause ripples around the arena here for these two popular racers here from the local area. Mr. Thompson just explaining the intricacies of slot car racing here. It looks simple, but it's often
It
just
requires a delicate
touch.
Yeah, because you can race into those corners thinking you can take them, but actually you'll spin off
Like that.
just like that. The yellow car demonstrating perfectly my description there as it approached the Robbie Williams corner. Just to take you back along the circuit, you've got this big straight, the Stanley Matthews Straight, which it's very tempting to speed up along, but you have to pull back the throttle before you get to the Robbie Williams turn. Otherwise, you're going to spin off and lose valuable ground. It's important. These friends from Stoke, we have Sam in the blue car and Kyan in the yellow. Sam and Kyan. Sam's in the blue, Kyan's in the yellow. Remember the names, because these young drivers are going to be around for a long time, we can tell. They've got great futures ahead of them, Sam and Kyan. Sam's in the blue, Kyan's in the yellow as they approach the starting grid. Mr. Thompson, our adjudicator, will be making sure that those two vehicles are millimetre perfect up against the starting grid, because there's no advantage and no quarter is given by him. He's an absolute stickler. Don't even think about crossing the adjudicator.
He's been a little bit soft today, though. No 4.7 centimetre penalties that we had yesterday. So I think perhaps he's feeling a little bit more
I think he's warming
chilled out.
up. Actually, I think it's taken him 3 days, but normally he starts brutally cold and pedantic, but he seems to be warming up to the crowd.
Indeed. So
'Cause
we
it's
wait
been
for this race between
we've got Kyan and Sam, wasn't it? Sam. Sam in the blue, Kyan in the yellow.
the flag is up. The crowd full silence in anticipation. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh,
that was a false start,
False
and that-
start there.
Sam,
Oh dear, oh
Sam
dear.
risking a penalty point there by getting away from the grid too quickly. I tried a little bit of cheating there, but there's no way that Mr. Thompson is going to stand for that. Believe you me, we've been there.
He's playing the innocent there, but Mr. Thompson just having to reset the watch One false start allowed. It won't be allowed again. Here we go. We go again. Up goes the flag. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, and another
and this
false
time
start.
it was
Terrible,
Kyan
terrible.
in the yellow car this time, who was too quick
I
off
think
the
the
mark
nervousness
then.
getting the better of them here, Craig. I mean, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Well,
but
that's
I
the
think
pressure of racing,
I-
isn't it? You
I
can
think
practice
it's their
all you like,
nerves.
but when you're in this cauldron of racing like we are here today, that's when the true professional wins the day.
And Mr. Thompson has no court. He's not going to give any ground to any of that funny business, believe you me.
Here we go. We try again. Third time lucky. Up goes the flag.
3, 2, 1.
Oh,
no,
Kyan
this
again
is a
there.
risk.
That's going to be a
I think it's gonna
4.7
be a
centimetre
4.7
penalty.
For sure. He's got a penalty. He's got a 4.7
We were
centimetre
just
penalty.
remarking how clean the racing had been so far today on Super Saturday. But let's see now. That could cost Kyan the race there. He might regret that. Here we go.
Could make
You
the
go
difference.
on go. 2, 1, go. There we go. Now we're off. That's Kyan in yellow who takes the advantage now. Heading down Spitfire Straight and into Robbie Williams. Oh, but they both spin off the track at Robbie Williams. So it's who can get out of there nice and cleanly. And back round again. They're going to be side by side now. Shorter track for the yellow car, of course, but has slightly trickier corners. And just comes off and there at Robbie Williams. And so it's the blue with a slight advantage now, and yellow again. That tight corner is causing them some difficulty.
That's right, actually, because the yellow car needs to slow down before it comes round, and very cautiously, it's got a slightly shorter
there's a little
circuit,
coming
but oh my
together
goodness,
there.
it's
The Shelton
absolutely
shimmy.
neck and neck
Oh,
as they
beautiful
come round.
driving here. They're side by side.
Oh, magnificent
and
driving.
now this is going to be interesting now because it's yellow who are just clawing things back now as they go round again into the Stanley Matthews Straight. And this is now really exciting. Oh, but he loses it over there. That's what you just got to maintain concentration, stay on the track. And now blue back with the advantage coming out of Robbie Williams. And back round the circuit again into Spode and Armitage Shanks.
Splendid driving,
Oh,
but
they're
no,
both
both
off the
cars
track.
career off and smash into the side hoardings there. And they're going super speedy. This is very high-risk stuff because they know they can spin off at the Robbie Williams corner as they come round Spode and down the Stanley Matthews Straight round the Armitage Shanks. And that's far too quick to be able to
yellow's
take
off
that.
there.
The yellow is a little bit overzealous, bit anxious, and that anxiety is going to translate itself into mistakes as it does again. And they're off. And the yellow car, neck and neck, it manages to get ahead of the blue car now as it comes round the Armitage Shanks and down the Stanley Matthews Way, round the Shelton Shimmy and down the... and the time
time's
is
up.
That was an exciting
Time is
end
up.
to that race, but I couldn't put
This is going to be close, I think.
a
It's going to be the
thing
one with the least
between
crashes
them.
who wins, I think. Very close indeed here. And both very respectable scores for these new drivers, new to this circuit. Kyan, 18 laps. Sam, 21. So it's just those few
Good.
crashes. There's big hugs and high fives around. There's no hard feelings. They know they've both provided a spectacle for the watching crowd here.
What a spectacle
and,
that
some,
was.
Entertainment outside the entertainer. Two new drivers step
Terrific
up now.
racing as buoyed with the adrenaline rush of that last race. These two, Sam and Kyan, take their position in the VIP box, ready to watch their friends take over. Now, their friends, obviously, the benchmark has been set by Sam and Kyan there with the 22.18. And that was not as close. I thought it was going to be closer than that, to be perfectly honest, Craig. But that's the problem. The cars can spin off very, very easily, and you can lose vital ground, particularly at the Robbie Williams corner or Spode turn. The two drivers have obviously learned from watching their friends competing on this course. So hopefully they picked up some tips.
We've got Mason in the blue car. We've got Paisley in the yellow car. Mr. Thompson reminds him, most laps in 2 minutes will be the winner. Usually the winner is the one who can stay on the track. So he's asking for a good, clean race. A little bit of back chat there, I think. A little bit of trash talk from Paisley there. Mr. Thompson won't take kindly to that.
Yeah, we'll see how that translates onto the tarmac itself as these two get ready for the race.
The flag is up. Remember, it's go on go, not on any other signal. 3, 2, 1, go. Good clean start from both drivers there. It's Mason in blue, Paisley in yellow. Mason with the advantage at the moment, but Paisley's not far behind. They've got the shorter drive, but the tighter corners. They're both off the track. Who can get back on first? This is going to be crucial now. It's Mason slightly ahead. Paisley not far behind, though. If they can stay on the track, they could easily catch up. Just got to maintain composure, keep the pressure on, no mistakes. It's whoever doesn't make mistakes, but you've got to keep driving, keep the pressure on. Don't take your foot too much off the gas.
You've got to power
That's
through
it.
that
Keep
short and
going.
shimmy and past the grandstand into the Spode corner. Take your foot off the pedal as you come into Spode. And then, oh yes, the yellow car's getting back into his stride now. But the blue car has the advantage on the outside lane as it comes through and laps the yellow car there. It's the blue car at the moment.
Nicely driving there through Spode for Paisley in the yellow car.
The temptation, obviously, is to take your mind just for a moment and lose concentration, and the car can veer off. You can lose your rhythm and spin off. Unfortunately, the yellow car has done that on Spode turn, but it's all still to play for as we go into the final minute of racing. And the blue car has spun off. This is terrific.
It's a chance for Paisley now. If they can keep momentum, keep
Paisley
going. Nicely done there through Spode. They've got the hang of it now. Oh, a little too much going into Robbie Williams. Drifting off. That's lovely through Spode and Armitage Shanks, though. Beautiful through Robbie Williams. Now's a chance. Now's a chance. Can they catch up? Oh, no. They just too much there. A little bit of oversteer going into Robbie Williams. Few seconds left now. It's going to come down to who can stay in control, who can stay on the track. Beautiful driving from Paisley there. This is an opportunity. Go across the line, gets an extra lap there at the end. That's the end of the driving. Mr. Thompson
Goodness me. The blue car seemed to have full control there, but then just lost it right at the end. Will that translate into the results? So
very close indeed. Some really high scoring there. We've got Paisley with 20 laps. That puts them 5th on the leaderboard. But second on the leaderboard with 23 laps is Mason. 23, not quite getting the 24 that's needed to top the leaderboard. But what a way to step into the arena this Super Saturday. They take a bow, they wave goodbye to the crowd. Very popular figures here at the Potteries Centre.
Mason takes the crown from his friends there. It was a very tightly run short contest between those close friends there, but Mason is the one who goes away with the gold crown. And we are coming into approaching the final stages of our day 3 of racing here at the Hanley Arena. You are listening to the commentators as we bring you continuous live action commentary of the Stoke Grand Prix from this specially designed arena here in the heart of Hanley. We've got 2 new drivers who have never raced on this circuit before. And we'll see just what they're capable of. For those of you just tuning in from around the world, welcome to the Hanley Arena. And we are conducting slot car races. Friends from Stoke, these two.
Marina and Emily. Marina in the yellow car, Emily in the blue car. They're friends at the moment. Will they be friends still at the end of this race?
That remains to be seen, and let's just see what kind of sportsmanship they can conduct during the course of this race. It's only 2 minutes, but a lot can happen. It's action-packed, loads of thrills and spills. There may be terrible catastrophes or elegant choreographed racing around this beautiful circuit. Hanley, of course, a regular fixture now on the Grand Prix circuit. Coming straight after Monaco and before Imola. And we've had a truly international driving contingent over these last 3 days. We've had drivers from all around the world and all round Stoke coming to compete on this groundbreaking circuit. This part of the remix program hosted by Appetite Stoke, of course, who are our sponsors.
Coming to the end of the practice laps, and they're lined up on the start line. 2 minutes, most laps in 2 minutes. That 1948 protocol in operation here in Stoke. Mr. Thompson gets the flag ready. Emily and Marina.
Palpable tension here in the arena.
Wait for the go from Mr. Thompson. The flag is in the air. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. Oh, that's a flying start. Too much flying, in fact, from both those drivers. And they're back again on track.
Both vehicles catastrophically spinning off the track at the first opportunity there. I think these drivers need to just take stock a little bit, need to just calm down, get a measure of the circuit. They're now neck and neck as they come round the Shelton Shimmy and down the Spitfire Straight. The yellow car at the moment having the measure of it. Oh, but it takes a tumble on the Armitage Shanks U-bend and then spins off at Robbie Williams' turn. Now the yellow car back on the road as it passes the grandstand and into Spode Corner, but it's somewhat tentatively approaching the corners, and the blue car is really struggling to get into a rhythm at the moment, but that'll all change. The blue car spins off at the Robbie Williams corner, comes through the Shelton Shimmy and down the Spitfire Straight, down the Stanley Matthews Straight, and round and back. Now the blue car is has a completely different rhythm and is speeding around the track, gaining full advantage over the yellow vehicle, which is struggling a little bit, perhaps for some technical issues as it stalled outside the grandstand.
Oh, that was a beautiful lap, though,
ago.
from Marina in yellow now. She's got the hang of this, coming around Spitfire into Spode and back into Robbie Williams. Some lovely driving now. Staying nice and cool. Both of these drivers got the hang of it now, got the measure of this track and got the measure of the handling of their cars. So we're in for, commentators curse there as Marina just loses it at Armitage Shanks there. Just a few seconds left, and
a
again,
stunning bit of
Marina
drift
loses
there
it.
from the
Can
blue
she get
car
her
as it
last
came
lap
round, and it's-
through?
oh my
Oh, too
goodness, the
much.
yellow-
She's gone overexcited, and time is up.
And
Stop
that's
racing.
The yellow car ends up on its roof at Spode Turn, narrowly missing Mike Rose in the technical area.
Great
But,
stuff there from Marina
It's
and
gripping,
Emily.
entertaining stuff. And even the trees next to Spode Corner have been flattened by that
Results are in.
last incident. I think it was just the wind created by the rush of the vehicles, not by the vehicle itself.
So
here
we got the
go.
results in. Very interesting results here, and I'm afraid we have had to go back to the rule and regulations book. Mr. Thompson has had to deduct a lap from one of our drivers here today, and Graham there shakes his head in disbelief. It's been a long time since that's happened, but the reason for that was driving whilst on a mobile phone. And so Marina does lose a lap, which means that Emily is the winner by 1 lap. It was 18 laps each, but that infringement of the rules, driving with a mobile phone, means that Marina loses the race. So a lesson
typical.
for us all there. Could have been worse, could have been banned from competition in the future. So Mr. Thompson's actually been quite lenient there, I think.
You can get away with it, but Mr. Thompson does not miss anything. That's nonetheless great driving from those two. So as the drivers make their way off to spend the spoils of their victory.
No, just hope our new driver has learnt from our previous drivers not to drive whilst on a mobile phone. They will have a lap deducted, so he needs to put that phone away or find a hands-free method of there we go, avoiding any penalties there. Little practice lap.
Now we've got a little video crew want to cover this particular race. Let's hope they won't be
These look
disappointed.
good, promising
with the
practice laps here. Oh, we just stalled there slightly. Got to keep the momentum going.
Blue car
nice
spins
there
off
for
at
yellow.
Armitage Shanks, but is back on the track and down the Stanley Matthews Straight and into the Robbie Williams. We've got Tilly and Jason, both from Stoke. Tilly is driving the blue car and Jason is driving the yellow car. Tilly is on the outside lane, Jason is on the inside lane.
Tilly and Jason, who's going to be doing the washing up later today? Here we go. The crowd falls silent. The drivers' faces, pictures of concentration. 24 laps is the current top of the leaderboard, shared by 6 of our drivers from the last 3 days of racing here at the Potteries for the Stoke Grand Prix. Mr. Thompson unfurls the flag. He checks his stopwatch. He raises the flag. The drivers wait for the go. Here we are. 3, 2, 1, go!
And the two
And
vehicles
they're
are off. Immediately neck and neck through Spitfire Straight and round the Spode. It's magnificent driving, but the blue car spins off at Robbie Williams' turn through the Shelton Shimmy. The yellow car, driven by Jason, seems to have the advantage at the moment, but it's off.
He comes off at Armitage Shanks.
Got a little bit overconfident
That's
there.
often people's nemesis.
Tilly is now racing and
Tilly
overtakes.
now. They come together there. They're side by side. Tilly goes into Robbie Williams first, but it's Jason who has the advantage. But again, he tumbles at Armitage Shank. That U-bend often causes a lot of trouble.
They've both got their Achilles heels here, and clearly for Jason it's the Armitage Shanks U-bend, and for Tilly it's the Robbie Williams turn. But
Beautiful
both of them
racing now on their
neck and
side
neck
by
at the
side
moment.
there through.
Oh,
And Jason just
me.
has the advantage coming out of Robbie Williams. Tilly losing it again there.
It's terrific racing here from these two. You can tell they've done this before, but they're new to this circuit. And there's a little bit of drift there from Tilly as she spins
Again at
off
Armitage Shanks for Jason.
at the Robbie Williams turn. They're into, and Jason stops by the photography tent just to get a little photo opportunity there, but they're back and neck as they come through round Spode and Armitage Shanks down the Stanley Matthews Straight and back towards the starting grid round Robbie Williams turn and the Shelton Shimmy past the grandstand.
He tumbles again in the same place.
That's going to give Tilly the advantage there as she comes round the Armitage Shanks and down the
And
home
again,
straight.
he can't believe it.
Jason thinks he's got this,
Does
but
he learn nothing?
He's losing ground on Tilly, who is taking full advantage of this by Max with some magnificent driving on the outside lane. Round the Robbie Williams and the Shelton Shimmy through the chicane.
Seconds
and
left
down.
now in this race.
Oh my
no,
goodness.
again at Robbie Williams.
It's Tilly off the circuit there, but fortunately for her, Jason has come off on
did
the
Jason
Armitage
just
Shanks.
snatch it at the end there?
Magnificent
Did he cross the line
driving.
in time?
Gripping
It's a
stuff
furrow
there.
brow from Mr. Thompson. It's either good news or bad news. I think it's going to be good news. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that. Isn't that... is that 21 for both?
No, that's a mistake.
As the results
Sorry,
get
just
sent
double
to
checking
Geneva
there.
for
Had to
independent
be
verification.
confirmed by video replay. And, well, Jason, a magnificent 20 laps there and a big round of applause from the crowd. Did he do enough? Just in that last moment there, I think it was snatched by Tilly with 21 laps. Unbelievable there. Amazing scenes. Well done to Tilly there. They both go off. Very proud of their achievements.
And they'll be
there.
very pleased to know that all of that was captured on video. They can go back to analyse their performances later in the day. And well done to those two. Both terrific performances. We've got two new drivers come up to the grandstand. This looks like a father and son team. And we've got Spider Boy and Armani Dad just putting themselves through their own paces just to check the conditions on track. We've got a terrific crowd here in the Hanley Arena on multiple levels with eagle-eye views of the circuit. A new purpose-built circuit. Oh, my
the
goodness!
Colonel's gone.
The
He's
Colonel,
knocked over the Colonel
Colonel
there.
Parker has taken a tumble.
Oh. This is going to be a flat-out smash 'em and grab 'em race, this one, I think.
The blue car careering into the commentary box there and causing some damage to one of our commentary team. The poorly
That's
ankle
nice now
getting
in
even
blue.
worse. Well, that's going to not look favourably upon our contestant. So, William is in the blue car. Joseph is in the yellow car. William in the blue car, Joseph in the yellow car. These drivers are from the Czech Republic. They've come all the way from the Czech Republic and the Blue Danube to this magnificent stadium here in Stoke. It's been a truly international driving team here. We've had competitors from all around the world.
Yes, indeed. And the drivers are lined up on the starting grid, ready for this next race in our final day of what has been a festival of speed here today in Stoke-on-Trent. What are we going to see in this race?
Feel this is going to be a bit
Anything
spicy.
could happen, I think. Anything could happen here between William and Joseph. William in blue, Joseph in yellow. The flag is up. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. And that's a nice start there for Joseph in yellow. Oh, but again, he comes tumbling off at Armitage Shanks, giving a bit of momentum back to William, who comes careering off there at Spo, but it's no one steady, does it, for Joseph? And we've lost the car there, completely off the track, into out of bounds almost there, if this was golf.
Yeah, there was a cry of 4 as that vehicle left the grid there, and but William seems to be on track now. He's got the good measure of the course and his vehicle,
now.
and he's
Just
into
keep it
his
like that, William.
stride.
And
Absolutely, he's learned from those earlier mistakes, and now he's got good control of his vehicle. I think Joseph still has the advantage
Oh,
at
he
the moment, but
stalled
Joseph has
outside
stalled
the crowd
right
there. He
outside
stalled.
Oh, good
Just on
grief.
that little bit of kink in the track there. He's stalled.
This is a great opportunity for William to take advantage and steam ahead. And William really has got it into his stride now. If he could just keep his concentration round the Shelton shimmy and through Spode corner. Spode corner again, round the Armitage Shanks.
Oh, he's coming
and the
across
yellow
again.
vehicle
Oh,
has
what's happening
stalled.
now? They're neck and neck there as they go into Stanley Matthews and Robbie Williams. Oh, and William comes off the track there, giving the advantage back to Joseph, who now is in hot pursuit. It's difficult to tell who has the advantage now as they go
Oh,
into.
my goodness,
comes off
absolutely
the track,
spectacular.
narrowly avoiding the Colonel there.
Joseph
Williams
just
off again,
nicked
but he's
his
neatly round.
son's car and tipped him off the track there, but there's a temptation now for William to try and to be too speedy and trying to catch up. But he's overtaken his dad there, and William.
Time
that's the
is
end
up.
of the match. I say match, it's a race. Obviously, it's not a match, but it
High
is.
fives there between the two drivers. It's a good-natured contest.
I can bring you the results, and this is spectacular. We knew it was very fine between the two, but William, you completed 18
laps. Very impressive. That would have been on the leaderboard on Thursday.
But meanwhile, Joseph, you completed 19 laps.
Oh, just pipped at the post there by Joseph in the yellow car. But both of these drivers can be very proud of their achievements here. They've entertained the crowd here on our last day of racing. They're watching in appreciation from the balcony above. They know they've seen something special here today
Indeed,
between
the
William
pride
and
of
Joseph.
the Czech Republic. Those two terrific drivers can go back to the Czech Republic and tell of their stories, tell all the stories and spread the word of this magnificent arena, because Stoke is becoming an internationally renowned centre for Scalextric racing, as we now know. The crowd are assembling for our next duo, who are lined up ready to race.
We've got Craig back again, and versus Dr. Pooh, who's new to the motor racing circuit, but has competed down under before. This is the first time they've been raced in the Northern Hemisphere.
And Dr. Pooh is from Dimension X. He's the first driver actually from Dimension X, so he can fly the flag for that particular dominion.
Dr. Pooh should be pretty able to handle himself around Armitage Shanks U-bend there, just in front of the driver's position. But he is up against the mighty Craig, of course. We're going to see how this pans out this afternoon. Handshake, very sportsmanlike.
That's right, Craig has already tackled that particular U-bend a few times and has come out clean at the other end, straight down the Stanley Matthews straights into the Robbie Williams corner and round the Shelton shimmy. That's the way to go, but it's if you've never driven this circuit before, it can pose particular challenges, Craig.
Yes, indeed. So here we go. The practice is over. This is the real thing. The arm goes in the air. We wait for the count. 3, 2, 1, go! And it's a nice clean start from both drivers there. It's Dr. Pooh taking it slowly there. They're on the inside track. They got the tighter corners. They go into the lead. But Craig comes back around Armitage Shanks. They're neck and neck, side by side into Robbie Williams. Out of Robbie Williams and around Spode. And it's Dr. Pooh with the advantage on Spitfire straight. And into Stanley Matthews and round Robbie Williams past Wedgwood. This is beautiful driving. But it's Craig now.
That's magnificent.
This is side by side now.
As they navigate round Armitage Shanks U-bend, Dr. Pooh seems to have the advantage in that particular field, but they're down Stanley Matthews' way and around the Spode junction.
A lovely bit of drift
beautiful
there,
drift
showboating in front of the main stand there. It's Dr. Pooh back in the lead. And Craig nearly comes off the track, and they come together.
Oh my goodness, it's a
and
terrible...
Dr. Pooh comes off the track. Not sure whose fault that was. The video adjudicators are going to want to look at that to see if there was an infringement.
I'd say Dr. Pooh got stuck in Armitage Shanks U-bend, but it's back on and it's been flushed out.
And it's come off again in Armitage Shanks, so it looks like Craig might have the advantage at the moment if they can just keep going. And they stalled in front of the mini stand there, Dr. Pooh. Is he going to be flushed with success? Or is he going to be down the toilet? We're going to find out in the moment as we come into the last sections of this race.
Dr.
And
Pooh's
he's
come a
toppled
cropper.
again.
He's come a
But now
crapper.
Craig is off at Robbie Williams, so there's still a chance for Dr. Pooh to pull something out of the bag.
Come on, Dr. Pooh, as you come down to Robbie Williams. He's come a
Oh
crapper.
no, he's come off at Robbie Williams as well. This is
it's terrible, terrible.
edge of the bench stuff as Craig streaks past Dr. Pooh into Spode, Armitage Shanks, neck and neck, down Stanley Matthews, round Wedgwood, down Spitfire Straight.
Oh, my goodness me.
I'm not sure
It's
what happened there.
ripping
Leapt
stuff.
off the track. This is fantastic racing. This is what people have come to the Potteries Centre for. Oh! And we're going to have to see whether there's a penalty there for not stopping racing when it was
That's
called.
right, the yellow vehicle careered straight off and straight into my shin. I think that was a
This
nasty bit
is,
of dirty play from Dr. Pooh there. I think that was a deliberate
So,
infringement.
some of the finest racing we've seen all weekend there, I think. A combined total of 46 laps between these two drivers. Is that 45 laps for one and one for the other? No, it's not. Dr. Pooh from Dimension X, first appearance here. A magnificent 22 laps, but that means Craig has 24 laps and goes to the top of the joint top of the leaderboards with a record-breaking 24. Experience wins out. Very polite handshake there between those two drivers. They have treated us all there to a wonderful race there.
Goodness
Fantastic.
me. Dr. Pooh was really in and took us to another dimension there. He really
amazing
managed
stuff.
to navigate and flush his way around that circuit magnificently, navigating his way around the U-bend of Armitage Shanks and down into Stanley Matthews Way. That was
So,
terrific racing.
24 laps
is
and
terrific for
22.
a first attempt.
22, 24 now for Craig. He joins Poppy, Elfin, Seraphine, Jade, Sam and Jessica with 24 laps. Is that ever going to be beaten? Is 24 laps the best we are going to see? Oh, lovely practice lap there for the yellow car. Lovely practice lap. That's the way to do it in the yellow car. That's the way to do it. Oh, just need to ease off slightly in Robbie Williams, but this is going to be exciting stuff here today. I think they learnt there from that previous race between Dr. Pooh and Craig. And we're just going round again, a couple of practice laps just to get the feel for the circuit. And the car, great racing there, just avoiding Mike Rose there down in the engineering section.
Right, we have a new country competing at the Stoke Grand Prix. This is very exciting. So far we've had drivers from France, from South Sudan, from Bangladesh, from the Czech Republic. But this time we have two young drivers come from Colombia.
Representing...
We have one in the blue car and Sophia in the yellow car. Big round of applause for our Colombian drivers.
That's right, first representatives from the that part of the world. Truly international it's been here today at the Potteries Centre. Still 24 laps, the benchmark, the top of the leaderboard. What can Juan and Sophia do today? Mr. Thompson reminds them of the rules. They wait in the driver's area on tender hooks. So here we go. Just checking the rules are the same here as they are in Colombia. I think that's the case. Go means go.
Of course,
It's
you're
the international
driving
language.
on the wrong side of the road, strictly speaking, so it'll be doubly difficult for them.
And very different conditions here, of course, than they will be used to. Up goes the flag. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. Oh, they both take a flyer there into Robbie Williams. They need to calm it down a little bit. That's it, get going. Oh, and again, Robbie Williams proving everyone's nemesis here today. This is better. This is nice stuff now. Beautiful driving there from Sophia in the yellow car on the inside track, but then she loses it at Armitage. Shanks, the pit crew there, get the cars back on track. Who is going to stay on track? Oh, side by side, and they just came together there at the Spitfire Straight.
The blue car stumbling off at the Spode corner there, and indeed
and
at
again
Robbie
at
Williams,
Robbie
which is
Williams.
proving particularly perilous for the blue car on the outside lane. But the yellow car also takes a tumble, and as they go round the Spode bend and the Armitage Shanks down around the Robbie Williams, and rather tentatively now the blue car, but cautiously spins out towards the technical area. But these drivers really have to take...
Oh, it's thrills and spills here. The cars are spinning out all over the track. They're spending more time off the track than on it here at the moment. They just need to calm things down a little bit.
Yeah, easy does it, I think, with these cars, these Colombian drivers. They're used to high speeds.
That's right. They're used to hairpin bends and high speeds. They just need to calm it down a little bit now. And
the conditions altogether
drivers have stopped
different.
racing.
Yeah.
There we go. We're back. We're back. They're getting some advice from the technical team in the crew there. Not strictly allowed that. I'll see what Mr. Thompson says about that later. Might be allowed in Colombia. Not sure it is in Stoke. We'll see. And they've stalled now. The yellow car stalled on the Spitfire Straight. That's it. We're back on track now.
That's it.
And
Nice
side by
and
side through
easy.
Robbie Williams now. This is beautiful racing. The crowd appreciate it. That's right. Stop racing. Wow, interesting stuff there.
Goodness me.
Moments of delightful driving there. Textbook stuff. And at other moments it was carnage. But the crowd like that. They loved it, and the ripples of applause now through the Potteries Centre, this magnificent Hanley Arena here, and Mr. Thompson.
And the results are through. ¿Cuántas puntas para los niños? It's Sophia. 12 points. That's 12 rounds. You can complete it 12 laps. But 13 laps. So one is the winner. El ganador. Sí. Bueno. Congratulations to one, because he won.
Juan won, and he leaps up with excitement there at his victory. And what a lovely close race. Oh, and that's gone right behind our commentary position, that car there, spinning off the track.
Terrific stuff there from the Colombian drivers. Brilliant. We've got two new young drivers have stepped up to the grandstand and are just being put through their paces by Mr. Thompson, the adjudicator. It's important to stick strictly to the protocols of our Grand Prix Racing Federation. We adopt the 1947 protocol, as you will be fully aware, which means that each race lasts 2 minutes long and no more, and you have to complete as many laps as possible within the 2 minutes. You may think that it's about going as fast as you can, but of course, with a circuit like this, you need to be super careful when you approach those tight corners, because if you spin off like this, you're going to lose a valuable time. So you have to know when to slow down and when to speed up. And that's the trick of getting through this circuit. Goodness me, we've seen some magnificent racing today, but we've also seen some terrible, terrible crashes. So be careful. It can be entertaining for the crowd to see catastrophes, but actually you're not going to rack up those laps unless you are careful with your driving. Mr. Thompson, the adjudicator, is bringing the cars up to the start line. It has to be millimetre perfect. I think somebody has just made an infringement. Of course, Mr. Thompson, he's a stickler for details. He's not going to take that lightly. could be some penalty points incurred, a major infringement for behaviour like that.
It doesn't matter how young or old you are, Mr. Thompson doesn't care. Rules is rules, as he says.
Sponsored by Peppa Pig and Hello Kitty. These two young drivers are keen and eager. Their licences have been checked. Do we know what their names are?
Dulnas in yellow, Ava in blue car, representing Kurdistan today. Another international team, and we just wait for calm on the start line now. 2, 1, go. Now you can go. That's it. Now go. There she goes, beautifully into Robbie Williams there. Keep pressing. That's it. Oh, that's it.
The two cars are struggling to get round.
Oh, a little bit
shimmy there.
sensitive there. Just need to keep your fingers on the trigger. Don't keep pumping and pressing. Just
These
keep your finger
two
down.
young
That's
Kurdish
it. Nice
drivers.
one there now there
Impulsive.
from Dulnas. That's it. Keep going. That's it.
Of course, the road racing in Kurdistan is very different to here in Stoke. The conditions are very different.
Ava there looking at the wrong car for a moment, thinking she was driving the yellow car. That's it, now she's got it. There we go, nicely round Robbie Williams, past Wedgwood. Oh, nice bit of driving there from. Oh, she takes a tumble, though Dulnas at Spode, and Ava, and Dulnas races through Wedgwood. Ava having a little bit of trouble keeping control of her car, so it's all Dulnas at the moment. And Ava again stalls just in front of the crowd. I think she wanted to wave at the crowd there.
Oh, and the blue
Comes
car
careering
spins off at Armitage Shanks U-bend.
Dulnas now doing really well around this circuit. She's got the measure of it. Oh, they've come together on the Spitfire Straight. Just where there's a little kink in the track there.
Yeah,
and
potentially
but
hazardous
it's,
there. One
Dulnas who
vehicle
comes
could
out
knock another
first
vehicle off
in
the
yellow.
track there. But, oh no, the blue car has come off at the Robbie Williams turn, but he's back on course through the Shelton shimmy and down towards the Spode corner. But both cars
Dulnas
spin
comes off as well now.
I think the yellow car just stopped for a little toilet break there and is back on track now. And the
Just
blue
a
car.
few seconds left of this.
Goodness
Oh,
me, that
rear-ended there by Ava was by Dulnas, and that's going to be interesting later. Keep
Goodness
pressing.
me. And I think the time is up on that. Well, and
Round of
truly,
applause for those two racers. So,
That was full of drama, that race there from these two young Kurdish drivers, Hello Kitty and Peppa Pig.
so Ava in the blue car, a wonderful 8 laps, gave us lots of entertainment there. But it's Dulnas who wins in the yellow car with 16 circuits. Well done to both of those new riders all the way from Kurdistan. And they'll be going back to Kurdistan tonight with big smiles on their faces.
So congratulations to those two young drivers. I suspect that the younger Peppa Pig wants more racing, but she's just going to have to wait her turn. Perhaps wait till next year, till an opportunity for a rematch. Meanwhile, we've got two more young drivers who've stepped up to the grid and are testing their mettle with the cars on the circuit here at the Hanley Arena. A big crowd here in the arena. We've got spectators up on the upper levels watching. They've got an eagle eye view, best seat in the house really. They can see all of the action from above, which is quite rare for a stadium of this order. Meanwhile, we've got thousands of people gathered around at the trackside, eager to watch the next race.
That's right, massive crowd here now, ready to watch our next two drivers as they come onto the arena. Mr. Thompson prepares the paperwork.
Ali and Simna?
Ali's in the yellow car.
Yep.
And
Simna.
in the blue.
Simna's in the yellow car. Blue. Sorry, Simna's in the blue.
They represent Pakistan.
Yeah. representing Pakistan, we've got Simna in the blue car and Ali in the yellow car. Simna? Asima, I beg your pardon.
So just bring the cars back around, ready to go to the start line. Asima, oh, beautiful bit of parking there from Asima at the start line. And Mr. Thompson brings the car round for Ali there. Round it comes.
Yeah, we've had a truly international interest in the Stoke Grand Prix, and these are our first drivers from Pakistan. We've had them from Market Drayton, from Shelton, from Newcastle under Lyme, from Congleton even, all the way from Cheshire. But so far, these two looking to take the spoils back to Pakistan of their race. Mr. Thompson raises his checkered flag.
Here we go. Ali in yellow, Asima in blue. The flag is up. 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off.
And they're off. Nice start there
goodness
from
me, a tricky
Ali
start
in
for the
yellow.
yellow.
Asima, they're both neck and neck as they go down Spitfire straight into Armitage Shanks there. They are side by side, but it's Asima in the blue who's got the slight advantage at the moment. But Ali's not far behind, but he spins off at Armitage Shanks. So it's Asima who streaks past, but then Ali manages to stay in control around Robbie Williams, but he now spins off as well. So it's Asima back in charge. This race is neck and neck at the moment. Could be. Oh, the Colonel's gone over there. The Colonel's been knocked
Colonel
over.
Parker has been knocked over. He's the owner of the land on this, on which this stadium has been built. So that's not going to look favourably on the future of motor racing in Hanley. But the two vehicles now zooming around, and Asima comes off the track at Robbie Williams' turn, and that's going to lose him vital time in this race. And as the blue car comes round, screeches round Armitage Shanks and down into the Shelton Shimmy, and it's really going super fast, but it keeps spinning off at the Robbie Williams corner, which is not going to help those timings for her. And once again,
this is looking good for Ali in yellow at the moment. He's got the car back under control. He's got the measure of the controls and the track. And commentators curse there as he comes careering off at Robbie Williams and stalls in front of the crowd, and now he's bounced off the track by Asima. Technicians need to get the car back on track. On it goes. Ali's back again. Asima's off the track. They're side by side now, going past Wedgwood. Keep the trigger down. Don't
its
pump
roof,
it.
The blue car, but is back and still approaching the Robbie Williams corner a little bit too quickly, but again spins off and is losing valuable time, but it seems to have
the end of the race.
The advantage at the moment. That's the end. And as the car comes in front of the main grandstand to wave at the crowd, we can all breathe a sigh of relief, because that was high octane stuff, and it leaves you quite breathless. The gathered spectators
results are in.
Hushed in silence, waiting
Ali
for the
with
results.
13 laps there, very respectable, and a big round of applause from the crowd for that 13 laps. It's Asima though with 19 laps, who is our winner here on that particular race, and she smiles to the crowd and goes back to her support team and gets a big handshake and high five from team there. And they can be very proud of Asima's race there.
Well done to both of those young drivers. They've got a terrific future ahead of them, that's for sure. And we look forward to seeing them again next year at the Stoke Grand Prix. Well, there are two familiar faces now behind the wheels of these vehicles. And anybody listening yesterday will be familiar with this duo, because records were broken. Elfin is back after getting a magnificent score of 24 yesterday, so he beat all the records yesterday, but can he beat his own record today. So we got. So Alfie is in the yellow vehicle and his dad Alex is in the blue. And these two are no strangers to slot car racing. So we should see some high lap scores here from these two. Is everybody ready? Is the adjudicator ready? Almost. Our drivers almost ready. They're just checking the circuit. There seemed to be a little problem there on the Armitage shanks that needs attending to from our engineers. They're just checking the circuit, making sure that there's no clear advantage at any one track. Of course, there have been minor alterations to the track overnight, so these two will be familiar with the conditions that we had yesterday, but everything changes. We've had a few oil spills. We've had an ice cream spill. We've had balloons crossing the track. We've had all kinds of crashes which might have had a minor impact on the performance of the track. And as the engineers have just discovered, there is a curious anomaly that the yellow vehicle seems to be experiencing at the moment, but we'll just have to see how that plays out in the race, whether the drivers can take advantage of it. Mr. Thompson, the adjudicator, is just explaining the instructions, making sure everybody is in a position to be able to perform legally. He raises his checkered flag high, and we await with bated breath. 3, 2, 1, go. And they're off. A little cautious start from both of these experienced drivers as they come round down the Stanley Matthews Straights and through the Shelton Shimmy, round the Spode Corner and down. Oh, the blue car spins off
there. They both come off the track. This is going to be neck and neck as we go into our next circuit now.
It's going to be
nice driving from Alfin there, but he's finding it a little bit tricky getting around that tighter corner. It's a shorter circuit, but there are tighter corners, and that Armitage shanks there causing a few problems.
There was Dr. Pooh had a few problems on that Armitage shanks, and it could be that a little bit of residue from that disaster is still causing problems for the vehicles round that bend.
This is good stuff there now from these two very experienced drivers here. Oh, and Alfin just sends it off at Robbie Williams, careering into the sky there. So the more experienced driver here showing the way through and just racing down Stirling Moss, taking the power off the gas. Got the slightly longer journey, but can afford to go a little bit faster into those bends. That's beautiful driving from Elfin.
Wonderful driving.
Lovely stuff there going around Wedgwood. And we might be... Oh, but he just tumbles off on the corner there. That slows his dad down. So we could be heading for record-breaking scores here, maybe, I think.
Yeah, Alfie really getting the good measure of that. He could tell that there was a vehicle creating debris on the track, and he just slowed down just to wait till it was clear before he kept going. And this is really terrific stuff. I reckon we're in for a record-breaking lap count here from the young man. And yeah, he's still going strong. Meanwhile, Alex a little bit slow around that Armitage shanks and spins
beautiful
off.
There from Elfin, it just drifts off.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed with that, but I think it's the performance of the vehicle. He's going to have a harsh word with the engineers back.
Time's
up.
The pit stop. Beautiful driving from both these drivers there.
Wonderful stuff.
It's a trickier circuit. We wondered if we were going to break 24 laps. And we thought it was impossible to break 24 laps.
Well, 24 laps did seem to be a tall order, so the question is whether either of them can have beaten that. We've got Alfin. His previous high score was
Alfin did top the leaderboard
24.
with 24 before.
But he is now on 20 laps.
It's
20.
a trickier
so it's a-
drive. The
it's a
pressure was
tricky-
on there in that yellow car with his dad next door.
Alex, meanwhile, in the blue car, did he manage to get up to the leaderboard on 24? Did he? He did indeed. In fact, he managed 30 laps.
Smashing
30
the
laps.
record there, straight to the top of the leaderboard. He representing the South Staffs Racing Club there, and a magnificent 30 laps.
True
We thought it was
professional.
impossible. It's 120 seconds, 30 laps. You do the maths.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal performance there from Alex. And that truly smashes the record. Looks a little bit sheepish there because he knows he's actually a professional masquerading as an amateur. But well, yeah,
That's right. It's
30
not quite
laps.
in the Olympic spirit there, but you know. So we thought it would be impossible to even get to 25. We've got 30. We've got 30. What a way to
In
end
fact-
our 3 days of racing here. But it's not over. We've still got drivers out there on the track.
We've got Zoe in the blue car and Sophie in the yellow car.
Zoe
here
and Sophie are back.
competing
You'll
together.
remember them from earlier on in the afternoon. They're back again. The head-to-head rematch.
That's right. These two were head-to-head earlier and did magnificently. But let's see if they could beat their own personal records. It's very tempting, of course, once you get a high score to want to beat it. But it's anybody's guess whether anybody can beat 30 laps. That, mind you, of course, Alex did take a couple of tumbles there. He came off, he span off at the Robbie Williams corner. So, you know,
It could have been 31.
it could have been 31.
Who knows? But you're only as good as your last race. So here we go. The last race for Zoe and Sophie. I can't remember who the winner was on that one. Actually, we'll have a look back through the paperwork.
I think it was Zoe. I could be
It
wrong.
was
but
Zoe,
I think
yeah.
it was Zoe.
Here we go. Flag is up. 3, 2, 1, go.
And
Flag
they're
is down. They're off. Great start for yellow there for Sophie, but Zoe there. Oh, just coming off the corner there at Armitage Shanks. That is proving tricky for that yellow car, but that's nice there through Spitfire straight down Spode. And just comes spinning off the track at Robbie Williams. Oh, and a lovely bit of drift there, a little going out of Armitage Shank. That's the way to tackle that corner. Beautifully done, but that's not the way to tackle that corner. So at the moment, it's probably, they're a little bit of coming together there at the kink in the track there.
Yeah,
as
there
they go
seem to
past
be a
Wedgwood.
few mechanical issues with the yellow vehicle at the moment, a little slowing down round the Spode corner, but perhaps the vehicle needs to get back into its stride again.
Nicely
that's
through
Sophie
there. That's great
just
racing.
building up confidence once
and it's
more.
Zoe coming up now, so they're going to, coming off the track again there. Armitage Shanks, that is tricky. So you want to power up, and then you just get a little bit caught out. Spitfire straight. Spode, Armitage Shanks. And Zoe, I think, in control here. The blue car seems to be having the advantage at the moment on this track. Oh, but you got to stay on it if you want to win it on. And then Sophie takes a tumble there at Spode.
That's the thing, you've got to maintain that level of concentration continually, because if you don't, you stumble off, and that's exactly what happened to the blue car at the Robbie Williams turn there. As they come down through Spitfire straight round the Armitage Shanks U-bend and back onto the Spitfire again, and it's oh my
that
goodness,
was
the
looking
blue
so
car
good
seems to
there.
have the advantage, but yellow car driven by Sophie took a little tumble there,
And again, at Spode, they both come off the track. Oh, who's going to get going first? Oh, they're side by sides coming in there. Sterling one.
terrible,
Yellow takes
terrible
off
accident.
blue. Who's going to get away first? It's blue. Oh, and again,
And
at Spode,
that's
it's
it.
carnage now. It's carnage here.
The race is over. The race is concluded. And if I was a betting man, I would suggest that the blue might have won
So we
that,
got
but
Zoe there with 23, which would have been pretty much top of the leaderboard, but now we've got 30, so 23 doesn't seem quite so good anymore. But and Sophie there with 17, just struggling a little bit at Spode. So
all the same, I think that's a personal best for both of these
personal
drivers.
best.
So
You can't
a big
say
round of applause
ask for more than
Zoe
that.
and Sophie.
Personal bests for them. Fantastic stuff here
Yeah, great
today
stuff.
at the Stoke Grand Prix.
High octane, adrenaline pumping stuff here at the Hanley Arena, where you are witnessing the Stoke Grand Prix. This is the end of day 3 of motor racing on this magnificent purpose-built circuit here in the heart of the Potteries shopping centre. We have been racing for the last 3 days, and well over 200 to about 250 odd drivers have tested their mettle on this challenging circuit. At the moment we have a blue vehicle and a yellow vehicle just testing the circuit, just getting used to the lay of the land. The blue vehicle spinning off there needs to just regulate its speed a little bit. And we have
Joe in the blue car,
Joe in the blue car,
Paul Sager.
Rob in the yellow from Alsager.
Alsager, Cheshire,
Yeah, all the way from Cheshire.
footballer county, of course. So we're going to expect some sporting excellence here from these two, from Joe and Rob here.
Joe and Rob. Joe and Rob from Alsager.
Mr.
They
Thompson gets them lined up on
line
the start
vehicles
line.
up. Mr.
Crowd
Thompson.
are gathering here as we go into the last hour of our racing here. Mr. Thompson checks his watch. 2 minutes. Whoever can score the most laps in 2 minutes will go back to Alsager victorious. The flag comes out. The drivers' faces, pictures of concentration here.
Mr. Thompson raises
Reminded
his
about
checkered
false
flag.
starts. 3,
3,
2,
2,
1,
1.
go! And they're off. Lovely clean start there. It's Rob in yellow who just takes the advantage going into Spode and down Stanley Matthews. And Joe just caught out there by Robbie Williams. So Rob now going into the lead as he goes into Spode and Armitage Shanks and down Stanley Matthews. It's a shorter circuit for yellow, but you've got those tighter corners, so there's not much in it. It's all about who can stay on the track. That's beautiful there from Joe in the
And they're
blue.
neck and neck as they come
Overtakes.
down.
Oh, and they
It's-
both put the pressure on each other there, and they both come off the track at Robbie Williams. That's the thing. You can't let the pressure
And
of
at
racing
Spode
get to
Junction,
you.
the blue car comes
Joe
off.
has there a little bit. Rob just keeping his calm. They both go in and out of Robbie Williams side by side, and it's Rob who has the advantage going past Wedgwood into Spitfire Straight. Armitage Shanks, Stanley. Oh, beautiful bit of driving from Joe there, but just loses it again at Robbie Williams and at Spode.
Yeah, he's
This
found
is
his
looking good
Achilles
now.
heels on this circuit. Yeah, Spode turn and Robbie Williams junction for the blue car. He needs to really just take his foot off the throttle when he goes into those turns. But now the two of them speeding around, some excellent driving skills here. I'm not quite sure who is in the lead at the moment, but the blue car seems to be having one or too many tumbles at the moment. So I suspect that it's
beautiful
the
driving
yellow
there from
vehicle
Rob
taking
there.
advantage at the moment.
Sending this car around these corners. Complete control, lovely grip. Oh, and nearly getting Mike Rose there in the engineering department. Joe in the blue car. They're coming there side by side now. Neck and and he spins off at the just in front of the main stand there. Rob pauses in front of the press tent there just to get a picture. They're showing off a little bit as we go into the last few seconds of this race. Beautiful driving from Joe there around Robbie Williams and Stanley Matthews. Oh, he just comes off the track again there. But that's beautiful stuff, and so does Rob as well. That's an unusual mistake from Rob, and that's the end of the race. Fantastic there.
Goodness
That's
me,
very
just
close
losing
between these
a little
two
bit
from
of
Alsager.
concentration right at the end of that. Rob just losing it and spinning off the track. Perhaps in relief at coming to the end of that intense 2-minute race.
Interesting result here. Excellent from Joe there in the blue, the young driver from Alsager with a wonderful 19 laps. Rob, though, in yellow, takes it with 24. Now, 24, just 10 minutes ago, would have put Rob joint top of the leaderboard, but we had professional driver Alex, who scored 30 as well, but 24 means second on the leaderboard. Fantastic racing there between Joe and Rob, and they can go back to Alsager, heads held high this evening.
Yeah, they're doing Cheshire proud there, these two, coming over the border to North Staffordshire and challenging the local drivers. And we now have an opportunity for two new young drivers to come in and test the circuit.
We're into the last 20 minutes of racing here now, so time for 4 or 5 more races before Super Saturday has to come to an end. I know no one wants it to stop, no one wants the racing to stop,
We
but
have
it's
been
gonna have
broadcasting
to at some point.
live for 3 days to the world, bringing all the action to a global audience. And thank you for joining us here at the Hanley Arena. It's been quite challenging at times. There have been some terrible accidents, some catastrophes, some injuries. Thankfully, we've got our first aid tent here. We've been working overtime to make sure that any casualties get bandaged up, have plasters put on, and whatever else was required. There's a hush now in the stadium as we enter the final few races of the day.
Crowd gathered up on the balcony above for that wonderful view that you get from up there. You can see all of the track, a beautiful view of the trees of Wedgwood as well.
We've got two young friends here, Roche and Malik, who have come all the way from Stoke. All the way to Hanley from Stoke. Or perhaps they are from Hanley, really, but they just say Stoke.
Oh, we've lost
No,
another
they'll be
car
from
there.
Stoke.
This is
Oh
going to be.
my
Oh, this is going
goodness.
to be. This might see
I
the
can
end of
tell
these cars today.
that
I
these
suspect they're going to have to
two
spend a
young
bit of time.
drivers are a little bit trigger happy. This is going to be a tricky race. I think our trackside team are going to be working overtime during this race to rectify all the disasters that will befall
Mike
them.
Rose in the engineering department is going to have a long night tonight to get these cars back in working condition.
Yeah,
going to
he's
be a
gonna get
long time.
those overalls are going to get well and truly soiled, I suspect, during this race. Goodness me. Positioned as
So-
he is in the U-bend, right in the middle of the U-bend of the Armitage Shanks curve. 3, 2, 1, and they're off, and the two oh my goodness, the yellow vehicle spins straight off at Robbie Williams, but stalls on the Shelton Shimmy. The blue car, meanwhile, cruising past along Spitfire straight and into the Spode turn, round the Armitage Shanks and down the Stanley Matthews Way. Back and round past the grandstand. The yellow vehicle stalling. It seems to have some traction issues. The blue car's crashed into Craig's microphone, causing a terrific pop on the microphone. That's not going to be looked on fine very favourably by our broadcasting sponsors. But the safety car has been sent round the track, and I can confirm that both vehicles are returning to the grandstand for a restart of this race. There seems to be some minor technical issues on the track. Earlier on, it was a bit of ice cream on the tarmac, which was causing all the problems and slippage, but I suspect that has been cleared up now, and that we're dealing with something a little bit more profound.
I think there might have been a little bit of a voltage surge as people went to make a cup of tea, which might have caused a little bit of a problem with our track.
That's right. And all you listeners at home, it'll be time to put the kettle on soon enough because we enter the last.
Here we go.
the break.
Oh, we go.
Graciously.
Straight into Graham's knees there. This is
really
going to
done
be
it.
an interesting race here, I think, today.
Oh, the
As
car,
we
the
go,
yellow car
oh,
careers
straight into the garage there. We can't lose that garage because they're going to have to work on these cars tonight to get them
really
back
hurts.
in working order.
That yellow
Oh,
car.
and then we go
dear
again
me.
into the Coke can.
And that's once more, a commentary box has been assaulted by
into the
careering
press
vehicles.
box there. And we're back on track again, just about.
I'm not sure that these two have the proper licenses for this race. They seem to be operating under completely different rules. But Mr. Thompson seems to have let this go. Yeah, the trick is not going quite so fast into these. Oh, God, that just struck my knee for all the listeners around the globe. That really hurt. That's the yellow vehicle has twice struck our commentary position. And it's very lucky that I'm sat so close to the first aid tent, quite frankly, with Jim and Marjorie looking after and managing the St John's ambulance team. Meanwhile, our young drivers slowly getting the measure of this circuit. A little bit too much excitement here. Yes. If we could just remind our drivers that the object of the race is not to take out the commentary team, but actually to complete a circuit.
And time is up. That's the end of the race. Let's see how many laps we got through there. Great round of applause from the crowd there. Maybe not the most controlled racing, but certainly plenty of action. Plenty of thrills and spills. The cars did well to come out of that.
Absolutely.
Alive.
And I can confirm I've had the results independently verified. Rouge has 5 circuits.
5.
And Malik in the yellow, who was quite vicious actually, a vicious assault on the commentary team. He completed 6 circuits.
5
so
and
Malik
6.
is the winner of that race. Now, we've got 2 new drivers on the circuit. Just taking their cars for a spin round, just checking all the idiosyncrasies of the circuit. There's a few tricky little maneuvers they have to make. They can speed down the Stanley Matthews straights, but they have to take the foot off the pedal to get round the Robbie Williams safely.
These are looking like good practice laps. This is going to be close, I think, between these two. Just spinning off there at Robbie Williams.
And we've got the boys, the father and son team from Fenton. I think this is the first representation of Fenton. We got Rugg in the blue car. Sorry, Rugg in the yellow car and Harley in the blue car. Rugg and Harley.
Rugg and Harley. Harley's just going to bring his car back round to the start line now. They've had a practice lap, and on the evidence of that driving round, I think we're in for a good contest here. Yellow car on the inside's got a slightly shorter circuit, but got some tighter corners. Blue's got the longer distance to travel, but can approach those corners with a little bit more speed. We're into the last 15 minutes of racing today, so only time for another 2 or 3 races, I think, before the end of the day here on Super Saturday. It's Rugg versus Harley. Rugg in yellow, Harley in blue. The
Mr.
flag
Thompson
goes up.
raises his checkered flag.
3, 2,
one, go.
And the racing begins
It's a nice
with
clean start from both
Rugg
of them, nice and
starting
smooth.
in pole position.
This is
He
good
goes
stuff now.
round the Armitage Shanks and
Oh,
but he
Rugg spins off
off.
there at Robbie Williams, just takes that too quickly. That means Harley now has the advantage going into Robbie Williams again. It's past Wedgwood for Rugg. Harley now has the advantage going into Spitfire Straight and Spode. Can Rugg catch up after that crash now? Yes, he's coming back into contention now. They race down past the grandstand at Spitfire Straight. Harley now completely in control, it seems, at the moment, as long as he doesn't come off the track. Oh, and I said too much too soon there. And Rugg there just taking advantage. But Harley streaks past there. Oh, and he's stalled outside the stand there.
Yeah, Rugg stopped at the grandstand to wave to his family and friends, but he can't afford to do that because he just needs to keep
Just come
going.
off. Oh, and they both come off now. Harley's off at Armitage Shanks, and it's a chance for Rugg to come back there. Beautiful driving there through there and past into Spode and on to Stanley Matthews. Lovely there through past the grandstand there. Just stalls again, this bit of track there.
And both cars just come to a stall there on the Robbie Williams turn. But the blue car in full control, and Rugg comes off with the yellow car at Robbie Williams. It seems to be a bit sluggish now. The car perhaps sustained a little bit of damage in that accident there, but it comes past the grandstand into the Spode corner. Meanwhile, the blue car, Harley's blue car, spins off at Robbie Williams' turn. They're both on the Armitage Shanks and they speed down the Stanley Matthews way, and the blue car loses some ground on Rugg's yellow vehicle. Rugg, I think, has the advantage at the moment. Yes, and Harley's really feeling the pressure now.
Oh, they come together there.
Goodness.
That little bit of where the track kinks in. It's not going to make much difference to the result, though, I don't think. And
that
Mr.
was
Thompson
exciting stuff.
tots it up there.
Very, very tight. Goodness me. I mean, these two incredibly competitive drivers. I wonder whether the result is going to affect them. It's nail-biting stuff for Harley. He's biting his nails anxiously, waiting for the results. But I can tell you that Harley completed 18 laps. And now the question is, how many laps did Rugg complete? I can tell you, representing the Hellfire Club, Rugg completed 18 laps. So it's a dead heat. Absolutely neck and neck from start to finish, and those two complete a magnificent draw. Well done to the lads from Fenton. They've done Fenton proud. Well, as we come into our penultimate race of the day, we have two drivers who are no strangers to this circuit. They've been here before. They know the lay of the land. They know the cut of the jib. They know the tenor of the track. It's James in blue on the outside track and Savannah in the yellow on the inside track. James and Savannah, who have come to complete a rematch. James was determined not to be beaten by his little sister, and he's come for a rematch.
Bit of advice there from the technical team there, the support team. They've brought their mascot along, the duck, of course, big feature of motor racing in these parts.
And of course the duck is a great feature of Stoke-on-Trent, isn't it, Duck?
It is Duck. Here we go.
Oh,
James
Savannah has
Savannah.
corrected me.
The grudge match.
Savannah has corrected me. It's not a duck, it's a chick, of course.
Oh, it's a chick. Of course, it's a chick, not a duck.
We should have known that. Now,
Arm
the flag
goes up.
is raised.
3, 2, 1, go. Ah, it's a good start for Savannah there. Nice and easy does it. Power up now down there into Spo. Beautifully done. And that's great driving from Savannah there. What can James do? Oh, no. She
she's up.
overcooks it there. It's really tricky.
James just
and
knew,
again.
James knew that was the case. He took a very slow start, a very cautious start, which surprised many of us, but he knew exactly what he was doing because he was just waiting for his sister to make a mistake. So James, meanwhile, the car seems to have broken. The safety vehicle has come out on the track and everything has to slow down. That is going to be a disappointment. There seems to be a minor fault on the Shelton shimmy. It's causing problems for the yellow car. There is the crowd hush. We're in the middle of a race here, but but stick around and watch because you might be able to. Yeah, I don't know who's next up, but we could give you a go. Yeah. So we are just checking the vehicle now, the yellow vehicle, because we've got a slight track issue. We're going to send the car round, and it seems to be smooth now. So we're going to have a rematch between these two, Savannah and James, as they come up to the starting line.
Colossus is, if that is the plural of Colossus, could be colossi of the racing world. These two back in the arena. They're watched from above by an admiring crowd with a wonderful bird's eye view up there. They're hoping for a truly wonderful race. Up goes the arm. 3, 2, 1, go.
And
Great
it's
start
like a
again from
rematch.
Savannah now.
James
She's
taking
just
it
got to
nice
stay
and cautiously
composed. That's beautiful. Keep it going. James not far behind now. Oh, she's overcooked it. She's overcooked it. And that's going to put the pressure on, I think. But she just needs to keep momentum going and hope that James makes a mistake. But she makes a mistake on that inside line. It is the harder track in many ways. It's shorter, but it's a little bit trickier.
Oh, and she's done it again.
She takes the
That's
tumble.
right, off at Armitage Shanks. And
Lovely
poor
driving
Savannah
there, though.
is
That was a
struggling
beautiful
little bit.
lap
She's
from
getting a bit
Savannah.
over-anxious
That's
now.
lovely round there. Just got to keep it going. Hope that James makes a mistake. If, for example, he got tickled or something like that.
Yeah,
Beautiful
James
Savannah there,
in his
round
stride at the
Wedgwood
moment.
into Armitage Shanks. Great driving there.
Faultless driving from
Oh,
James.
it
as he
nearly
comes
came to.
round the
Oh,
smoke
she takes
corner.
her. That's wonderful stuff from Savannah. And can she just take. Oh, unbelievable. What a beautiful drive that was. They've treated us to a spectacle, these two, all day, and they're not disappointing now as we come to the. Oh, and James is their car. Oh, the pressure's on now.
Armitage
This is
Shanks
really
proving
difficult
the undoing
stuff.
for Savannah here. It really is has become
Oh,
the
lovely
Achilles heel.
stuff there.
Oh,
She tries to
goodness
take
me.
James out on the corner there, but it doesn't quite pay off. And it's going to be very, very close now. James could be heading for a record here in that blue car. Savannah doing a wonderful job, but she just comes off. Oh, blocks the track for James there. And the technicians having to work overtime to keep it going. That's the way now.
She can't rest on her laurels,
Where
Savannah.
she go? Oh,
Absolutely
that's
not.
lovely there through there.
Beautiful
Can she
driving.
sneak? Oh, if she could have just snuck through there, that's great stuff. But spins off the track. Savannah can't believe it. Time is up.
Goodness me, Savannah absolutely hangdog. She's
was
disappointed
doing
with that
some
performance.
amazing driving
The
there.
car was
Fantastic
not
stuff.
not delivering for her. She's a bit
Wow.
disappointed, but James looks like he looks like he's won that. But we cannot confirm that until it's been independently verified by our colleagues in Geneva.
Well, Savannah there with a very respectable 16 laps. James, though, earlier in the day, the leading score was 24 laps. Then we had Alex come along, professional racer, who got 30 laps. But James, 25 laps. So he would have
25
been
laps.
ahead for the day had it not been for a professional racer, Alex.
But I think it's fair to say that James takes the prize for the best amateur driver of the day with 25 laps. Savannah's disappointed. She's competitive, but she knows that she's going to come back and next year and she's going to wipe the floor with him. Well done to those two young drivers there. Magnificent stuff. As we come into the very last race of the day, of course, we have to finish our broadcast at 4 o'clock. So it's now 4 minutes to 4. So this is going to be the final race of the day. We've had 3 magnificent days of racing here at the Stoke Grand Prix in the Hanley Arena.
That's right, it's been a true sporting spectacle, and Super Saturday has not disappointed. We've seen records tumble. We thought 24 laps was going to be enough. Then Alex came along, 30, but he is a professional. But James there at the end of the day in our amateur section getting a spectacular 25 laps there against his sister Savannah.
And as we know, we've had a truly international driving interest. We've had drivers from all around the world coming to visit us here for the Stoke Grand Prix, which reflects on the truly global nature of this event. And I can happily say that our final 2 drivers are representing Albania. We have Enis and Edis.
Enis in the blue, Edis in the yellow from Albania. They've just flown in this morning when they listened online. They wanted to be part of it today, and they're flying back there tonight, I presume, ready for racing tomorrow. Mr. Thompson reminding them of the rules. 2 minutes. Whoever can do the most laps in 2 minutes will be the winner. As we've seen, if you can stay on the track, that is the key to victory. Enis versus Edis. The crowd falls silent. The flag goes. Oh, Mr. Thompson spotted something there, just making sure we're millimetre perfect. Up goes the flag. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, offers a lovely clean start, but they both come off at Robbie Williams, and they're back on track now. Who can take advantage going into Stanley Matthews? It's Edis who comes off the track the most. He's got to try and stay on track. It's a shorter route, that yellow one, but it is a bit tighter in the corners, and he comes tumbling off again there at Armitage Shanks.
And the yellow car spins off again on Armitage Shanks. That's the real Achilles heel for this vehicle at the moment. You have to really pull back when you come round that Armitage Shanks bend. They're down the Stanley Matthews.
Oh, that's what it comes off there as well.
Far too much pace there, which results in him
That's the
coming
way
out
to do it. Edis in that yellow car, slow and steady, keep going round there. That's good stuff, because Ennis now has come off a couple of times at Robbie Williams. That's good stuff. Here we go now, down Stanley Matthews, round past Wedgwood.
Oh, and the blue car
this is a good chance
off.
now for Edis in the yellow car, if he can just keep going, keep the pressure. Oh, but no, he comes tumbling off at Armitage Shanks, and again at Robbie Williams. The pressure taking its toll here, I think, for these 2 drivers. And that's good, though, through Robbie Williams there for Edis in the yellow car. But he tumbles off again there.
Oh, and at Spout turn, the
this
blue
is
car
good now
has
if
come off
Edis
its
in the
tracks.
yellow can just keep
This
going.
is really going to put the cat amongst the pigeons amongst these 2. They're hugely competitive, but they are racing into these curves like they are fearless, utterly fearless, and paying the consequences as the blue car screams round Robbie Williams, and the yellow car spins off the track. And the 2 of them now are approaching the Armitage Shanks, and both come
Edis
off.
takes Ennis off the track there, but it's Edis who gets back on first. Edis now comes off the track. We're into the dying seconds of this race now. This is, he could have just stolen a march there in that last moment to grab an extra lap. And it sneaks past. Time
the race
there.
is over. So concludes
Fantastic
the final
stuff from
race
these Albanian
of this
drivers here today.
Stoke Grand Prix, and oh my goodness, what an end it has been. I can safely say that the results are through, and these two need to stand side by side and prepare
High
themselves.
fives from the support team.
Let's have a high five for each of you two competitors, and a handshake. Good sportsmanship. Ennis, 17 laps. Edis, 17 laps.
It's a draw, it's a dead
equal,
heat.
it's
They
a
can't
dead
believe
heat.
it. They,
What a
what a
fitting
fantastic
way.
result for these two. It was neck and neck and nip and tuck all the way. Well, what a way to end our festival of racing here today. 3 days of magnificent sport we've seen, but it has to come to an end at some point, and that is the end.
The crowd have been absolutely magnificent here at the Hanley Arena. We have a huge round of applause from all the assembled throng.
They've seen some
Thousands
spectacular
of them all
racing
around the
here
arena.
today and over the previous 2 days. We thank all our competitors. We've had over 140 races over the last 3 days, 300 people competing. It's been an amazing spectacle. Thank you for joining us here live in the Potteries. Thank you for listening and watching all over the world.
Appetite Stoke, who have been our hosts here in the Potteries Centre. So it's a good night from Mr. Thompson himself. Good night from me, Graham, and
Good night from me, Craig. We'll see you again at the next Commentators events.